Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back to the 5th episode of Nerd Talk, the Capper Collective. With me today, we've got Tim and Nick from Earl Sports Bets. You've seen them before. If you haven't, go to their website. They're on Picks and Parlays. They're on YouTube. They're everywhere. Stupid joke, like herpes. They're everywhere.
Yeah, Tim says that every time.
Okay.
But they are. They really are. They're all over the place. I do some podcasts with them on other people's channels. Great guys. We're going to have people funneling in and out. Friday nights are kind of strange for boring people with no lives like me. I have all night, but some people get to do things, and they will be coming and going. If you haven't been here before, if you have, thanks for watching again. But if you haven't, we're just a bunch of guys and gals. We will have some gals coming on in the future that are all handicappers, and we get together in an open forum and we talk about games and handicap them and field questions from the comments. And it's just sort of, there are no rules. We did get copyrighted last time, but who cares?
Just maybe not play that WWE clip.
Yeah, well,
that's what did it.
I'm learning, but it's basically back to what I was saying. We're just a bunch of handicappers that are helping each other win money instead of compete, because there's too much competition out there, and it's not our money we're trying to take. It's the bookies, casinos, etc. So thanks again for coming, first time or again. I think we're going to start with what bets we're on. I didn't think that I was going to be on a lot of bets today, and I am, surprisingly. But one of you guys can start if you want to, if there's a bet you're on, or if there's a bet you're going to take. I'm not sure. You wouldn't already have it locked in, but
I have a couple of bets in today. Well, baseball wise, I did not bet any of the college football. I will say that I did not like any of the sides or anything to do with that. But when it came to baseball today, let me pull them up. I'm on the Mets, who have some offense now because Pete Alonso just hit a 2-run shot. So that's 4-3 now. But they're still down. I have their run line. I have Rays money line. They're up 1-0 on the Yankees. I have the Baltimore Orioles, who are down 2-0 to Boston. Toronto run line, who's up 1-0. Cleveland game is delayed. We have the Guardians, and then later on, I have 3 plays later with Seattle. I have the Dodger run line and the White Sox run line to kind of end the night. And then we have a shit ton of stuff for college football tomorrow. It's not even like we have 15 plays up on the site that me and Nick agree on. So,
yeah, we're going to get to football. We are going to do what we're betting now. I don't have any other plays that have – I have some that have gone off or haven't gone off. I guess you get to those first in case people want to catch them. But we're going to probably do MLB and NFL recap to get it out of the way. We already did our NFL show, and then we'll wait for college. I am just multitasking here and retweeting.
I'm going on Twitter for you, and I'm going to tweet out a bunch of stuff too and send it to a couple group chats.
But I can tell you I'm on some baseball. I'm on the D-backs first 5. I think Davies is a better pitcher. D-backs are hitting the ball better. Colorado is last in almost all stats against right-handed pitching the past 2 weeks. I'm also on the Dodgers run line.
Yep.
Probably my shakiest bet of the day. I basically, my cap is, the Padres have been bad. Clevenger I fade, and I like Carrot Top, who's coming back May. Then I'm on one other bet. What other bet am I on? What are you on, Dave? Oh, Astros Angels under. The only part about which could screw that up, I think, is actually the Angels, who have been hitting late recently. Houston hasn't, and they're in Houston, which is a historically under.
Yeah, they've been a good under team at home this year.
Oh my! They've been the biggest under team this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 3 plays going later, all from the same game, and I have 4 plays going right now. One's already concluded. I started the night off with a nice little +1 for baseball. I started off with a nice little +150 with the Pirates in the first 5 innings. They were up 1-0 at the end or actually 4-0 at the end of the 5, I believe, or 3-0. But by the time the play cashed, it was 1-0. They scored a couple in the bottom of the 5th. I am on the Rays money line. I am currently sitting with first 5 under 4.5 in that Boston-Baltimore game, 2-0 top of the 5th. And I'm on the Reds money line. And then I am also on the game that Dave mentioned with the Dodger run line, except for I'm a little bit more invested into it. I have the Dodgers first 5 run line, full game run line, and team total over. I'm just expecting an onslaught for them to just beat up on Clevinger. And this was also another one of those wake up and fade the Padres type of moves for me. So I feel like it was pretty plain and simple. The Dodgers, I feel like, were a smash spot tonight for me. So I got them first 5 full game run lines and the team total over 4.5. Also currently sitting with Louisville +6.5 and +205. And then for the later game, I'm on Boise State -17. And I'm also sitting with the under 53.5 in the CFL game, where it is currently 18-3, almost at halftime. So, and the Alouettes are currently driving on the field.
CFL. The thing about CFL, I know you guys cap every goddamn sport there is, but
I don't touch CFL. He does.
Well, but you do all. Who does little boys video games again? One of you does?
Not little boys, but whatever.
Well,
Counter-Strike, I do.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is for little boys. Okay.
Pew pew bang bang game.
Yeah. I don't know. I just what's funny is when I went to college, that's when video games started to really get out of the Nintendo 64. Like PlayStation was there, but what was the other one? Xbox. The first version of Xbox came out right before I went to college. And I'll tell you what, there's always a reason why kids flunk out of college, but Halo was the reason why kids flunked out of where I went to school. And my school wasn't cheap, so there's a lot of parents that lost a lot of money, millions of dollars. So I don't know. I used to play all the video games. I really liked.
I don't play it. It's all statistics and numbers, and I bet on it.
Anyway, back to what I was saying. I would love to do hockey and soccer. I'd love to understand CFL because I love football. But the thing about CFL is you can the shifts and all that. It's like arena football with 3 downs.
Yes, it's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, Johnny Manziel that's the only place that would accept him. So that's also another negative because Baker Mayfield's he's headed there shortly. A big mouth. The Browns are Myles Garrett's gonna knock him 3 feet into the turf.
I'm close to betting the under in that game. Yeah. If only it wasn't 42, which was a extremely low number.
I don't know. We're going to talk about that too. I still haven't picked my 5th Circa bet. Also hope I don't have a problem with the app because if I go across the river and go over on the in Nevada where it is, my thing was, I'm going to put him in on Friday. Well, today got super busy, and I could drive to Vegas tomorrow. It's only an hour and a half, but I'd much rather just drive 15 minutes and use my app. So
yeah.
Well, if it doesn't work, then you drive the extra hour and you're fine. Put them in.
It's worth it.
Oh no shit! What did they? So I was reading they you're not disqualified. They don't put the picks in, but you're not disqualified.
You pretty much start off 0-5, and
it's like if you went 0-5.
No, well, yes and no. It's like you went 0-5, but you're not eligible for the booby prize, which is the worst record. So
the booby prize?
Yeah, it's last place.
It's last place. Yeah, but you can't buy in and then not pick and get the booby prize.
What's the booby prize? How much is it?
I think it's per quarter, and I think it's like $10,000 or something if you get the bottom.
The worst record.
The worst record.
All right. Well, we've got another guest. One of Houston's finest, all-around capper, Best sports MLB for sure. He'll argue that. But anyway, Marley Betts, what's up, dude?
What's going on, man? Appreciate the intro. What's going on, fellas? Earl Sports, how y'all doing, man?
No problem.
Good.
So you have your first. We're going to switch gears. I mean, this is the thing about this show. This is why I want an open forum. I don't want to have to stick to a schedule. We were just going over what baseball plays we have. We can do that, or we can talk about your Little League team. Don't you have a game tomorrow?
I do have a game tomorrow.
What's the spread?
Can you see that?
Total?
What's the spread?
The Cobras.
We should be favored by like 14, but we're going to cover.
I watched one of your videos on Twitter. Those little kids are fast as fuck. Like they're like little ants. Zoom, 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 and I'm like,
my
whoa.
kids are so big compared to like other teams.
There were some
like,
big ones, yeah.
Like I got 8-year-olds that look like they're 10. I got a guy. I'm gonna take a picture of him and post it one day. I got a defensive tackle that like should be playing like 2 levels up. Some of my kids are unfair. I don't have to do much, man. My job is just to put the guys in the right position. Like that's how easy it is this year. So 30-0 was our first game. I expect maybe not quite the same. 20-0, 21-0. I don't know. I'm the defensive coach. Dude. I don't like giving up points at all. So
I think that's awesome. I also like that you're not like your teams aren't actual team names like the Cowboys, like in like baseball Little League where you have like the Red Sox and all that. Like and you have your own emblem and colors and all that shit.
Oh man, I'm gonna go get something to show you real quick. But we do have like Cowboys. Like I played the Cowboys this weekend. I fucking hate the Cowboys. So
not Texas. That makes sense.
I don't hate this Little League Cowboy team, but I hate the Cowboys. So I'm gonna take it out on this Cowboy team just because they took that name. So somebody who owns that team likes the Cowboys. So pisses me off just that much. So I'm going to beat their ass tomorrow. I'm going to show you something that's real cool. We can talk
sports.
Go ahead. It's sports related. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, so when we say Little League, so for me, it was Pop Warner. I'm talking about football, not Little League baseball. But down in Texas, they take
football seriously.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a full-time job for him. But his colors are dope. They're like neon green and orange. And I'm telling you what, dude, these little fuckers, I don't want to say that because his son's one of them. These little guys are so fast. I'm like, holy crap. I was actually, I'm a big dude now, but I was a fast kid. And these guys are like lightning quick.
So, I don't know if you're going to be able to make it out, but
you guys get a belt like.
So I ordered this belt.
Turnover belt.
There we go.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Turnover belt. It says Cobras. It has the SC on it there. The SC. Oh, you can't really see it because of the light. But so me and like the couple, it was my idea, but I got my coaches. I was like, man, let's get the kids a turnover belt, bro. So like, Miami has the turnover chain.
Yeah.
And one of our other levels
now has a turnover slot machine.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? Everybody has chains. I'm gonna get a belt.
That's cool.
Break it out for my kids.
We got speaking of belts, we got copyrighted last week because of a clip I showed of the Ultimate Warrior's intro song. You remember the Ultimate Warrior?
Yeah, you can only do like 10 seconds, bro, and then they won't do it. They won't copyright you. But if you do
they'll get you real quick.
Yeah, dude, I don't even think it can be 10 seconds. It might can be like 5 seconds or something.
I've got all sorts of good I got one for Moose. I can't wait. In fact, I'm going to have a new one for Moose every show because that guy's,
Hey, I was thinking about doing that, like having some drops. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, you haven't seen, you saw the one about a Hammer Poop who isn't coming on today.
Oh, no poop?
No, he's doing, I'll give the Fade You Sports is doing a podcast right now, but they do it to where you can listen to it later on like Spotify and stuff.
Fancy.
So him and Kmart are doing that. Chris might show up later on, but I don't think he doesn't have like a setup like we do, a place to go to do it. So that's why he's always on his phone. He was in his car he was buckled into his car drinking a beer.
I had to do it for my car before too. Before I got my little setup, bro.
Oh yeah,
I used to do it literally.
I remember doing car videos.
You guys have seen my car videos, my car studio. I have another.
I remember back in my when I did my gaming channel, I had a couple of had a couple of like streams and stuff from like the parking lot of the school I went to, and with my work uniform on, ready to go right into work later on. So no, I've done plenty of those car streams before. That's definitely interesting.
Hey, so Marley, we're gonna do, because you only have like 30, 45 minutes. We were gonna do
let's jump into whatever.
NFL, but I want to get your opinion on two games. One, because you're from Houston, for the NFL, but I also at the end, which I didn't do last time, is you get 1 to 3 plays, official plays. Oh, by the way, I didn't say that, but we're going to keep records. So the record last Friday was 10-6, 62.5%. I'm keeping track of the units and the odds, and we're up 3.5 units, which is really good. And for Tuesday's show, we had 16 plays. The only 2 that have gone off all the way were baseball plays. One was a plus 220 play that Nick or Tim gave, and then I gave the Washington team total over. So we're already 2-0.
Yeah, mine pushed. I gave the first 5 for the Nationals out, and that one pushed. But
you gave me the full game, didn't you? I put the full game up.
No, I gave out first 5.
Okay, well, we'll correct that. That's fine.
I should have taken a full game, but it is what it is. And then last week I went 3-0, and I gave out a plus 175 for college football last week. So
2-1.
Gave out the Ohio Bobcats straight up against FAU.
Okay, so what's your opinion on Jameis Winston? You're on mute, buddy.
Nice fucking play, man. I took FAU first half covered, then took them full game and fucking lost. Like, I don't know what I was doing. Terrible call.
All right, we'll do the NFL, but first I'm going to do a little intro. Here's one of those drops. See if you know. Well, I said who it was, but this is just fucking hilarious.
And who else is going to be able to step up to make some plays? So, to me, I view Jameis Winston as the favorite. I think he almost has to lose this job.
Did you see
goat right there? That's a fucking goat right there.
You want to see it again?
Yeah, let me see it again. Who the fuck is that?
Who else is going to be able to step up to make some plays? So, to me, I view Jameis Winston as the favorite. I think he almost has to lose this job.
Was that Jameis?
Yeah, dude, that fucking goofball, man.
Gotta eat those.
Yeah, that's what everyone thought it was going to be when I said it was going to be that. But he's just like
I love Jameis though.
I
love
player of the year.
I like to make fun of him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I love his takes.
Yeah.
Like when he was, me and my boy, we call him King Crab because you know he stole the crab legs
appropriately. Yeah,
So we call him King Crab. I love hearing him talk though. His interviews are like the fucking best.
Yeah, that's all good. But, you know, it's funny. Moose was on here defending him stealing the crab because he said that the NCAA colleges don't feed their players up to standard. I'll tell you what. I remember with those effers ate when I went to school. I mean, granted, they were like national champions, but they had their own cafeteria. They had their own.
Oh, I'm sure it is fucking decked. Dude, I went to a small D3. Well, it's not D3 anymore, but a small D3 school. And yeah, they don't feed you probably like you should, but if it's like for the way I remember it anyway, I'm sure it's way better in Florida State. I just went to East Texas Baptist.
Yeah, I ain't buying that. And by the way,
like the calf is like a buffet. You can eat as much as you fucking want, and you get like 3 times to go in a day. 3 times a day, and you can pig out. And if you choose not to sit inside the calf, you can get as much as you can on a to-go plate, as much as you can. So I'm sure Florida State has it like 20 times better than East Texas Baptist. So
yeah, I mean, I remember like the regular eating halls or dining halls were kind of like a Golden Corral level. And then I stayed in a dorm. It was a brand new dorm they had just built. There were suites, and I was lucky enough. I put it in a lottery and I got it. They had a legit like made to order places. Like things have gotten way different now. You guys probably at ECU have that kind of thing, but there's
the dining hall. You get a certain amount of pirate meals or whatever, and you go in.
I don't order those anymore because
they're expensive.
Yeah, it's like an extra like $2,000 a semester.
Yeah. Well, anyways, enough about that. I just want to show I have some other drops here that I might put in there. They'll just pop up here and there. But let's talk about my dilemma. My show. I'll talk about me.
Yeah.
I have the Circa contest that I'm in. The boys already have their pick in. I got to put them in tomorrow before 4 p.m. Eastern. Mm-hmm. And the one pick that I'm debating over is I'm either taking the Saints or minus 5.5, or I'm thinking about taking the Texans getting a touchdown. And the reason why, I mean, it's Indianapolis. First of all, I think they're overrated. One of the two, Tim has a ticket. Tim has a ticket for them to win the Super Bowl. That could happen too, but they do not cover spreads in opening games.
That can't happen.
Well, they don't cover spreads. It's like 20. What is it? It's like 30%.
It was 1-11 on opening games.
Well, even further back than that, yeah.
Well, that was with Wentz, in all fairness to Ryan.
That was with, the last 12 years was with Andrew Luck.
12 years. I'm sorry.
Andrew Luck,
opening game.
Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers, and Carson Wentz.
Right.
And you're not going to convince me that this year, right now, this second, that Ryan's a step up from Carson Wentz. I mean, as far as ability-wise and old man Ryan, I mean, they're probably a wash, but
they're probably about the same.
I know you guys are on the Saints, but Marley, if you had to pick one of those games, which one would it be and why?
Okay, full disclosure, I'm definitely on the Saints. I love that play. I think Winston is going to have a better season than most people think. I know everybody likes to harp on the 30 interceptions that he threw in Tampa, but the guy did throw 30 touchdowns. He did throw for
a while.
Was it over 4,000? No, probably like 3,500 yards that season. I'm not sure if it was quite starter. I mean, I don't expect him to make the turnovers. He's not going to throw 30 turnovers again, right?
No.
I don't believe he will. You got Michael Thomas back. I know he's been hurt for 2 years. I think people forget, like, when he was healthy, at the time he was healthy. Remember, he signed that first $100 million contract. He was like the best wide receiver in the game at that time. Doesn't drop many balls at all. So if Jameis can just get it there, and I think he can, especially against the Falcons. I mean, who are we talking about? Are we talking about Mariota or are we talking about Ritter? Probably going to Mariota. Even outside of Pitts, who is he throwing the ball to? Who's the running back? So, like, I just don't like anything.
And one of their bigger offensive weapons, I think they lost him in the offseason with Cordero Patterson.
And they lost Calvin Ridley. No, not Calvin Ridley. Yeah, Calvin Ridley.
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah,
he's the one they gambled $1,500 and sacrificed a year.
Fucking
Cordell Patterson's still on the team.
Yeah, but I don't even give a shit if Cordell Patterson is on the team.
No, I feel that. I feel this is how I feel about Mariota.
He's a solid player, though. I don't want to take nothing away from him.
No, he is. So is Calvin Ridley. And by the way, what a stupid reason to get.
I mean Kenny Pitts is like, he's legit, but what else do they got? So I definitely like Atlanta. And as far as the Colts go, I'm a homer, but I'm a realistic homer. I'm not going to tell you my team's going to win the Super Bowl every year when we're not like some.
I will say with that Texans game,
like some other fan bases, we're not going to name any names
in Texas that we're not going to name. Yeah.
The thing is with the Colts, we mentioned earlier, I have a ticket for them to win the Super Bowl. I would take the Texans this week.
So this is my deal with that.
That's what here's my dilemma with both situations. The Saints.
I can see the Colts win by 4.
The Saints are so much better than the Falcons. I'm not as high on the Saints. I also don't think that Marcus Mariota is a bad quarter. I think of him like
I don't think he's a bad quarterback.
He's like Tannehill. He's a game manager that can run a little bit and he can dump off to Pitts, but they're going to be double teaming that guy, so they're going to have to. I also wonder about
no Russell Gage either.
Yeah. I wonder about the Saints and the new coach situation too. That's another.
He's been there. He's been calling plays. Sean Payton didn't call plays last like 3 years.
Well, that is true.
Sean Payton's been a defensive guy. He's not been an offensive guy.
I will say, last year they made some really bad decisions, like putting Ian Book in that garbage pail from Notre Dame. When they didn't have
Ian Book at Notre Dame.
In college, I like Matt Leinart in college.
At Notre Dame.
Yeah. So yeah. But they just didn't. They didn't. I was watching the Saints games and I would scratch my head and say, "What the hell are you guys doing?"
And they almost made the playoffs.
They did.
Yeah.
You
got a deep. I think they did make the playoffs, didn't they?
No. They have a defense.
Just short.
Yeah, that's for sure.
The
But you got a
Eagles
Super
got
Bowl
in.
caliber defense to lean on. I don't know. Now,
Oh yeah, they have an elite defense.
granted,
for
the
sure.
offense isn't elite, but the defense is Super Bowl caliber.
Yeah.
Like
lean on.
I'd be shocked. I don't think the Falcons put more than 14 points.
I can
That's
agree.
generous.
I
can
think
agree.
10. I think 28-10. There's your.
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow.
You
I'm
think
gonna
the Saints get 28? You think Jameis can give you 28?
24-10.
I was thinking
Well, you gotta
21,
think,
24.
What is
21,
this Atlanta's
24.
defense?
What is Atlanta's defense?
What is Atlanta's defense?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see 24-10. Shit, I can see 21-7. I can see 17-7. I mean, like, I
think the under's a decent
I
play,
can see.
too.
I can
think
see
the under's a
24
great
nothing.
I can see that too.
I can see a
that too.
shutout here.
What
I
if
can-
I
I
could
agree.
see 21-17 and losing the bet? Like this is the thing.
How could you see 7? I don't know if I see Atlanta scoring 17.
There could be Atlanta gets one touchdown of their own volition, meaning passing or running, either way. Then there could be a fumble. There could be another touchdown. There's always one you got to account for.
There could be one of those classic Jameis Winston pick sixes.
Yep, and they could also easily get in field goal. I mean,
I don't know. I don't think so. If we remember, before Jameis got hurt, now he didn't score a lot, but he was very careful with the football. They didn't push the ball a lot. I think he's learned since he's been under Sean Payton for 2 years, 3 years or 2 years.
Something
This
like
is the
that.
third year. I think this is the third year, maybe fourth. He's been there. I don't think, like I said, I think we're gonna get more like 15 interceptions versus.
And I think we're going to get a more mature Jameis Winston.
Yeah. Like I said, I think that's all a part of being there, being behind Drew Brees for at least 2. He got at least 2 years to sit behind Drew Brees, watch how he comes to work every day, puts the work in, studies film, goes about practice. Like, he got to see a lot of good habits that he probably didn't have.
Now the big question mark for me will be, and we'll see it on the first game, will Jameis Winston be that more mature guy? Will he throw it into double coverage, or will he find off that dump off option, or rush it for 2 yards and get another down with it, not throw it wanderously? We still have yet to see that, and I'm interested to see it. That being said,
we do. I think we see all of that. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to be Drew Brees, right? He's not.
No,
we're
absolutely
not going to see 3 and 4 touchdowns week in and week out with no interceptions. That's just not who he is. He is a risk taker. But I think what we will see is, because Drew Brees couldn't, he just got up in age. He couldn't push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Last few years. So now with Jameis, you're going to get a lot more explosive plays because he can throw the ball downfield. They did draft Chris Olave out of Florida State.
He's a dude.
So I'm Kamara when healthy. He's a stud. Like I'm with that defense because I mean I find it hard pressed. I'm in agreement with my man Earl over here. I don't know how they score more than 10 to 14 points.
Yeah, it's not as much going after the Saints offense, it's going after the Saints defense.
Right. Razor, what's up, my guy?
Razor in the
chat.
Oh my goodness.
Razor's in the chat.
Razor, if you guys aren't following this guy, you're foolish.
Hey,
He's
Razor,
awesome. He's awesome.
Razor. I got the Vikings beating your Packers this weekend, Razor.
No.
I'm on the Vikings. Call me crazy.
I'm on the Packers.
It's great. The Vikings have all these weapons. Problem is, their defense isn't going to stop anything.
Oh, their defense is going to be terrible. It might be
their defense is going to be terrible. They're going to have to outscore the Packers. I don't know about that.
I don't think the Packers are going to score as much. Kick them off the show. Fuck you, Razor. Hear me out. Packers defense is going to be great.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if it'll be great, but it'll be pretty goddamn good. I think
They'll be one of the best in the league.
I think it'll be one. I would
really
top
5.
I think. Yeah. Okay. We could top 7. We'll say that.
Fair. They'll be up there.
They'll be up there. They'll be a good defense. I think the loss. And I know they got Mr. Aaron Rodgers himself, Mr. Spirituality Aaron Rodgers himself, new guy, right?
Smoke some secondaries,
right? So trust me, I know all about how he's vibing right now. But I feel like Adams was so important. I watched a lot of Packer games. He targets Devontae Adams so fucking much. And the only thing I can think of is like that's who he trusted. And Valdez Scantling is gone. So now we're talking about a whole new cast of characters. I don't think it's only week one. So I'm not saying the Packers aren't going to be good. I agree with you. And Aaron Jones is going to have to eat, Moose. Razor. I'm not saying the Packers aren't going to be good. That's not what I'm saying. I actually still think they win the division. But I do think early on they're going to struggle just because you got a rookie receiver that you're depending on. He has to get caught up to speed. I don't care how many practices you do. It's different in a game time situation. Minnesota is, I believe, third. They have like the second or third best home ATS record in football over the last like 2 to 3 years. They're very good at home. You get a healthy Dalvin Cook. Y'all already talked about the offense. We know
Dalvin Cook's solid.
The offense is capable of scoring with Aaron Rodgers.
Correct.
Now, defensively, right? I just think Aaron Rodgers is going to take a little step back, just a couple games, like 3 to 4 games, until you got the receivers that can adjust, until he has a little bit more trust in those receivers. You got Sammy Watkins. He's over the hill. He's new.
But he's week one Sammy Watkins, which is always the best you'll ever see. And then he'll fall off after that.
I just think it's going to take some time while the Packers are – I mean, Jesus, Razor, they're like a 2-point favorite. I mean, you know, heavy
favorites, though.
They are.
They should be picking them.
The answer to that question is because Aaron Rodgers. That's the answer. They're favorite because of Aaron Rodgers.
I'm looking up the where the Packers are just a slightly above average O-line. I think they're going to have to redefine them. So a couple things. They're going to have to redefine themselves. Number one, Aaron Rodgers is redefining himself, which is going to redefine the team. This guy's like the Beatles after they went to India and all their music started getting trippy and shit. And they had he's doing podcasts on Joe Rogan, smoking cigars. He's talking about doing all sorts of psychedelic drugs.
He's not worried about the Vikings.
Well,
I'm not worried about
it. You better worry about the Vikings. Here's the deal. I watched questionable decision-making for Aaron Rodgers, who usually makes great decisions against that Niner in the Niner game. He's part of the reason why they lost, in all honesty, to the 49ers. He didn't play a great game. And he is one of the best quarterbacks of our era. He's definitely, a Hall of Famer, but I do think he takes a step back. I think his mind's in a different place. He's getting weird, okay? And he's not going to have the wide receivers, but they have two absolute dudes at running back, probably 2 of the top 5 tandems. And they're going to have to figure out more of a trickier running game. That's why I was looking at their O-line. Their O-line's this site's ranking them at 11. So it's not going to it shouldn't be the Aaron Rodgers of old, because if they try to play call like they used to play call for Aaron Rodgers, it's going to fail. He doesn't have the weapons like he used to have or has had.
That's my thing. I respect the Packers D. I think they're top 7.
They are for sure. I think they're top 5.
They're legit.
I just think here's the deal. The Vikings have a top 3 offense. They're a fantasy football starting lineup. I mean, they've got 2 wide receiver ones. They've got a quarterback who people don't like, but he's like Romo. He passes. Look at his
If you just look at the numbers test, he passes the numbers test.
And Dalvin Cook, didn't forget about him. They've got just they're going to score points. I'm on the over, first of all, but
the Packers D scared me a little bit. What's that total like?
That total's not like 46.5. I'm going to bet the over.
Yeah, I like it. I like the over more than definitely more than the other. I agree with you too, Nathan. Hell yeah, Ravens full spread. It went down. That's the crazy thing. It's at 6.5 now.
It's at 6.
Love the Ravens. Don't like them. Don't
straight up.
Really?
Yeah. Really? Team total under and the full game under.
There's no way.
It's gonna be death by 5-yard runs for the Baltimore Ravens.
They're gonna beat the shit out of the fucking Jets. Oh my god.
Well, the Ravens are
they went to 6 team. Actually.
Yep, I agree with that.
6.5 plus 100. That's crazy.
Ravens are gonna be
Ravens are gonna be good this year if they're healthy.
Jets.
They won 7 games. They won 7 games last year with their 4th string running back and their second string quarterback playing injured.
Well, I mean, before Lamar Jackson got hurt, even though everybody else was hurt, I think they were in first place in the division.
And their backup quarterback was just Huntley, which Huntley's no longer part of the team, but
they released Huntley?
Yeah.
After the preseason? I mean, I seen them playing in the preseason.
I don't think they did. Ravens depth chart. We can look it up.
I seen them playing in the preseason for sure, unless they did it after the preseason.
No, he's there. In fact,
I was gonna say Lamar Jackson's deal's not done. They bet not fucking release him.
That's all smoke and mirrors. I think they're doing that for publicity. It's kind of like, oh, we finally got the deal done. Let's get hyped up and go. He's not going anywhere. You think Lamar Jackson's gonna not play?
The deal is not done.
Well, do you think he's not gonna play?
He said no, he's gonna play. He said he was gonna play.
They're gonna get it done tomorrow. You wait and see.
No, he said today's the last day. He's not negotiating anymore.
Well, we'll see. Tyler Huntley is the second string quarterback. They don't have a third one listed, which means
it may have been Huntley. It may have been Huntley that they got rid of, not Huntley or whatever. One of the two they got rid of.
Tyler Huntley, the guy from UCLA.
Yeah, they got rid of one of the guys. They sound the same.
I don't know. I'm high on him. I like Dobbins.
Yep.
Dobbins going to play?
He's not going to play this game though. I think he's hurt.
I was going to say I drafted him on my fantasy team, so I don't think he's playing week 1.
Oh, he's questionable. You're right.
But they picked up Kenyon Drake.
Mark Andrews. Yeah, they do. They have Kenyon Drake, but they've got Mike Davis and a guy named Justice.
That offense doesn't matter who's at running.
Justice Hill is
it doesn't. That's my point. It also kind of doesn't matter who's at quarterback. This is the team that won 2 Super Bowls. Granted, it was 20 years ago. You have to have a quarterback to win a Super Bowl. We know this, right? Trent Dilfer and Joe Flacco.
Joe Flacco's elite.
He's not elite. He never was. That's a whole different conversation. He had a 10-game spread. A 10-game spread that year. He's elite.
He had a 10.
I was joking.
He had a 10-game span where he was elite, and then he got lucky because he won a Super Bowl, and then his contract was there, and then he got paid. And then what did he do after that? Nothing.
Shit.
Yeah.
That defense was still pretty good too.
The Ravens are historically. I mean, are you kidding me? They're good now.
I'm all over the Ravens.
They're good now, and they're not as. The only reason why people aren't
talking
about.
I think it's a 3-team race in the AFC: Ravens, Chiefs, and Bills.
And who?
Bills, Ravens, Chiefs.
The Bills are by far the best team in the AFC, but I don't disagree with either of those teams. Chiefs win the West. A lot of people are going to say, "Oh, this, that, or the other about
Raiders."
The Broncos."
I like the Raiders.
What did the Raiders do? They got one guy. That's it.
Who?
And they made the playoffs
They
last
got a
year.
bunch of guys. What's the one? They talking about Adams. They still got Waco. They got Waller. Carr's a good quarterback.
No. I'm saying they got the addition. Like they only got one.
Oh no, they got a defense. They got Chandler Jones. Who did they get?
The guy was on Arizona.
Yeah. They got somebody else to go on the opposite side of Crosby.
And the way that I looked at the Raiders this year, look what they did last year. They were a 10-7 team. They made the playoffs, dealing with firing a coach, having one of your wide receivers high-speed chase. I have my Jets jersey on now, yes, but we have jerseys for 28 out of the 32 teams. Not being a homer necessarily. This Raiders team is going to be a lot better than people think.
I agree.
I think
they're like my little sleeper team, honestly.
I think the overhyped team is going to be the Chargers.
I think the Chiefs
and the Broncos.
I think the Chiefs.
Broncos for sure. What did they got a quarterback? Great.
That's what they needed. But
Seahawks money line week 1.
I don't buy the hype train. Well, the Chargers are. I don't know.
The Chargers are legit.
Hype, but they're good. They're going to be good. But their coach, their coach do stupid shit.
I think that the Chiefs win the division, but there's value on the Chargers to win the division.
We're gonna see all these people. I think it's kind of dopey logic that Tyreek Hill made so much of Patrick Mahomes. You can't. This is a guy that throws like behind his back and no looks all the time. That's not. I mean, he threw the deep ball to Tyreek Hill, but what about all that other special jazz that he does? I mean, no one has ever done it, and I mean,
Tyreek Hill changed the coverage, but I agree with you.
He's the most athletic or most. I'm going to say combining athleticism with brain power and just he's incredible. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks ever, not because of accomplishments, but of being a quarterback, watching him play.
So I agree, but dude, Tyreek Hill, like what he made defenses do from a coverage standpoint is what
Good point.
make them.
Good point.
Because you have to have somebody over the top. Like they had to like pretty much like bracket him in a certain way. Like you can't play man. You know what I'm saying? It's like certain shit they couldn't do in certain defenses they couldn't run simply because of where Tyreek Hill was lined up. So I don't know if it's gonna make. I still think they're gonna be elite. I still think Patrick Mahomes is elite, but I don't want to take nothing from. He's going to get a lot of different looks that he probably hasn't seen. So,
but you don't think that Andy Reid, who is one of the best offensive coaches ever to coach the game, is going to know that and coach the shit? He's like Bill Belichick on defense. He's a wizard on offense. I mean, he's going to figure it out.
No. I believe in Andy Reid. I mean, you know, since his Philly days.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just going to see a different Patrick Mahomes this year.
Nick,
I think they're going to shoot the ball out. I think they're going to be fine. They're not just going to be able to one play deep downfield like normal. They're going to have to.
They might find the guy. You don't know. That Hardman guy is pretty quick, isn't he?
He's not. Dude, Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill's on a level playing to himself.
On a level by himself. I seen him run Hartman down from behind. Hartman caught a deep pass and he was going to score. And Tyreek Hill was behind him, and he just ran his ass down and got in front of him in the game.
You know who Tyreek Hill reminds me of, even though he's a lot taller than him, maybe not a lot taller. The way he runs and just how quick he looks is Darren Sproles. He had that speed where you just look at him and be like, wait a minute, this guy's that quick? Now, Darren Sproles was Mighty Mouse. You know, he was so small that it was freakish. But that kind of speed where guys were like, oh, this guy's that fast. I underestimated him. And Tyreek Hill is one of the fastest guys in the NFL. Problem is, he went to a stinky quarterback. No, that's another.
He went to the wrong quarterback in order to do that type of offense.
Well, he went to get his money. You know, he already got the ring.
Did you see that freaking video of Tua? It wasn't an official practice, but trying to hit targets and he couldn't hit them.
No.
Look up YouTube like Tua.
I'm not big on Tua anyway.
I think the Dolphins are one of the more overrated teams.
He's a product of the school he went to.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think he's going to be. Apparently, he can't throw the deep ball. He can't. He doesn't have arm strength. So
no, he does not.
Well, good job having the other dudes fast too.
Waddle.
I drafted him in my fantasy.
I mean, the offense is there for the taking. They just need to. They went and got running backs. They got the receivers. Like it's all on Tua. Tua has to perform.
See, I'm comparing a little bit the Dolphins with the Raiders, with their offseason, because I look at them, I'm like, congratulations, you got a good wide receiver. What else? What else do you like? Does that
the Raiders are a lot? Raiders are a lot more.
The Raiders have a way better team, though. I mean, we talk about a team that made the playoffs last year.
Yeah, Nick, you can't make that comparison.
A team who's in a tougher division, in my estimation.
The AFC West is going to cannibalize each other.
Yeah, agreed.
They'll get. I think they might get 3. I think they get 3.
I don't know.
In order for that to happen, those teams got to go like 2-2 against each other.
Ready? And this may be a hot take or whatever. I think that the AFC North gets 3 teams before the AFC West does.
Yeah, that's not a hot take at all. I think the Steelers are definitely live to make the
Jets. Love the Steelers. Love the Steelers to make the playoffs.
Go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
let's go, Jim.
Okay,
Tim, you got to lay off the crack, please. That's a little much.
I don't like the taste of crack, but it smells good.
You know what's horrible? You know, like my I don't know if your parents or your moms or whatever. My mom just texted me, say that they watch your shows and stuff. So, and she doesn't care if I swear and all that. But now she has my 8 or 9-year-old nephew watching the show. So now we got to really watch. There's no.
Well, the Steve Earle guy in the chat, that's my dad.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he showed up earlier.
He's like, wow, just blowing by my comments.
I thought honestly, okay, all right. Well, I have a question about that because I thought that maybe was made up account.
No. That's
my
my
wife doesn't even watch the show.
Well, your kids have run in on the show asking you all sorts of shit, man.
I let them run in though. I'm cool with that. I let them.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's cool, whatever. My
what was the last time?
My brother doesn't watch the show, and yet he calls me every day asking me for my picks.
Yeah. Oh, we have another guest here.
Who is it?
One of our favorites. We all love him. Who Bangin' Sports? Big Boss.
Big Boss?
What up? Hey, man, you put me in here with this guy over here, Marley, man.
Hey,
don't y'all know what happens when you put me and Marley in the building together?
What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. The same thing that SEC did to everybody this past Saturday. That's what happened.
Hey, man, I was really hoping that Notre Dame pulled off an upset just so I can see. I can see if we can get that third spot. You know, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. I wanted that to be Alabama, Georgia, Notre Dame.
Why?
But now that it's all over with,
against Georgia again?
Can we get the fourth spot? Can it be Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Notre Dame?
Notre Dame would not want the 4th spot and to play Alabama. No, you guys would lose 56-3.
Oh no!
There we go.
No! You gotta watch the shows. My man Marley says college football goes Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State,
and everyone else.
Everybody else is trash.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
If Marley took off his shirt, or actually, and this sound weird. If he took off his pants and showed you his chonies, he's got SEC boxers for sure. This guy in the closet. You know what I'm talking about. You love SEC. You're Mr. SEC.
I'm pretty sure
best brand of football. That's all I think.
I'm pretty sure he got a Roll Tide tattoo on his ankle too.
Yeah,
it's a Roll Tide on his ankle.
Oh man, I hate Alabama. Honestly, I mean, I bet on them because they cover, but I'm so tired of seeing their ass.
I will say this, guys. I will say this. Two things. One is
Texas.
I agree. Those 3 teams are by far the best. Why have Texas?
Ready?
Texas doesn't cover.
Oh, I'm gonna have.
We're gonna get there, guys. But let's touch on Notre Dame because Big Boss is here. Everyone was so high on Ohio State. I had Notre Dame in the points, and when they were winning at halftime, I got a 12-point middle to bet Ohio State in the second half. So I won both bets. I smashed the shit out of it.
Good work.
Yeah,
good work, man.
Yeah, I took Notre Dame. I gave it out on. I think I gave it out on Boston show. If I'm not
mistaken. Yeah, you went 3-0 on the Boston sauce, man. You know,
I did better on your show.
I might talk a lot of smack with my man Marty, but it's because I love you, man.
Oh yeah, baby, it's all love, dog. It's all definitely. I take it no other way than love.
Exactly.
It's all love. But yeah, back on Notre Dame, man. If they find a quarterback, man, they gonna be all right. They just got inexperience, but and that's what I said on Boston show. Like, I believe in Freeman the way these kids believe in Freeman. And he had that defense. He had the defense playing. You know what I'm saying? I think that's gonna continue. It's just a matter of, can they find some offense some kind of way?
Hey, Tyler Buckner's gonna be Rudy at quarterback.
He got to be.
That's all. He's one of them Rudy type of guys. Like, any
little
dude like
that.
You
can't get the 4th spot after losing.
Hey, any little dude like that running head first into Ohio State players like it wasn't nothing. Head, chin, body, chest, side. He was throwing his body all over the place.
Did he get some games last year? Did he come in for?
He got a little run.
What game was that? Wisconsin? Nah, not Wisconsin. Yeah, he came in for like a big game last year, and I thought he played all right. I actually like him. It's just, he's young, inexperienced. He's not ready to beat the big guys. The defense is. I think the defense can play with him, but I like what I saw at Notre Dame, man. Freeman is making me like Notre Dame. Other than that, I hate that school.
The numbers on the defense really wasn't that well, though. If you peel it back a little bit, we gave up. I got it in my notes right here.
They looked good. The first half, they looked real.
But I mean, I'm considering that this team, Ohio State, was supposed to be one of the top 2-3 best offenses in the league this year.
You got to.
But that's because you blinded. You blinded.
I'm not blinded. That's what the expert said.
You got to keep in mind it's week 1. If this game was week 7, Ohio State probably could have put up 40. This is the first week of the year.
Yeah, that too.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
I kind of agree.
I feel like if this game was not week 1, if it was week, say, 6, 7, when they have a couple games underneath their belt, Ohio State probably scores 40.
Not true. I'm going to tell you why it's not true. Because every year Ohio State loses to some weak Nebraska or just anybody in the mid part of it, especially between the 5th and the 7th game of the season. That's when they're at their best to actually slip up and lose a game. They're not ready to play that game against Notre Dame with that defense at that part of the season. I wouldn't – you can't say that Ohio State runs it up on – different teams. They don't just run it up on anybody like that.
I think they averaged 40 last year or 39.
You gotta bring your A game and square up with Notre Dame. You can beat Alabama, they can beat our ass and everything. But you gotta bring your A game and square up with Notre Dame.
If you're who? If
anybody,
you're like
anybody. No, every teams take a week off prior to having to come play
Notre Dame would be like
all the
the
time.
4th best team in the maybe 5th best team in the SEC.
Hey, they said we couldn't play in the ACC. They threw us in the ACC, and what did we do?
Who's in the ACC? Wake
I'm just saying. You throw us in the SEC, we're going to adapt as well.
Clemson.
That's what the ACC is. It's Clemson, and then sometimes you'll have 1 or 2 teams pop up. Like last year, it was.
I don't think Clemson's winning the ACC this year.
North Carolina.
They might not.
Their quarterback.
I picked NC State to win.
Yeah, they're my dark horse too.
I'm saying NC State this year.
EJ Ooga Booga, whatever his name is, he is trash, dude. He is trash. He's had more touchdowns.
Hey, but their D-line though.
Their defense is elite.
Their defense.
I saw it in person last week. That's an elite defense.
Their D-line is legit.
Yeah, an elite defense versus that freaking team. Who cares? We'll see.
I mean, I took NC State. I picked them to win.
I think NC State is good. I also think if Pitt figured things out on defense, I'm a big Keaton Slovis fan. I know I'm a USC guy.
I'm on Pitt this week against Tennessee.
You're on Pitt?
Yeah. I like the over.
I like the over big time.
Too many points.
Big time.
I like the over, but I think Tennessee wins that game. West Virginia put up 30. Tennessee's going to put up 40 or 50.
I like Tennessee minus the 6.5.
You like
that's on some old big boy ball versus little boy ball.
Yeah, big boy.
Because if you think about the skill set of Tennessee and Pitt, they both skill set is just about the same. It's just Tennessee is just a class different than Pitt, and Josh Heupel really got those guys really buying into what he do over there. Yep. I think he gets past Narduzio. Narduzio in his 8th year, man. Them kids listen when they want, and some of them drift off or whatever. Josh Heupel's in his 2nd year. He's fired up. He's gaining respect with the fans, the school, the kids. So I think this is. I think if you think about it, I think Tennessee takes this as a way bigger game than Pitt. Because Tennessee's trying to make sure they complete at least being like 4-5-0 or at least to their next best SEC opponent. So I think Tennessee gonna run away with that one right there. The books may make it look close right here, just so they can have bets on both sides. But it almost seems clear to me that Tennessee's gonna run away with this one.
It's possible. I think if you watched this game's going to be a lot like if you watched Purdue, Tennessee in the last year. I don't know if it was the bowl game. I think it was the bowl game. It was a shootout to the end.
I had Tennessee there.
I had Tennessee too. This is going to be that type of game. Hendon Hunter, is that the guy, the quarterback for Tennessee? Hunter Hendon.
Yeah, Hendon Hunter.
Yeah, whatever his name is. He's a better version of Malik Cunningham, in my opinion. Everyone likes Malik Cunningham.
I think he's better.
Yeah, me too. And he's the same type of guy, big, lanky, a guy that can throw and run. I like that game. But here's what we're going to do. We'll switch out at NFL. And I know Marley doesn't have much time. What we've been doing is we do official bets. 1 to 3, everyone gets 1 to 3, whatever sport they want. But Big Boss, just so you know, last Friday we went 10-6. We won 3.5 units. We're kind of killing it. And I want to ask Marley, because I kind of know I did the college football show with you, so I kind of know where you're at with a lot of stuff. But give me 1 to 3 plays that are something you like, and kind of give a little explanation of what you're liking.
All right, I'll go with one I just said. I think the over in the Tennessee Pitt
I can definitely get behind that.
I think that's a fucking fucking lock. I think
You
it's
can
at
steal
60.
one of mine. That's okay.
Okay, my bad, my brother.
No. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think it's 61.5 the last I saw it, something like
Yeah.
that. I think this game goes
64 and a
well.
half is what I'm saying.
It went up. I think I'll still take it at 64.5. I think this game gets probably closer to 70, higher 60s. Just both offenses are explosive. Both defenses are suspect. Like you said, Hendon Hooker and that offense, Big Boss summed it all up with Tennessee and Heichel and the way those kids believe in that offense. I think they averaged close to the over 30 points last game. I don't got all my notes in front of me, but I'm all over that. I'm all over. I'll give you another one. I'm all over. I'm all over the Ravens minus the 6. Obviously, there's no. I'm sorry, Tim. I know. I see you got the Jets jersey on, but no Wilson. I don't know exactly
You got
what's
Joe Flacco
doing right now.
Well,
I just think
who is in there? Hold on a second.
that
So
guy.
my best work right there.
Right guy, that guy. He's not going to be there. I just think this Ravens team is poised to be dominant. Before they had even with the injuries, before Lamar Jackson got hurt, with no running backs, no receivers, this team still was first place in their division. Lamar Jackson was still in the running for an MVP candidate. Now you're getting full team healthy. I don't think they're not going to be able to stop this run game. Just defense isn't quite there yet. I do like Sauce. We'll see what he's about. But I'm all over the Ravens here. Let's see. Can I give you one more that I'm in love with as I'm scrolling? I'm gonna give you one that can go either way, but I believe in it. Give me Baylor money line.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Take another one of mine, why don't you?
No.
Hey, my wife's calling. Hold on real quick. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, buddy. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. Shout out where you're at. Give us a plug, whatever you want. Oh, he's on the phone. Wait for him.
I could bust mines real quick, man, because I gotta dip and dive too, man. Yeah. It's Friday night.
I'm out of here, boss. I'm out of here. Hey,
no.
I will be back next week, Dave. I love doing this with you guys.
Plug your shit right now. Plug your shit.
Brothers and Bets, y'all see it right here. I am Marley Betts. That's my Twitter. My show, Brothers and Bets, Tuesdays and Wednesdays for NFL, Tuesdays for college. Also, catch me right here on Fridays with the homie Picks from Dave. See you guys next week.
Thanks for coming, buddy.
All right, holla at you, Marley.
For sure, boss. I'll be in touch, my brother.
For sure.
All right, guys. Earl Sports. See you guys next week.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. You're up.
All right, I'm gonna give a hot two, man. I'm gonna give a hot two, and they're gonna be heartfelt. These are my two most heartfelt bets. First, we already talked about it, but I like taking Marshall plus the 20.5 versus Notre Dame. With Notre Dame's offense, I dare them to beat somebody by 3 touchdowns. As a fan, if you beat them by 3 touchdowns, I can't even be mad at losing my money because it shows progress in the offense. Maybe Tyler Buckner is the guy. Maybe we do get the running going. I mean, we played Ohio State, some of the best in the trenches on both sides of the ball. We're in a situation where we may win the trenches right here, but I do think with the passing attack and the numbers that Notre Dame put up overall on defense, 220-something in the air and 170-something on the ground they allowed on defense despite a stellar performance versus a great team like Ohio State. I think Marshall finds some spots just because they're offense, pass-heavy type offense. I think they could bust through, score a couple touchdowns. I lean the over, but I'm taking Marshall plus the 20.5. And then this other one, man, many groomed is kind of hard, like myself, like when I've been in the room with such groomed cappers and I know the rules, right? It's kind of hard to lay a lot of wood right here, but it's kind of heartfelt to take Air Force over Colorado minus 17.5. It's a couple edges that I had in some previews of the Air Force that looks good going forward. And I don't think by no means Colorado can hang with the running attack. They gave up 235 yards on the ground last week, and then they turn around. They got to play the triple option team like Air Force, who is one of the best to do it because they actually can have a passer on 3rd and 6 in the Zeke Daniels and the wide receiver Givens. So they got targets in action to beat you on 3rd down. You know, once that ship get to going downhill, running the ball versus you, sometimes it ain't no breaks. So if you gave up 235 to I think it was TCU last week, no way are you ready to see Hadiq Daniels and the way that they run this triple option. So I think that they really run the scoreboard up on that. I'm off the total because I think Air Force probably could complete the total like it is. Air Force is a tuned team. They don't mind running the ball up because they're going to run the ball. So if you let them bust 360-yarders or 560-yarders, whatever, they're going to just keep doing it. They don't care that they beat you 62-2 or whatever. Yeah. So I think
they're military school. They're not going to care. Yeah, military academies are great for that. They don't take their foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not going to take their foot off the pedal. So I'm on Air Force, and I think Air Force is going to be the number 1 or number 2 team in the Mountain West, especially after what Boise State did last week. Hank Brockmeyer getting set down, but I like the new guy Green though. I'm waiting to see him tonight. As soon as I get off with y'all, I'm going to tune into that game.
I have the under in that game. They're sloppy. Beat Boise State. The last with Chris Peterson back in the day, they were not sloppy. They were crisp, and they gave up 5 turnovers last game. 2 different quarterbacks gave up interceptions, and Oregon State is better than normal, but they're by no means a good team. Boise State is in trouble, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think the new quarterback Green, I think he has a skill set to make a difference because he's way more elusive and athletic than Brockmeyer. And Brockmeyer is just stale potato salad. You know, people talk about it all the time about, players that last 3 years and 5th-year seniors and all that. It could be because they was not that good.
Yes.
Because a good player would have been gone a long time ago.
Like Malik Cunningham. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So when you look at it at that perspective, they say, and Andy Avalos, retarded self, decided out of respect of Brockmeyer, he's going to start Brockmeyer tonight anyway, although Green outplayed them by far in the little bit of time that he was out there. So I'm hoping to see Green hit the field again, but I don't know if that's not the only issue in Boise State. They got issues on defense. They still haven't really – they got Halani back, and they still haven't really gathered the running game or nothing like that. So, and I think – I'm gonna bet this game live, total and side. I'm looking for a spot to take New Mexico because New Mexico had Rocky Long the whole time. He recruited and everything on the defensive side with 3-3-5, and that's a whole different defense. You can't be playing up against that defense. And Rocky Long is one of the founders of that bad boy. So I think that's great. It's just Danny Gonzalez on the other side of New Mexico State. New Mexico. He doesn't do shit. He doesn't put them in great predicaments or nothing.
Score points. They don't score points. If you look at them last year, they got held to single digits near a third of their games or something crazy. And they scored 41 against Maine. So what? That's a Division II team. Who cares?
Yeah, that's the worst thing, man. It's like, he gets the job. He brings in a decent staff to help support him, and then he doesn't do his job. He's supposed to be the offensive guy. And he's not even doing his job. But this is hot seat year right here. I think that he has a lot of returners on offense, and he's gonna maybe get a tad bit better. But this Boise State team may be a little worse than we think, and New Mexico might be able to take advantage of them and backdoor cover this one. But I'm gonna keep taking a look at it and see where I can find a spot. I'm gonna jump in live.
Yeah. I think Tim or Nick's on that game, but I'll go back to your Air Force pick. I don't hate that at all. I like to fade. What's the guy's name? I have it up here. Mike Sanford, the offensive coordinator for Colorado. He's a bum. And by the way, everyone left Colorado. All their players left in the transfer portal. I had them last week just because I thought that was too many points. But the other thing too is the military academies are sneaky because I know that they run the ball and usually they're not dealing with the biggest athletes and that sort of thing. Number one is they're disciplined and coached better than nearly any football team out there. But the second thing is they play with a pace that is like a passing offense. They're so quick. They get up to the ball. They play hurry up. They all do. So there's no reason why Air Force can't cover 3 scores. They definitely can.
Absolutely. That's one of my best bets of the week, man. It's just a natural right there.
Yeah.
It's a beneficiary of my works that I researched going into the season with Air Force. So, it's time to get paid. That's all I gotta say. It's time to get paid. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
And if it don't work, we still on Air Force. I still think they have the most returners coming back in the Mountain West, so they should do well throughout the season. This is out of conference right here, so it's whatever. A lot of people are on Colorado out of class. They thinking like, oh, this is a Power 5 school.
Yeah.
These athletes are this much better or whatever, but we're talking about
Colorado is even a Power 5 school. I thought they were Mountain West for a second. No, they're
Colorado is the worst team. They're the worst team in the Pac-12. They shouldn't even be in the Pac-12.
But
I forgot they were because they're that bad.
Yeah.
Colorado's got.
The Pac-12 sucks in general. So,
hey! Don't be talking about those Pac-12 people. I'm a Notre Dame fan, but I always talk smack about Pac-12 all the time. And all my SC guys around here, I grew up like 3 miles from USC, so all my friends are USC fans. Probably like 3 of us Notre Dame fans over here, man. And,
I went to USC, big boss. So
nice.
That's yeah. But here's the deal. So I
meet you on Frat Road.
Yeah, well, I lived on it for a year. But my whole deal with Notre Dame is I don't feel. So here's the thing: the UCLA rivalry isn't a rivalry. It's always a rivalry to one side. It's always the worst team. It's not a rivalry. It's just they're in the same city. They suck. I've always loved the Notre Dame game. The best Notre Dame game I've ever seen was when I was going to school there. It was the Bush Push and Quinn, and it's so funny to see all those guys. What channel is it where you've got Urban Meyer, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, and Brady Quinn as the color commentary guys up there, and all of those guys during that time period. You had Urban Meyer at Florida winning national championships. We had Leinart and Bush winning national championships, and then you had Quinn competing at Notre Dame, and that's when Notre Dame was an independent and just it's a great rivalry and it's a great school, and I respect Notre Dame. I have no being an SC guy, I have no hate for Notre Dame at all.
Oh man, I'll tell you about that Bush Push game. I'll give you a quick story.
Yeah.
So at the time, I lived maybe blocks away from the Coliseum, right? And I believe at that game they played that game in Notre Dame, but they had a crowd at the Coliseum watching the game live because you could hear them from my house. So every year we did a huge get together with all me and my homies for the Notre Dame game. I had about 22 guys in my house, right? It's about 22 guys in my house, right?
So that's just like a normal
watching
Friday
the game. It was only 4 Notre Dame fans out of 22. Oh, we talking shit the whole game because we played a hell of a game that game.
Oh yeah,
it never should have came down to that, right?
Yeah,
we had last drive. I'll never forget it. All the USC guys was scared and locked in at the same time, right? But after that Bush Push, you would see a whole parade of like 20 people running out of my house in the middle of the street. Yeah. Oh, it was just crazy, man. And ever since that, I've never hosted a Notre Dame SC party again.
I feel you, dude. That season of college football was the best and the worst I've ever. And the reason why I say the best is there were so many different things that happened. I mean, the Fresno State game, the Notre Dame game. The worst was I was in a Lamppost Pizza for the Rose Bowl championship. I didn't go to the game. I had a chance to. I was stupid enough. Two regrets I have. Not going to the Angels World Series, I could have gone. Not going to the Rose Bowl when they played, but I probably would have cried because and I don't know if my mom's still watching this or not, but I got kicked out of a Lamppost Pizza for throwing a beer glass when Vince Young ran into the end zone to wipe us out. So, but that's why being sports lovers and loving the game, loving a team so much, what could you ask for? I mean, that season was just magical for so many reasons. That 05 season.
Hey, that was the slowest run to the touchdown by a quarterback I ever seen. I think. Oh my God. I think in real time it was slow motion.
Yeah, it was. It was just preordained for them to win. But go Texas this week, that's for sure. I think. I hope they cover. I think they cover.
Hey man, but those are my best, man. I gotta bounce out of here. I'm actually talking to y'all on my mic on my laptop instead of my headset.
I feel you.
My headset then went out, and I gotta be on the show in the morning, so I gotta go
Cool.
give me something to have for the morning. But I appreciate the invite, man. I'm always pleasure to be here and hang out with you guys, man. For all the people out there, make sure you follow me at Who Bangin' Sports on YouTube, and also follow me DJ Big Boss on Twitter. We got an exciting NFL show. I'd love for you guys to get involved with this NFL show because no other internet, nothing is doing anything at this time. We're coming on at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon on the West Coast on Sunday, every Sunday. Me and my guy Dom Ricci, West Coast to East Coast. We're coming on. It's going to be about an hour before those morning games start, going into the late games. We're going to be talking how far you came so far with your morning games and where you're going in the late games, maybe even some Sunday night or Monday night. So check us out on Before You Bet, hosted by Don Ricci and myself. We're going to be right here on Who Bangin', man. And I expect all y'all, I want a big crowd over there of guests. So I expect all you guys to come in, represent your Jets, represent your teams, and holler at us, man. Y'all all are welcome.
We love it. Dom's one of the OGs. I talked to Ragu too. Who Bangin' Sports. Definitely go follow them. Check them out. They got a shit ton of stuff going on out there. And Big Boss, I appreciate you coming on, buddy.
One love, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. We're gonna keep busting up the bookies and taking down Vegas, and keep the hope alive for all of us bettors out there, man. Y'all take it easy.
All right, buddy. Take care. All right. Well, when you get a celebrity like that, you kind of got to derail things for a minute. I don't know if you guys follow Who Bangin'. They're I'd say that the old school crowd, a lot of three really super good old school handicapper. These are guys that, they had an actual bookie, that was probably connected to, not very unsavory things. And, they were not part of, but they're in the day of the old dial lines. I don't know if you guys know this. They used to have a guy call you. His name was like Vito. He's like, "Oh, I have hot picks. Give me $3,000. I'll give you my." It was basically buying picks back in the day, but they did it over the phone before the internet existed. This is that type of ilk of cappers, but they've got a lot of knowledge and they've won a lot of money. And they're from all over the place. Dom's from Long Island. He's a big Mets fan.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you know him. Yeah, and then Big Ragu, obviously I think he's from New York, but he lives in Florida. And then obviously Big Boss is from LA. But glad to have those guys here. What are we doing? What's going on right now with our bets? That's what I want to check. What?
The Mets are down 6-3, and then 2 batters in. The Braves hit a 2-run shot. So dog shit.
My D-backs bet is almost dead. The Rockies are up. My Angels bet is way live. There's no score in the 6th. That's gonna cash.
At least Cleveland's up 4-0. And
the Dodgers in a rain delay in San Diego. Yeah, it is raining. I know from family living there and work being there that there's going to be some rain, and it's really strange. It's like 90. We don't have hot rain in Southern California. It happens here in Arizona all the time. In fact, my power was knocked out for 2 days, but it was hot rain in Southern California. Let's do this. Since Terry's not here and I was kind of sandbagging. That guy doesn't want to be a nerd anymore, but that's okay. Alabama, Texas, and I'm not sure if Nathan's still here.
Over. He is. He chatted 8 minutes ago. Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts? I have a play on this game.
I am going to make a play on this game. I was hoping to get 3 touchdowns here. I am going to be on Texas. I'm going to take the points in this one. So long as I get at least 20, I'm going to take it. I've been holding out, hoping for 21 and a half. I'm also going to sprinkle on the money line. I'm going to have like a $5 bet on the money line, but still. I'm going to have a small bet on that. Just at the crazy line that it is. I think that this is a closer game than people think. My power index, I think my power rankings had it at a 12.5.
Me too.
And now, because I used one of yours, one of the ones you recommended to me, and I really like that one. And I just think that 20 is just way too many points for this game. I know it's Alabama. I get it. Cool. They'll probably cover. I'm going to take a shot here with the plus 20, hoping for 21.
Tim, do you agree or disagree, or you have an opinion? Or
there's no way in hell I'm betting Texas. I'm going over. I think Alabama puts at least 55 up on them. Then you don't really need as much from Texas. A 55 to 10 game would be good enough for me, I think. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. And I think that Alabama just rolls. I see no reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, so
I don't think I've seen anybody on Texas other than.
Well, you're gonna hear someone right now. It's one of my favorite,
other than you and I.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite plays, and I have so many freaking pieces of paper.
I feel like that's a trap line because here's Alabama for less than 3 touchdowns. They should blow them out. Come on.
It might be. I think Alabama only gets in trappy lines with bigger games. By the way, a couple things. Let's just start from the top. I think that Alabama might be thinking, look aheads don't happen, but I don't think many people are taking Texas very seriously, and I kind of don't too. But they're still an elite school, an all-time top 10 football school. When they do well, first of all, they're also getting recruits. This is a team that on their down years is still getting 5-star recruits.
I mean, they got who do you call it? They got the Manning.
Arch Manning. Yeah.
Arch Manning.
And why he went there, I don't know, but good for him. But they recruit. I'm not a big Sarkisian fan. I know Sarkisian very well because the only time he ever did really well, it was Saban, I guess, but Saban. He was the offensive coordinator during the SC run, but he went to Washington. He's been with the Raiders. He bumped out Coach Ogeron, who should have been the head coach, was the interim coach at SC. He had that pill popping problem, which is a personal issue. It had nothing to do with football, but I'm not a big fan of him. But you've got a guy quarterback who's new, but as good a prospect as there is in college football. The running back's healthy. They have a dude at wide receiver. And here's the bottom line in this game for me. You guys know I index. I have them at 12.5 too. But Texas at home, if you're at home and you can't, I don't care if it's versus Bama or the worst team in college football, if you can't keep the game within 3 touchdowns, you're in trouble. You're bums. And so you have to play hard. I think Texas is pumped up for this game. I don't think Alabama's talent over Texas is 3 touchdowns worthy. Maybe 17 points. Don't think Texas wins. It could be a backdoor cover too. I mean, they could.
Could very do.
Yeah. So I think there's too many ways for them to cover this game. I'm taking Texas. I got it at 20.5. So that's my play on that game. That's one of the ones on mine.
All indexes aside, there's zero chance I fade Alabama right now. Right now, it's Georgia, it's Alabama, Georgia, and then everybody else.
See, that's the thing. I think everybody's looking at this line and thinking, "Oh, Alabama only has to win by 3 touchdowns." They do that every week.
That's still a lot.
Ohio State. By the way, Ohio State was one of those teams that's not in there anymore. They just didn't cover against Notre Dame. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but Alabama's a better team than Ohio State.
Is Notre Dame a better team than Texas? Probably, but not by a lot.
Oh, they are. They are a better team, but
yeah, not by a ton, not by 20, whatever it is. I just think it's way too many points. If this was 17 in that range, I'd be off it.
That's where it opened.
Yeah, well, there you go. And that's because people want to they're Alabama. And I have a lot of Alabama friends that are Alabama fans and love them to death. But there are spots where it's wrong. And I was on Alabama in the national championship. I thought that was a joke. That line was a joke. But
I was all over Georgia money.
All over.
Yeah. You told me that already. It was very disappointing. But that's that game. How are we doing on college football live right now? What's going on there? Louisville's losing, but they're in the red zone. And
they're down 7 points, but I'm not
on
too
the
worried.
15-yard line, 1st and 10. And then Boise State's up 7-0, 10:36 left in the second half. That's looking, or in the second quarter. That's looking good. Looking good. I can't believe the freaking diamond. Oh, Rockies 8-1 bottom fourth. Yeah, that was not the bet. The over was the bet. Well, that's okay. Angels scored 2 runs.
I was looking a little bit at the Rockies today, actually. That was one that did catch my attention because it was one of those games where the majority of the tickets were on Arizona, but the majority of the cash was on Colorado.
Because they're at home, but they haven't been hitting. They're last, very last, the past 2 weeks.
I didn't bet it, but yeah, Philly run line would have hit.
Like I predicted,
Pirates beat the Cardinals straight up. How about that?
Yeah, the Angels are beating the Astros right now, 2-0. I told you the Angels
Oakland now.
1-0 Oakland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marlins beat the Mets. I mean, how could you? I mean, this is weird shit happens now in baseball. It's like
the Braves are going to end up winning tonight, and the Mets are going to be in second place for the first time since April 11th or whatever it is, and then we're just going to hear constantly, Mets are going to Mets, Mets are going to Mets.
I'm sorry. I'm going to say this now. For people who are saying Mets are going to Mets and Mets are collapsing, fuck off. That is bullshit.
well,
No, hear me out on that one, though. It's not. They're not collapsing. This team is playing 100-win pace, and they're being chased by a Braves team that's playing perfect baseball right now, winning at a 725 clip. If you really think the Mets are collapsing, you don't know baseball, and
I don't think the Mets are collapsing. I watched the Mets play the Dodgers. I told you guys this in a way that if they played the Dodgers, if they met them in the playoffs, they'd beat them because they won that series. They played the perfect way to play the best team in baseball. They pitched the shit. They pitched them into the dirt, and they scored barely enough runs to. I mean, what was it? One game was 2-1. Forget what it was. They played perfectly, but yeah, it's the time of year in baseball that there are teams that have nothing to lose, and there are teams that are kind of sandbagging. And I bet you a lot of these teams that are way ahead, they know they're going to the playoffs.
That's why after this, if the Dodgers sweep this weekend, as crazy as it sounds, the Dodgers are a fade team the rest of the year.
Probably. I agree.
Because they're not going to care. They've got that one spot pretty much locked down. They'll have their division locked down. They don't care. They're going to just try to coast and be,
And here's where the books win too. So I told you today I like the Phillies. I was trying to fade Corbin in some way. Phillies team 4.5 was a minus 130. And I was thinking about it. It's too juiced for me. They got 5 runs. They covered. And that was the bet that I was going to take instead of the D-backs.
D-backs comeback. It's 8-2 now.
Yeah, right. Comeback. Talk about comebacks. Greatest comebacks of all time.
Kim Kardashian.
Kim Kardashian's the greatest comeback.
Yeah, she got Kim on her back.
She did. That's the funny. And you know what's funny is he improv that. That guy's kind of a comedic. He's really funny.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. What's that guy's name? Chris
Pratt.
Yeah. Let's just say Chris Hemsworth. That's different. They both played. Is it one of the Hemsworth brothers named Chris or not?
Chris Hemsworth, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they both. Is that the one?
The guy that played Captain America?
No, that's Chris Evans.
Thor.
Oh, Thor. My bad.
No, I don't think is Chris Hemsworth Thor. Or is he the guy? Is he the other one that was dating Hannah Montana?
Chris Hemsworth is Thor.
Yeah, the other Hemsworth brother is the guy that was in Hunger Games and dated Miley Cyrus. I forget his name, but yeah,
Christian.
No, his brother's what's his brother's name? Ian, right? Ian Hemsworth. Liam Hemsworth.
Liam Hemsworth.
Yeah.
Oh.
But Chris Pratt and Chris Hemsworth both played Marvel superheroes. So there you go.
How about that?
Yes. Learn a little bit about everything on the show. Comebacks, superheroes, sports. Right here on Nerd Talk.
There we go. Yeah.
See, you got to leave it to the ladies because you know they know who the Hemsworth brothers are. Crystal loves the Hemsworth. Thanks for joining us, Crystal. By the way, all over Twitter.
The ladies love the Hemsworths and the guys love Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds.
I think the Green. If I think I could be any superhero, first of all, I'd be Batman. Just because he's not a superhero, he's just super.
He's
rich.
overrated. He's a smoker in a costume.
He goes up against people with superpowers and is a human being, and he's rich and he gets tons of hot chicks. That's and he has toys, all sorts of toys, cool things. That's what I want. But the other thing is a Green Lantern, because if you're the Green Lantern, you can think up whatever you want and it happens. Like, right?
I never watched DC.
Green Lantern? Oh, okay.
Nah. Not my thing.
Or Professor Xavier. If you can read minds, you can control the world.
Interesting.
All right, well, I thought they were talking about comic book characters for the guy that bets video games. He might like it, but
I it has nothing to do with it.
yeah. What is going on? Oh, okay. So let's keep going with college football. Even though I still want to just talk about NFL all night to figure out what I'm going to bet, but I think I'm just going to put Houston. I'm going to write a piece of paper, put Houston on one side and Saints on the other. Whatever way I wake up, whatever direction I wake up, I'm going to choose it. But I'll probably wake up on my back, so I'll still have to decide.
Yeah. We have our
ours were just submitted.
Lenny Texas saying ours are submitted. So Saints -5.5, Patriots +3.5, Cardinals +6, Giants +6, Seahawks +6.5. Those are our 5.
I'm on. I already told you. I'm on. What am I on? My 2 best bets, which are, I don't know why Terry loves them so much, which is dopey to me, but I'm on the Commanders.
Yep, I like that one too.
I'm on the Browns.
We have Commanders on the site.
Yeah, Commanders, Browns, Pats, which you guys like.
Yep.
Seahawks, which you guys like.
Yep.
And then question mark. So we'll see.
Question mark? I don't know. That might be.
I don't know. That one's a little bit off. I don't know.
I have. Well, no shit. I don't. It's killing me because I know. For me, the smart bet is the Saints. But I am not high on Matt Ryan or the Colts. I'm not high on the Texans or the top or bottom 5 teams in the NFL. But I just that 1-11 or whatever that's just too hard of a trend to buck, I think.
Yeah. Go with the Jets.
No.
The Jets might score 6 points. They might score 2 field goals.
I'm gonna have their team total under.
People are underestimating them. There's no way the Jets win. 0 chance.
They don't have anyone.
It's the Ravens. They're not going to lose. The Ravens aren't going to lose to the Jets.
Ravens are one of the best teams in the AFC.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's people are all gun ho with the Ravens, like how they're going to be all gun ho with the Broncos, like how they're going to be all gun ho with the Niners.
I love the Bears.
The Titans.
I'm liking the Bears more and
Chiefs.
more and more.
There's no way the Chiefs lose week 1. It's a bunch of people. I don't know.
They're not losing week 1.
Lots of dogs.
Cardinal, but you're picking like the worst examples. The Cardinals aren't beating the Chiefs.
They can.
They can. They're not. The Cardinals are dog crap.
We'll see.
What's a live dog? Well, the Browns were a dog. Now they're not. Now they're a pick 'em. Last time I looked,
I'm staying off that game.
What was it for Circa? 1.5?
Yeah, I got it at 2. I bet it at 2, and Circa got it 1.5. I bet it early.
There you go.
But that just shows. I don't understand that comment. But thanks for joining us.
I have
Greg.
no clue.
Yeah, but say whatever you want. This is an open forum. I mean, wait till Moose gets here and he starts making fun of me.
We have to wait for Moose to get here to do that?
Well, you guys can too, but Moose just has his way. I have a good one. I have a good one for that motherfucker.
Can we see it?
No, it's got to be surprise. That's the way it goes.
Oh.
He obviously was super offended at this one, and I kind of know why. But you guys need to understand that, like, this is all about making, it's all in good jest, I guess you should say.
Yeah,
of course.
it's
There's
entertainment.
no way that I'm ever being like political or whatever, but how is this not funny?
Billions and 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 billions.
Dude, they even got a clip of him from like 30 years ago when he was young doing the same thing. So that's just showing you his mannerisms. Like another one I wanted to get was it's huge, because in New York they don't pronounce H's, they're Y's.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge instead of huge.
It's huge.
And I have everyone has all their opinions or whatever, and mine are actually really good of Trump. But how this clip went on, and it was someone making fun of him, but I'm making fun of them because I'm promoting him by doing that. But it was.
I don't care. I just don't care about politics. So
yeah, I got you. Well,
I can't get hurt from either side.
I don't want to go down that road, but I think
No, of course not.
someone was butthurt about it. But either way, it went for 2 minutes of little 3-second clips. So this guy has said billions and he's done that billions and billions.
He's funny.
Of times.
He's funny.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh man, some people. Yeah, man, I don't know what I'm going to do, and it bugs the shit out of me. It's killing me just because it's a competition. It's the biggest. I think it's the biggest sports betting. It might be. Is the Westgate bigger?
It's the most amount of money me and Nick have ever done for anything.
Well, I've
Right? You want to figure out how you can do it? Put a poll in the chat.
I'm not skilled enough to do that. Well, that's for another.
Yeah, I can put a poll in our chat. What were your two options? Saints or
Saints -5.5 or Texans +7. I know what they're going to say though. That's the problem.
Be Dave's last.
And this is the reason why I didn't do Circa by myself. I did it by myself because before it was
Saints
dissenting opinions. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Touchdown, Louisville. 17-14 Cardinals.
All right, polls in chat for the 5 of you that are in there.
Yeah. Do we have a bunch of comments I haven't even looked at. Oh, we got a get wild libertarian friends.
Ooh, I like that a lot.
Yeah. Saints defense anytime TD score. Well, obviously they're the top defensive scoring team in the NFL. I have Alabama 20.5. We went over that. Texas A&M 18.4. Wow, you must be Terry's friend. Stanford +8.5. I actually like that bet, and I'm a USC guy.
I like that. I think Stanford might win straight up. I like
UTSA is okay. I'm not high on Western Michigan. Pittsburgh.
Yes.
That's okay. Kentucky.
I like that money line.
Baylor money line. That's the best one.
Baylor, yeah. Kentucky. I don't mind Kentucky. I'm looking at the under in that game, but Kentucky plus the points has my attention.
Yeah,
Baylor will be the slaughter play.
By the way,
BYU by a touchdown.
It's 8-6 now in that Diamondbacks game.
With 2 on and no outs, dude. If they have
they're doing this again. They did this against the Phillies.
If they have a 7 or 8 run inning, they're not going to do it. Yeah. I have been really hot though lately. So hot right now. That's another. Oh, I'm not going to even say it. I have so many stupid ideas for those clips. 2-1 now in the Astros game. Guys, don't do this. Just keep there was no run scored for the first 5 innings, and it's
and then you said that's you said that's probably cashing.
Yeah, well, whatever. Who cares? It's only money, right?
All right.
Thanks, yeah.
Anyway, we'll move on to get out of NFL because we had a whole NFL show. What else are we
beating NFL down like that? Yeah.
Let's look at some other games. UTSA Army. Are you guys have any bets on that at all?
I did get to this one already. And I wanted to bet a side in this one. I did bet the total. I bet the over. I got it at 56 though. I think the line's dropped a couple points, which is annoying. But I think that this is a high scoring game. We saw UTSA's offense last week against a pretty good Houston defense be able to put up some points. And I think that Army's defense is way worse. But Army has the ability, I think, to put up the over almost by themselves in this game. I think Army has the potential to win this game, or I think Army wins this game potentially. And you can get plus 120 for Army, which that's my other lean in this game. I bet the over. I lean towards Army. That's kind of where I'm at this one. I got over 56 in that game.
Tim, any thoughts? I definitely have a play in this game. That's why I brought it up.
That's more of a Nick thing. I think it's on the site, but I personally didn't touch this game. Well,
we'll eventually get to a play that you have an opinion on.
No, you're good. Trust me, we have plenty of opinions.
I'm more high volume than Tim. Keep that in mind. I get to a lot more games. Like I have so much written down that I want to get tomorrow. So
I'm not high volume, but I look at everything.
Yeah, I have a lot of big money lines I'm going to bet tomorrow, like big plus monies. So we'll get to this.
We'll get to those. Baylor. I am on the over too. I got it at 54.5.
Nice.
Yeah, I got it. It did drop. It's dropping because of Army and people perceive it. Here's the deal. There are plenty of games that have been low scoring, but usually they're like playing against like Navy or Air Force. It's like another team that does what they do. When they go against like like UTSA that's going to be a passing offense, it's kind of like that's when a slobber knocker happens. And these guys run a fast-paced, a lot of times hurry up offense, and the triple option. I mean, they're really hard to game plan for, really hard. And UTSA's defense isn't great by any means. When I saw this, I said over for sure. I don't know where it's at now. Maybe it might even drop.
It's at 54 at the moment.
Yeah, so it did another half point, but man, oh man, this one jumped off at me, especially because UTSA. Where the hell did they come from?
Oh my God!
What?
Grand Slam, Arizona, 10-8.
I
called it. I said 8-2. Here comes the comeback. And you're like, nah.
Okay, we now have the greatest. We now have the greatest comeback
in the freaking fifth for you. There you go.
Oh my God!
Did you have first five or did you have
first five?
Holy shit!
Yeah. Well, there's still a half an inning to go.
Hey, we still need to get 3 outs in the bottom of the fifth.
So I put it on, and the first pitch was a guy taking a fastball up and putting it into the seats.
Who hit it? I'm gonna look at the.
Was that Dalton Varsho?
It was the guy before Varsho in the lineup, number 12.
Is that Corbin Carroll?
It was Walker. No. It was Varsho. It was
Varsho. It was Varsho.
Yeah, it was Varsho.
Because
I like Dalton Varsho.
Because Carroll's up now.
I like Corbin Carroll too. This Diamondbacks team is a bet-on team.
All right, I don't think Toronto's going to cover my run line because most likely, we'll see if they get out of the inning, but I hope they lose straight up.
Well, I didn't think it would be that kind of deal, but we knew that, or I said that the Diamondbacks have been hitting right-handed pitching like mofos. Just, I mean, absolutely.
Well, he just hit it off of Gomber, which is a lefty.
Oh, Gomber's in right now?
Yeah, they took out who do you call it? Put it in Gomber. That was the first out of the inning after scoring 9 runs.
They might. I'm look up their. I didn't look at their left-handed stats. I only had the first 5, so that's why I don't look at the.
Yeah, no, I got you.
So I'll look at left-handed, obviously.
Who's pitching tomorrow for Arizona?
Arizona's bet on right now for sure. They're a team that has nothing to lose or nothing to win.
It's the same deal with it's all the teams that are trying to play spoiler.
They're trying to pad their stats. They're trying to basically treat
Maz and Bumgarner tomorrow. Never mind. Honestly, what's stopping Arizona from going even 500 this year? I mean, they're only 6 games under. They go on a nice little run, and all of a sudden they're even 500 for the year.
Yeah, they're shit versus left-handed pitching. They're really bad the past 2 weeks. But Arizona, to me, the 2 teams that look very similar and in similar places are Arizona and Baltimore. They remind me of the same type of deal. They play the same way.
I could definitely see that.
Yeah, they play the same way. They're up and coming. They've got some good young guys. Watch out. I mean, granted, they both play in probably the 2 hardest divisions in baseball. I mean, the NL West and the AL East, but we'll see. I've been betting. Diamondbacks have been one of my second half teams.
Well, if anybody had Colorado first 5, that was a very, very bad beat.
Well, why did you? Because
no, I didn't.
Colorado is one of the worst.
I'm saying if anybody had them first 5.
I'll read you something. I'll read you a bedtime story here. Colorado, past 2 weeks versus right-handed pitching. 191 average, 559 OPS, 100 ISO, which means they're just, if they're hitting it, it's just little duck farts, and 46 WRC plus, half of league average. They're horrible. Can't believe they got 8 runs. Over again for Diamondbacks Rock. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it's in Colorado.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I mean, they covered the total by themselves, but it's in Colorado.
Yeah. Yep. Well, we're going to bring on, talking about MLB, he actually came in at the right time because I know he's not big on NFL, but we're going to bring in a friend of just about everywhere. I don't know anyone that doesn't like this guy. This guy's everywhere. He does all of our music. He's putting out videos too, Twitter videos. You see him at work in his hard hat and his vest early in the morning. Yep. JP's.
Yeah.
What's up, Ed?
What's up, dude? I'm glad you're here.
Hey, I hope no one has anything on the Dodger game because it's about to be rained out.
I
for
have
sure.
The run line.
I have the first 5 full game at run lines and the team total.
Oh, are you anywhere I think you're at?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego right now. It's the storm is coming.
Imperial Beach. Is that where you hang out? Or maybe you don't want to tell me, but
you said what now?
I said, are you in Imperial Beach? Is that where you hang out at?
No, I'm in Carlsbad this weekend.
Oh, okay. Yeah. When I stay out there, I stay in Dana Point, so that's close to Carlsbad for sure.
I used to go fishing at Dana Point.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
So tell me what's going on with these Cardinals, man? That's crazy. I think they're just cruising.
Yeah. I mean, the Cardinals are a funny team this year. I have the Cardinals and the Guardians, to me, are my favorite second half teams. I don't know, man. I know you had a bet in the Cardinals. I looked at your bets. I forget what they were. Why don't you tell us what you had?
Just lost. The Phillies and the Nationals over 8.5. Just that one.
Okay.
It looks like I'm going to cash on the Diamondbacks and the Rockies, though.
There you go.
Yeah, I had D-backs first 5. You're kind of cutting in and out. I don't know if you're on data or Wi-Fi, but.
And I got the Astros on the run line. They're not looking too good.
Yeah, they're not hitting. They're not hitting.
I got a few more bets in there. I can't really remember what I bet, to tell you the truth. Shit.
Are you?
It looks like I'll probably go three for 5 or something. So I'll do all right. Oh, I got the today, which was the Blue Jays first 5 minus a half. That one cashed, and my favorite was the Braves money line.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not. You're
going to count that one.
Mets fans.
Yeah, you're talking to Mets fans.
Yeah.
The Mets are not going to be in first place for the first time since August or April.
Well, I'm glad you're here, buddy. I know that you I see your pictures when you go down to San Diego. You go out and party. You going out tonight, or you staying in?
Man, I'm telling you, look, the storm is coming.
You go to a bar.
It's going to rain all night. I think probably like in about 20 to 30 minutes, it's just going to start pouring.
Yeah. Yep.
Now I'm stuck in. I'm in tonight.
Okay.
I'll be able to make a nice weekend out of it. It's crazy 100 degrees out here for like the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then today, a storm came in. It's still hot, but man, the rain is coming. It's like tropical weather out here.
I was telling him, like, I'm from Southern California.
I know you miss California, Dave.
Yeah, yeah.
You miss California, Dave?
Well, no, I don't. For a lot of reasons. I live in a very hot climate, but I lived in Southern California. I grew up in Orange County, went to school in LA, lived in LA. And there is no hot rain. When it rains, it's cold. It doesn't rain during the summer, too. But it's been 95 degrees, like, at the beach. And it's raining and it's humid. It's like East Coast weather. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seattle just tied it up. Carlos Santana home run.
Yeah, fuck the Braves.
Oh, man.
Fuck the Braves.
They're Mets fans.
We're Mets fans. Sorry. Yes, Mets fans.
We say that as a fan, not a better.
What's up with Corbin, man? He's been doing all right. I just knew it was Corbin Burns Day. I knew that score was going over.
Nope. Corbin's been good lately.
Patrick Corbin, yeah, he has been.
Corbin's been good lately.
Yeah.
Man.
It's all right. I faded him all season. I lost a couple bets. I didn't bet this game. I should have. I was saying I wanted the Phillies team total at 4.5. It was minus 130. I don't like the price. I got 5 runs. I would have won, but I don't lay 30. I don't lay that juice. That ain't me.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I do, but usually not, man. If it's that juicy, I might try to put it in a little parlay, but I don't like the parlay because I like to win. So,
yeah,
that's good, though.
Hey,
but, man, I thought I'd pop in real quick and shout out to you, Dave. I tried to get on the other day, but the sound was acting up. So, I don't know what happened with that. I know it was on my end, though. But
are you on anything for tomorrow? What we're doing on the
we got the Earl brothers in effect, man. What's up, fellas?
What's up?
I got a what now?
We do if you're heading out, we do official bets now. I let you do 1 to 3 bets that you like for tomorrow. We're keeping track. We were up 3.5 units last show, so we're killing it. Do you have anything you're liking tomorrow?
You know what? I'm gonna stay off football, so I'm gonna kind of like MIA for the next couple months, maybe like NBA stuff. I don't do the college football, man. I put a couple bets in, just got my little toes wet, and I'm probably like 0 for 2 or 0 for 3. And it's like, yeah, I don't do this very well. So I haven't looked at the baseball card. But, yeah, college football, I don't know. It's just not for me, man.
Well, we all have our sports. I mean, I don't do NHL. I wish I did.
NHL is awesome.
It is awesome.
Well, then and you also got the WNBA soccer. The WNBA finals are starting up Sunday.
High school girls basketball? No, thank you.
Hey, if you don't want to make money with us, that's fine.
No, we know Parlay Tease. We all know who that is and who.
Yeah, that's my man.
Yeah, he. If you want to tail WNBA, you either talk to Earl Sports Bets or you talk to Parlay Tease. The dudes know WNBA.
I've cashed a couple WNBA this year, but see with most like with college football, I betted a little bit last year, and I'm like strictly tailing people when I do college football because it's too hard for me to follow it. I don't know I couldn't tell you one college player on a college team right now. I don't have the time to try to get into it now, so I don't like just blindly tailing.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot of work, and I know that you're a busy man. I mean, you work for a living. You put out all those ridiculous, hot tunes that we're all using. I know you're constantly doing that too. So, I appreciate it. So all the maybe these guys, you can get these guys some stuff, but all my background music is done by Jay Peasy. Everything on Pub Sports Radio. I didn't watch your tweet. I saw it. Are you guys doing that Pocky thing? You and Cab or not?
It's been like in the works, but on the back burner for a while. So
I want to do it here. Let's do it here.
Oh, do it there?
No, do it on the Nerd Talk.
Oh, I mean, yeah. You know what? This was something that Cab was supposed to do. Were you on the show when we were talking about it?
This show is a part of the concept for this show was part of that show that was supposed to happen. Yeah. So I don't think he's going to do it on his show, The Sesh. This is the perfect place to do it because if you guys didn't have diarrhea,
I see you, Terry. I see you.
Yeah. Yeah, hold your horses, Terrence. Jesus.
I was just acknowledging that we saw him.
Yeah, we saw him. So are you out of here? Are you sticking around, Peasy?
I'm out of here. I already got like the mean looks, so yeah.
Well, say hi to the wifey for me. Thanks for showing up, dude.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. And I'll get with you, though.
All right, cool.
Later.
All right, now we have another guest, one of our favorites, host of Getting Wild.
That's generous. That's nice.
Host of Getting Wild with Terry and Friends. Generally good guy and hater of Queen Elizabeth. Terry.
That is not true. That is not.
Well, it's not true. She's your queen too. Remember that.
No,
she's nobody's queen now. She's dead.
Well, yeah.
If only
you know what though? I have to say, I love, even though that's kind of a archaic deal. I know we're talking about politics. She's not even really a political figure. She's like a figurehead. She was beloved by a lot of people. Like a lot of people are really, really sad, and they should be. The death is not an easy thing, but
yeah, like there's a lot of people celebrating, and I don't see celebrating someone dying. Like that doesn't.
Some people do that. You know what's funny is I had a girlfriend. Yes, at one point in my life, I had a girlfriend. Yeah, I saw that coming. So she had a grandmother that died, and we had the funeral at a mausoleum, and the funeral was literally 15 minutes, and then they went back and had a party for like 4 or 5 hours and ate and got shit-faced. And so like their idea of mourning or whatever was celebrating, a life. So some people look at it that way, but I don't know.
No. This is like people saying she's dead. Let's party. Like this is great news. Like,
oh my God, really?
Yeah.
So
all
it's
over
like
Twitter. There's a bunch of there's like
the Sex Pistols song.
Come on, Terry. You know when things like this happen, you're gonna have people shit talking and making jokes on Twitter. That's
horrible, though. Those people deserve.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, there's I don't know. There's a line that you don't cross. In my
all right, so we got a lot of stuff going on here in the chat. Y'all think Ohio State goes over 68 points tomorrow?
I bet the under. Yeah. I think like 55-3. Like seriously.
68. If you're thinking over 68, you're thinking that Ohio State puts up 65 by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that either. But I want to stick to some baseball. Maybe we'll jump back in NFL because Terry's here and he doesn't.
Baseball sucks.
He doesn't like it sucks. Give me anyone but Dustin May, Dodger Blue, baby. What are you talking about? Carrot Top's the shit. 2 years ago, I thought he'd be a lights out pitcher. I thought he was going to be the dude.
He's going to be good. He's come back from injury. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
he's going to be a good pitcher. He's got the stuff. He's got a good fastball. His breaking pitches are solid.
So Terry, going into the fifth inning, it was 8-1 D-backs or 8-1 Rockies.
Which
now
365 cashed you out on the Rockies.
10-8, and I just cashed out, and I might have bet 2 units on it. I forget. I need to go look. Yeah, I'm just hotter than.
For the record, somebody for the Diamondbacks hit a home run to make it 8-2. I said, "Here comes the comeback."
You did.
They went
on the show. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I said it at 8-2. I'm like, "Here comes the comeback."
They pulled. Oh wow! So they were down 8-2.
They were down 8-1.
I had first 5, and it was the top of the 5th, and they were 8-1 coming in. They had 1 run. It's 10-8 now in the 6th. I cashed it. They scored 9 runs in
9 runs including the grand slam.
Yeah.
Well, that's good for my first 5, I guess.
You hit that.
That's how you cashed it.
Arizona first 5. Yeah.
Never in doubt. Arizona.
So at least I'll cash
something
today.
What are you complaining about? The Jays are winning. I thought you'd be in
by 1. And that was almost a 2-run home run. But yeah, it's going to be a tie game here.
What are you on? What are you on today, Terry?
I have Jays run line, but Tim jinxed. No, I'm just kidding. Tim was fading the Blue Jays all the time, and we were winning. And then he jumps on the Blue Jays today, and I'm like, uh-oh. I'm not saying it's your fault, Tim, but when everything when
But
you're
it's your fault.
fading them all the time, and then all of a sudden you bet on them, it's like,
And then you mentioned today that you like the Mets first 5, and they go and pull that shit. Thanks, Terry.
that's why I didn't bet.
Yeah,
that's
you
why I
guys
didn't
are.
bet these
You
games.
guys should do this all the time, and then your teams will never win. Maybe you should just be nice to each other. That's that.
Yeah, fuck off.
All right, what else are you on? Why are you in a bad mood? Tell us why you're in a bad mood.
I'm not. Well, the fact that
DC
Houston.
Lions
Okay,
look
there's a
like
2-run
shit,
homer
right?
for Houston. Okay, that just
I don't like that
changes
either. I have the
everything.
under.
Oh, well, that just completely changes everything because I have Houston by 2. Houston team total. They're only up by 1 now, but
Wait,
I also have them
Houston-
parlayed with the Jays for a big 1.5. So my night might be saved.
Maybe. I hope the Angels don't score, but I had the under, and I'm all like, they didn't score a run in the first 5 innings, and I was talking to these guys. I'm like, oh well, that's a win. And then
You can't say that.
You can't say that. You're right.
With
Whatever.
under is absolutely not.
It's
learned
live.
that.
It's live as hell.
See, this is why I only focus on first 5 unders, because now I don't have to worry about bullpens if I were to play that. But yeah, I mean, Terry, did you see any of the Canadian game? Because the Canadian football
I saw
game?
the score a few minutes ago, and it's like, okay.
BC's offense forgot what football was now that Nathan Rourke's not in.
Yeah, I might not bet them until. Oh, they say
That
he might not
under,
even
that
come
under
back.
was great.
He might not even come back.
Yeah, so now it's Winnipeg walking to the Grey Cup.
My favorite team is shit now.
Who's your favorite team?
BC Lions.
Oh,
Because he's made money off of them.
what is that? Table
Yeah.
tennis? Russian table tennis?
Canadian football.
Same thing.
He knew what it was. He knew what it was.
I almost took a long shot here, Terry, and this I know this is going to sound stupid, but goes back to my theory in the beginning of the year. Somebody from the East has to make the Grey Cup. And there's one team that's looked a lot different since making a change at quarterback. It's won a few games in a row, and it's only a game out of a playoff spot, even though they started 0-6. I think the Ottawa Red Blacks are someone to look at as a bet-on team.
Aren't they a bad team? Isn't that one of
They're a
the
terrible team. But they made the switch on quarterback to Nick Arbuckle, and now they've won back-to-back games. And I think they have a really good chance at winning this game here against Toronto tomorrow.
I have a lot of
that's
questions
plus
about
10.
CFL, but I already don't have an audience, so I really don't want to talk about CFL because no one gives a shit in America.
Okay. Let me briefly. So it's imagine this. Imagine that there's the Nationals and the Pirates and Kansas City all in one division, and then there's Dodgers and we'll say Mets and Houston in another division.
It used to be like the NBA where the East was
That's
horrible.
basically this. That's basically the CFL right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So-
CFL, the West Division is
Nick is
dominant.
saying bet one of the shitty teams because they have to make it to the final. The issue
And
is
then
whatever
next
one
thing you
makes
know,
it to
if
the
they do
final
make
is
the
going to get
final-
smashed by 30
Yeah.
plus points. So, it
But
doesn't-
if hypothetically speaking, Ottawa does make the Grey Cup, then I'd be sitting at a 33-1 money line ticket for them in the Grey Cup, and then I see value there.
yeah,
What?
but they're going to get smashed by 30 points, so it'll be a
How
loser.
could you think? Here's my deal, Mr. Cerna. This isn't fanboy talk.
I don't think that game gets played tonight. Jay Peasy said it's going to
No,
storm
it's
there.
going. It's going. It started.
It just started.
Yeah.
Dodgers are up 1-0. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go!
Yeah,
I
I
have
have-
way too much money on them tonight.
Freddie Freeman.
Here's my thing.
Freddie.
Hey, Bueller. The thing about the Dodgers, the beautiful thing about the Dodgers is what they did with their pitching staff this year. They had guys that just pitched, came out of nowhere. Gonsolin, Anderson, White, who isn't with them anymore, is on the Blue Jays, and he's pitching worse than he definitely was with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
He
He was the best
got
guy
sent
in
down.
hitting. What?
White got
Patoy.
White got sent down.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he wasn't until
The Jays do not have a fifth pitcher right now.
I don't
And they're
know
not
if
bringing
Patoy-
Kikuchi.
we're talking about the Dodgers.
Give
No
him
Jays talk.
Kikuchi.
No,
So-
he's staying in the bullpen.
The beautiful thing about the Dodgers is they've made do without their best freaking pitcher, without one of the best pitchers in the major leagues. I like that one. May, by the way, how could you not like a guy who hasn't pitched in over a year? I don't understand. Is that your boyfriend? Who is that?
That's Mark
That
Andre
is
Fleury.
that
He
is a
wishes.
future
He
Hall of
wishes.
Fame goaltender who's going to lead Minnesota to the Cup. That's who that is.
You know what we should do, by the way? And I think we should figure out names for these guys. For the Native American whatever the hell that is, and the Indian warrior on the long, lonely road of loneliness on his trusty steed. What do you think?
Live betting alert. Texas has tied the game, and they have a guy in third base now.
Oh, boy.
What game?
Toronto and Texas.
Days.
Oh, well.
So if you want to bet Texas at a plus price, they might possibly take the lead. With the
Kelly's in the house. I saw her before. Kelly, KLV, and a bunch of numbers. 3-2-1, I think. 3-2-1? 3-2-1. Yeah, I think it is. So
Going to the ninth inning.
Kelly's on top of it.
Yeah. So what I'm planning on doing for baseball tomorrow is the same exact strategy I had for last Saturday. I'm going to bet one play. It's the Dodger run line against the San Diego Padres.
Hey.
Bias against Snell. Can't talk.
Snell is shit. He sucks. And I don't care if he's pitching better, second half, whatever. If you look at his stat line, he had 1 year. He won the Cy Young. Look at every other year.
I don't care who's pitching. I didn't even cap the game. I'm just going to bet the Dodger run line.
You're like me with
Well, it's Arias against Snell. But hear me out.
Right.
Hear me out.
Go ahead.
Over in the Coors Field game tomorrow.
Oh.
I don't care what the total is, but it's Bumgarner against Urania.
You know,
that is probably the most intricate, well put thought.
Ready? That game screams over so much. It's going to be 1-0 in the sixth.
He just wants to fade you so bad. No matter what you said, he just wants to.
No, I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, of course. He always wants to, but like whatever I say.
Actually, I think
it couldn't possibly happen.
You and Nick are more friendly than you and Tim.
I will say, I have my baseball strategy for tomorrow: Tampa, Seattle, Baltimore. Like I'm going to be betting them every single day.
I think.
And right now, you're going to fade Tampa Bay up 4-1, Baltimore up 3-2, and then Seattle's currently tied.
They were losing, but
I have to say a very good strategy for anyone else that's watching this. Hey, by the way, we're stopping everything. Pedro, what's up? You guys know who Pedro is?
Yes, Morning Woody.
Pedro is my boy. Right when he came on Twitter, he's one of my first friends. He was in that contest for the Baltimore side, the one that shall not be named, that we're not going to talk about.
Yep.
Awesome guy, great NBA capper, great soccer capper. He's going to come on for soccer. He lives in Portugal. He's from Portugal.
That's right.
Yeah. And right now it's like 4 or 5 in the morning or something. He watches games to all, and he has a job himself and a life and everything. Awesome guy, the nicest freaking guy you'll ever meet, and his English is really good. I mean, he's a fucking stud. Pedro, thanks for showing
I've seen him multiple times in the chat for picks and parlays. So.
We know Pedro.
Yeah, Pedro is the dude. There you go. There's your
100%.
Boston could potentially tie the game up here in the ninth. Maybe take the lead.
Shush! Don't say that.
So, what do you guys think?
I have Baltimore money line. Shush.
Yeah, well, I'd like the Orioles to go bye-bye as soon as possible, please. So.
Well,
I know you're scared of the Orioles.
I'm not scared of them, but I just want everyone to stop talking about how good they are because they're not. Okay, yes, they are much improved, but they're not this amazing team that everybody.
Let us enjoy something. God damn, this team had 110 losses last year. Let us enjoy that a team has made it this far. It's like the Cincinnati Bengals last year, where they came down to buttfuck nowhere to go to the Super Bowl. This team all of a sudden is coming out of nowhere with people that you did not know. Double play, end of the game, GG's. Thank you, Baltimore. But this team is coming out of nowhere. They are a fantastic story. I love to see like this because I know they're competing with your Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, and if they were competing with the Mets, I guarantee you would not be betting them every game like you are.
They would kind of remind me of the.
If they were in the Mets division, you would not be betting them every game like you are. They want to be an auto play for you if they were in the Mets division.
Damn! That's not what I was saying.
No, but you're auto playing them. But what I'm saying is, if they were in the Mets division, you want to be auto playing them.
No, actually, I was tempted to.
Guys. Let's bring some order to the universe and to capping in general, because you guys are both of you are bad examples for my 5 or whatever people are in the audience. Do not be fanboys if you're a handicapper. You can't. That will take a winning day to a losing day. You need to know how to bet against them. I know you guys have all bet against your teams, but let's talk. If you're betting against the Orioles right now, you're silly because they're a hot team. And right now, we were just talking about this before Terry got on. Right now, the strategy in MLB is to bet teams that have nothing to lose, because all those other sandbagging teams that are already in the playoffs, they're not giving a shit. And you're seeing weird shit happening right now. So, and also, is it too crazy to say that maybe next year that the team with the 2 teams in the East that have bird mascots, the Orioles could be the best one? Is it possible?
I'm going to have next year.
No, I'm going to say no.
I agree, but I'm just trying to get under Terry's skin.
No, all I'm saying is all I hear 24/7 is how good this Orioles team is. You'd think they have the same record as the Dodgers with how much they get.
Well, they're just shocking. Everyone's shocked about it. I mean, give me a break.
It's more of a shock factor than anything. This team went 52-110 last year, and they're competing for a playoff spot this year. It's just all a surprise at that.
Yeah, well,
we're allowed to enjoy
old news. They've been this good for what, a few months.
You know, the strategy to bet, to have a team and be a fanboy is, if you're really that much of a fanboy, don't bet that game. That's what I do. I
rarely bet Mets games. I rarely do.
Yeah, me too. Well, we're not Mets games, but my teams.
But I didn't bet for or against Baltimore, but I'm rooting for them to lose, kind of like Tim roots for Atlanta to lose. It's the same thing.
But at the same time, the teams that have been backing this entire thing, Baltimore is the Seattle of last year. You're up 30 units betting them every single day. And I've been betting them pretty much almost every single day. So they've been printing money. Seattle is number 3 on that list. They're up about 12 units this year if you bet them every single day. I've been betting them a lot. And I've been betting them. I didn't bet them when they were on that rough stretch. Ever since Julio Rodriguez started to catch fire, that's when that team took off. And that's when I started betting Seattle. Pretty much almost every single day. And then Tampa Bay, since like the All-Star break, has gone on like a 24-10 run. Like, they have been phenomenal as well. These are all hot teams, and I'm just riding them every single day. Kind of like how last year Giants and Dodgers down the stretch was a blind bet for a lot of us.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy about the Rays too? The best pitcher is not pitching well.
Yeah.
Or as well as he was. He was RoboCop the first half of the season. Second, and I said in the All-Star game when we got lit up, I'm like, dude, what just happened? And he hasn't been the same pitcher since. But
he hit his career high in innings pitched. I saw it coming from a mile away.
Did Jim? You know, Jimmy says that a lot.
Yeah, that's where I got the idea from.
Yeah.
I had that thought in my head, and then
shout out to Betting with the Bat, Jimmy.
Yeah, shout out to Jimmy Bag. I really enjoy his stuff too.
Yeah.
By the way, if you ever want to get his attention, just use the word horsecock, and he's right in the chat.
He said that, yeah. No, Jimmy's the man. Yeah. That PSR, that we're friends of the channel. I mean, they're go follow Pub Sports Radio. Yeah, Pub Sports Radio.
They're live right now, I think, with the live betting of the UCF game.
What is Greg saying there? You can be a fan and still take a stance if you feel they will lose. Well, of course, I bet against my teams all the time. There's actually one team I won't bet against. I won't bet against USC. I just won't bet the game, even if it's a I don't use the word lock, but even if it's a game that's for sure one way or the other. I will bet against the Angels. I will bet against the Lakers. I will bet against the Niners very rarely. I don't need to, because usually Niners games have value. This week,
I will bet against the Mets. I have bet against the Mets this year. I will bet against the Giants. I will bet against the Islanders. I've bet against ECU before as well. ECU basketball, but I've bet against ECU before. Like I can bet against any team or for any team. I think at some point this season I've bet on every team and against every team.
You're not a real handicapper if you can't bet against your team.
Yeah.
You're not a real handicapper. And I've seen Terry bet against Toronto too.
Once.
Yeah, I've seen
He
him
took
do it.
Cleveland first 5 plus a half and
He
He
also
did
lost.
it this year
Seattle
since
plus
I've been
5.
involved. He did it this year, I think.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he did. He's done it twice this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He took Seattle first 5 when they were part of on that West Coast trip where it felt like they lost every game.
Well, this year, Nathan, I hope that's the case. But every year the Dodgers win 100 games, and if you bet on them, you're 60%. But if you bet a money line, you lose money.
Yep.
This year's an anomaly.
Yeah,
It's a
right.
good year this year. Anyway, Terry? Since you're here and you don't bet NCAA and you like NFL, let's talk about bets you like for this weekend. You get 1 to 3 bets. You're 1-0. Seattle Mariners was your last one. You take that juicy -120. What are you liking for tomorrow?
I haven't looked at anything yet.
All right. What is this?
What is what?
Hold on. This is meant for Moose, but
Oh, he left.
oh, why? Come back. Oh, we weren't bashing you.
And Toronto just took the lead.
I didn't see the private chat. I didn't even think there was any sort of bashing. Terry, come back.
I didn't think so either.
You know what's funny is you can't see. I played it back on the intermission. You can't see us going sideways because it takes the whole screen up on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be awesome if we could see that. Anyways, I think I need to write a little apology note.
That's fair. It is what it is. Then back to college football then?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to see if we can get him back here.
Hi guys.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, take over real quick. I'm having a little conversation.
All good. All good. What are we looking at?
I make some bets here.
Jeez, it's still 1-0 in that Oakland game.
This one
5-0 Cleveland. That's good. Tampa Bay is up 4-1.
I'm taking the Charlotte 49ers plus 26.5 tomorrow against Maryland, by the way.
Charlotte, they're a basketball team. People like to, they're bad. I know that, but hold on. Actually, I have to take this call. So why don't you guys really take over? And I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Let's go ahead. Go back to Louisville's up 20-14 with 6 minutes left to go in the fourth.
Hell yeah.
10-0 Boise State at halftime.
I'll take it.
I have my gross play of the week. I'll mention that when Dave gets back. I like Memphis.
I'm back.
All right. So each week I do my gross play of the week, where week 0 was Duquesne and I cashed it. Week 1 was North Dakota versus Nebraska and I cashed it. This week will be Charleston Southern plus 42.5 versus NC State. That's the gross play of the week.
NC State and who?
Charleston Southern.
Oh yeah. That's why I didn't look at it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's the gross play of the week. It's NC State coming off of that crazy game against East Carolina, and then I don't think they go and blow out Charleston Southern.
Well, I didn't cap that game. I didn't even think there was a line out for that game.
It's on like 1 or 2 books. It's nothing crazy. You'll see it more tomorrow. So, Timmy said Army over 54. Was that? We both have it, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You pay attention to the comments here.
Let's see. Tomorrow's game's already here. Too much information.
I don't agree with that at all, actually.
What happened?
No, he's saying is he too much information to certain hours before game? I love to have my picks early. Get early.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like to try to beat line movements. That's half of sports betting.
Yeah.
That's trying to beat line movements and get closing line value. That's just that's just a start of trying to play chess when everybody else is playing checkers.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, but what information don't you have now? I mean, I guess injury stuff, like last minute injury stuff. But in college, they don't play the game in college at the pro sport, and the reason why is that they play that game for money and for views for TV. NBA for COVID was horrible. Trying to cap COVID last year, they didn't give you didn't know what was happening until right before the game.
That was very. NBA is a bitch to try to bet early.
Yeah,
I still do.
Oh, I do too. I make my plays. I'm more selective. NBA is my most selective sport, but there's just times when it's really good, and right after COVID was really good, and playoffs are really good.
Playoffs because everybody cares and everybody plays.
But early season, I don't really jump into NBA, really tackling NBA until probably after the new year most of the time. I don't deal with the first 2 months. It's just
I cap it all year.
I know I cap it. I don't hit it as heavy.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Oh, that's running into the kicker. There's a penalty. Yep.
Give me Diamondbacks first 2 tomorrow. Not a horrible look. I mean, but it's in Colorado. Anything can happen in Colorado. Colorado's like
they get the first at bat in Colorado, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, that is a good point. Still one. Oh, it's an early game. Boise State, New Mexico, halftime, 10-0. I knew that game. New Mexico.
All I need is 10 points from Boise State and for New Mexico just to stay.
New Mexico, I even said it. I don't think
they're going to shut out New Mexico tonight.
Yeah, they're bad. I can't. 17 points is too much for me. If it was inside, if it was like 12 or something.
See,
like
Boise State, I ended up betting that really late. I bet that later today, actually, and it was because they end up landing on one of my overreaction team list because they didn't cover the spread by 16.5 points last week against Oregon State. So
you want to know why? I mean, I understand your logic.
And my power ranking for that one was like 23.
Yes. Get in here, you goober. What are you doing? Was your dog?
I had to run to the washroom. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He had to go to the garage.
Yeah,
that would be a little bit more of a reasonable explanation.
Smoke break is fine.
Yeah.
I want to, Terry, without any more stupid drops from me, I want to get something. Here's the deal. This is a capping show. If you haven't looked at anything, talk about something that catches your eye, and we'll maybe put you on.
I can update my baseball numbers, and we can go over games.
Yeah.
Well, I did mention that over, but I was told it's going to be 1-0 after 6.
Oh, I was joking around. That was
my over is dead.
Yeah.
Which game is that?
Colorado.
The Coors Field game.
No, why would that not be
Bumgarner? Oh,
the guy's
Bumgarner against Urania.
Bumgarner's elite.
Bumgarner is not elite. What's their
2022 Bumgarner is not. Maybe the 2012 version was.
Yeah, I was going to say 2010.
I didn't realize they were 10 years in the past. No, Bumgarner is not elite.
Look at these two pictures recently.
Take a look at these my pitching numbers. We're
going to jump in. Man, this new laptop is this one I'm not shooting the show on.
It's 11.5.
Oh boy,
that doesn't matter. Of course, it doesn't matter.
Coors number, of course, Coors is going to be high. Sometimes it's 12 or 12.5.
Yeah, that's nothing for Coors. That's not. You don't.
11.5 isn't too bad when you have Urania against.
Yeah.
Live betting alert! I really need Cleveland or Houston.
Urania has had one quality start in the past 5. I mean, it got torched at Cincinnati. He pitched okay versus the Braves. He got torched at home versus the Rangers. He's crap. In August, he's pitched horribly. 7 ERA, over 7.
The only reason why he has a job is he's in Colorado.
Yeah. At home,
And the game
his ERA,
today is 10-9. It's
his
10-9.
His ERA is over 7 at home.
Both those pitchers the last 30 days have ERAs above 8. Jose Urena has the second highest Sierra the last 30 days, other than Chase Anderson of the Reds tomorrow. He also has the third highest FIP on the slate. So his advanced stats suck. Madison Bumgarner has a 4.19 BABIP. So all you gotta do is put the ball in play. You'll be on base 42% of the time.
Wait a minute, Madison Bumgarner.
The last 30 days.
Oh yeah. In August, he sucked balls. Yeah, bad. Versus Colorado,
it's the start for him.
I like the over. I actually don't. Well, let's look at the team. Well, I guess I know Arizona's. Well, this is the thing. Colorado's has done really bad against right-handed pitching past 2 weeks. Arizona's done really good. But here's the deal. Look at today. They torch right-handed pitching. So I think the over is not a bad play. I don't know if I'd bet it, but I might like the first 5 over. I wonder what that is.
We lost him again.
Oh. I don't know. I like that play, actually.
I don't mind it. I don't know. I'm not betting much baseball tomorrow, so that's.
I'll bet my 3 and I'll be good.
I haven't even capped baseball yet. I was going to do it on the show.
I don't need to cap the 3 because those are just plays I'm taking blindly at this point.
LJ from H-Town is.
Oh yeah, no, I see him. We're getting dude in. We've been trying to link up for the past week. He's a busy guy.
Who isn't these days?
No shit. Today's bad.
What do you mean?
Bad, busy. Like it just feels like I don't have enough time in the day to do everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I would never be a producer of like a radio show or some other. You just can't deal with this technology.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it.
See, I remember I was born before there was a internet.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to learn all this stupid crap.
UCF's driving right now. Come on, Louisville, just don't give up a touchdown. That's all I'm going to ask.
Diamondbacks are a slow start today, and they're going, we watched it. We did it on the show. We saw it on the show.
Yeah, they stormed back quick.
I mean, but that's an unreal inning. I mean, 9 runs in an inning is freaking is ludicrous. What's the first 5 tomorrow? I actually might like the first 5 over more than the full game over. Top of it, gentlemen, up getting those bankrolls as usual. Well, fuck yeah. That's right, buddy. That's what we do. It's all about that's what this show's about. I mean, everyone's welcome. We pulled people in from the chat. We'll do it again. Maybe we'll get some of these guys on. There's so much competition on Twitter. I know we give each other a hard time and shit, but it's all about winning money. And this show started because you and me and Terry and Moose and Marley, we all cap behind the scenes.
Of course.
Handicap, and that's what. There's no secret rituals or anything. We're not getting naked and having like child sacrifices. There's no secret
Don't tell them what we do.
There's no secret society to handicap. This is what we do. You want Dallas Keuchel back? Well, shit, we all do. Don't we all?
Yeah, it's sad.
I just want to point out something. Oakland, the new Oakland pitcher, was it Pruitt, is throwing a no-hitter right now through 5 innings.
Holy shit.
Just figure I'd throw that one out there.
Well,
for UCF at the 4.
What's Detmer? It's just like that guy that was a rookie and threw it. And
I like Detmer a little bit.
I know you don't, but he's someone who his stats graded out pretty nice. They just stopped him on third down. They're gonna have to go for it here on fourth.
Are you watching US?
3.5 minutes left in the fourth and goal. You think they go for it, right? Fourth and goal. 3 minutes left in the fourth, down 6.
Of course, because they're pinned back. They're pinned back on their own side of the ball. I want to get LG in here because he knows he's got some. I want to talk about Houston. He's from Houston. Then we got
Incomplete. Louisville ball. 2-0 Athletics. All right, that play's a loser.
I still have some college football I want to ask about. I'm going to wait though.
Go ahead.
The show kind of goes here and there. Well, I'm kind of waiting for maybe LJ to come on because I really want to talk about Houston.
Yes, Houston. That was that under 53. I got 53.5. That was easy.
I'm talking about the Texans.
Yeah, but Rise with that 35-10. I thought it was going to be the other way around. I thought it was going to be 31-10. I thought it was going to be 31-10 BC, not 31-10 Montreal. But yeah, I really liked. I'm glad that BetOnline didn't offer the team totals for that game because I would have bet the Montreal team total under and probably would have lost or would have lost that. So yeah, I'm glad the under 53 hit though. Dave, what was your total on that Houston game?
8.5. You mean the baseball game? 8.5, 8.5.
All right, it's 4-2 going into the top of the ninth.
Yeah, I mean it's still
alive. You just gotta hope that they don't tie it up.
Yeah,
when they're reviewing that play in Louisville.
Well,
you have anything in this this Louisville game, Dave?
I don't. So I obviously when there are 2 games on in college football, I like when there's smaller cards in football because I can really dive in. Same thing with college basketball too. Like that's why I like the end of the tournament because I can dive in. UCF was my lean. Obviously, I'm glad I didn't bet the game. I'm not a fan of Malik Cunningham, and I've seen them have games where they just score a shit ton of points, and I've seen games where they shit the bed like against Old Miss last year. So I'm just not a big fan.
Or Syracuse week 1.
Yeah. But here we go. Now we can get to business. We got another boy from Houston. Great capper, good guy, good friend. He's everywhere. He's like herpes, just like Tim said. LJ from H. What up, dude?
Hey, I don't want to be associated with herpes, man.
Oh, you know, you're the good type of herpes.
There's a good type of herpes?
Yeah, LJ.
Wait,
what? No. What's going on? What we talking about? What we got on agenda?
So we're gonna
Russian table tennis.
No. We do you? By the way, this is LJ. I'm sure you've seen him on Pub Sports and everywhere else. Yeah. Earl Sports Bets. They're with picks and parlays. They're
okay. I take it they're twins.
Yeah.
What? Okay. I'm not seeing 2 people. Okay, I got you.
One person, 2 heads.
Okay.
What do you? So here's the deal. So I'm doing the Circa deal, the Circa contest, and I need my 5th pick. And I see your hat on right now, and I'm between the Saints -5.5, and I know you're on the Texans getting the points. That's one of my bets I might take. Give me some of your knowledge and your stats if you have it for the Texans tomorrow versus the Colts.
I got to pull it out.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Yeah, take your time.
Let me pull them out.
Yeah, so I just think I know there's a stat that's like 1-11 the first opening game, like the opening game, the Colts haven't covered, that kind of thing.
I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
If no one knows, I mean, go follow LJ. Heavy statistic guy, trend guy. If you need a trend, he's got 1 or a million for sure. Parlays the night before, yeah, of course we do. I do everything that
Guardians, yes.
Well, I know one of my props is going to be Davis Mills, 20 plus pass completions.
Okay.
Because he hit that number 4 out of the last 5 games last year, towards the end of the season.
20 and a half?
No, 20 plus. Like they had it at 20. Exactly. 20 pass completions. So I'm figuring he's going to hit that.
Half, really.
No, he's going to hit that right on the 20 or he's going to go over. He's not going to go under 20.
Yeah, it's an over 19 and a half, basically.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Do you know what the odds are on that one?
I can bring it up. Let me bring it up.
Yeah. Because I want to get what we do on the show now is we're and there's no rush. It's just as much fast you want to go. But
Okay.
I do 3. I let guys give 1 to 3 bets, their best bets or whatever, and then we're tracking them. We went 10 and 6. We won 3.5 units last show. So
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
16 bets, 6 different cappers. And I don't attribute any. I'm not putting names and records because it's all about kind of coming together, you know.
It's a capper collective.
Yeah.
All right. Davis Mills, 20. Yeah, they have 20. They have 20 plus minus 201.
Okay.
Minus 200. So I may go with the 21 plus minus 18. I don't know if I could go with the 22 plus with minus 105. But I'm thinking between 20 and 21 is what I'm
not laying $2 on a. I wouldn't lay $2 personally. That's just too juicy for me.
Yeah, it is. It is. So I may do the 21 plus at minus 118 because I figure they're not going to be able to run the ball on the Colts. The Colts got a good rush defense, so I'm pretty sure he's going to put the ball in the air most of the game, and most of those targets are going to go to Brandon Cook. And I saw that Big Show laddered Brandon Cook's receptions today on Sharpie's show. He took it all the way up to like 8. Yeah, I think he took it up to like 8 plus.
Whoa!
Because he says when the Texans are down, the main target is Brandon Cooks. Yeah.
Yep. Then they're going to have to throw the ball. Absolutely.
Well, my thing on that game is that one trend of the Colts not covering the opening game of the season. They're 1-11 the past 12 years, and that was with a lot better QB. Andrew Luck is night and day better than Ryan is now, for sure.
Touchdown Boise State, 17-0.
I would like to see that competition that they faced the first game of the season too. I would love to go back and look at that.
I think it's all divisional stuff besides last year, which was Seattle.
Okay.
Was Seattle last year?
It was Seattle last year, and they lost.
I told these guys I can't decide because the Saints are going to be really good, and I think 5.5 points is a good number versus the Falcons. But I'm gonna write I'm putting a sticky note on one side of my bed: Houston +7 and New Orleans -5.5, and whatever side I wake up facing, I'm gonna choose. The problem is I'm gonna wake up on my back.
Ready? Here's my argument for taking the Saints over the Texans in general.
Yeah.
Because let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I bet both these plays, which I didn't bet the Texans.
Yeah.
The only reason I wouldn't take the Texans is because you could have gotten 8.5 a week ago.
Yeah. The circa lines are what they are. I mean,
I know.
A touchdown's still a lot. Hey, let's do this too, since you're not on that. What are you on right now? Are you done for the? I mean, all the games have already started. How'd you do today?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What, the baseball games?
Yeah. Did you bet anything?
Oh yeah. I had a lot. I had let me go down. I had Rodon 8+ strikeouts, which you hit that. I had the Pirates upsetting the Cardinals, and I'm glad I hit that. I took the team total.
I had the Pirates first 5. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I hit the run. I hit their run line and the team total. Yeah, I hit that. I had the Rays over the Yankees. I don't know if that hit.
2 outs in the 9th. That's 2 outs in the 9th right now.
Okay, I had the Nationals team total over 3.5. I think they only got 3.
Yeah.
I think they only got 3. Yeah. I missed that one. I took the Astros, of course. I took the Astros run line, money line, and team total. They hit the team total, which was 3.5.
Their run line's dead because Angels just scored 1 in the top of the 9th, so it's now 4-3.
No more runs.
I see it. Unless they tie it up and they go into the bottom.
I have the only.
And I had that one. I also had I had the Royals over the Tigers. The last time I looked, the Tigers was beating the shit out the Royals. So
9-1,
that wasn't close.
yeah, I had the Royals. I had the Braves team total over 3.5.
They've got 3 right now.
That's
I
a
hope
good bet. That's live. How
Okay, and I had
the Padres just scored.
Padres.
Padres
are 3-1. No.
3-run home run.
Yeah, I stayed off that game. Man. You can't trust the Dodgers' first game of a series, man. They're iffy.
Yeah, I run lined it.
First game of a series? No, they're one of the best teams in the first game in the series.
So when's
lately,
that JPZ
yeah, lately you're right.
Lately, I said.
Here's your Braves team total. Travis d'Arnaud solo shot.
Damn it!
All right.
I had D-backs. I had the D-backs. Yeah, today was looking like a really good day. I might have swept, but I think the Dodgers just pissed in my punch.
Yeah,
I think I took the over in the Colorado-Arizona game too. What was that score?
It's already 20. Though it's at 20, 10-10.
What the fuck?
Hey, OJ, check this out. I had my best bet in the MLB was Diamondbacks first 5. Top of the fifth inning. One inning to go. It was 8-1 D-backs. It was 10-8 after that top of the inning. I won my bet. They scored 9 runs in 1 inning.
The D-backs hit the first 5?
Yep.
Wow. So you know what that means? I got that stat. They're 17-5-4 in their last 26 first 5s.
They're hot as shit. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. The reason why I took that over is because Colorado as a home favorite is like 12-2 or 3 to the over. So
yeah,
every time they're a home favorite, I take the over just to blindly bet that.
I know. That's why. I mean, just so you know, this show we had Big Boss was on today. Marley was in here. We've had guys, Fade U Sports. You probably don't know them, but the point of the show was kind of off of. I mean, you knew the nightcap and all that. It was kind of the idea, but I wanted to do more actual capping. Like we cap on this show. That was more of hanging out and watching games. And that's kind of like why I want dudes like you here, because we all have different styles. And you are super heavy trend guy. And that's a very strong way to cap for sure.
Yeah. Sometimes I go against the trend. If it's hitting too much,
yeah,
I'll try to go against it just like to see if I'm wrong. But I just kind of psych myself out a lot of times trying to get a different angle and everything. I'm trying to find different ways to make money, man. But yeah, I got my let me finish this football stuff because I still haven't done over last night. Who'd you have last night on the Bills and Rams?
I had the under.
Rams
on the under. Yep.
Good job.
Razor and I, we were on the session at the same time. We were typing the same thing, under. And obviously he's bigger and gets more attention. But I put my video out last night. It was under all the way.
Awesome. I didn't take the under, but I took the Bills minus the 2.5. I took that, and of course I hit that 800. Josh Allen.
Oh yeah, tell us about that.
Bro, I called the bookie. I called my book today, and they said that was a mistake. So I fortunately caught that right before they put it out. It was supposed to be Josh Allen 2 rushing touchdowns for 800. But they put pass and rush, and they figured it out later. But they said it already had placed it in, so they had to pay me.
So what was the bet, though? What was the one you got? You took it.
I took the pass and the rush, so plus 800.
His bet was Josh Allen to have 1 passing touchdown and 1 rushing touchdown for plus 800.
And they said they made a mistake this morning because I called them, and they said, you know what, you were very fortunate that you put that in early in the morning because it was a typo. They shouldn't have put it out like that.
What a great bet, man.
Man, that was a lucky bet for real. So, but yeah, I smacked that one real good.
Did you bet? Well, if you want to share, did you bet a full unit on it?
I put $200 on it, and won 8.
That made you that a boy.
Because I knew he was going to get that. He averages that, especially when he's in the red zone. Yeah. He's normally going to rush for that touchdown. So I knew that was a great bet. It was easy. So, all right, Astros, 4-3. I guess I'll take the win instead of the run line.
Is it over?
Yeah, 4-3.
I cashed the under.
All right. So I need the Dodgers to get their heads out of their ass. That's what I need.
And Seattle too as well.
If the Dodgers win, if the Dodgers cover the run line, I'm 4-0. If they don't, I'm 3-1. I don't. That's decent.
Yeah, I need
Rickett, new name in the chat. Everyone's new. Rickett Pickett's. I'm assuming
he's one of our guys.
Of course. Of course. Man, it's so fucking good that football's back. I've had a boner for weeks. I mean,
I don't mind if I eat on here, huh?
No.
It's okay,
you can
absolutely not. No, not.
Usually you're smoking or drinking on a show, not eating.
Yeah, I don't have no weed, man. I hate living in a state that it's not legal, man.
Yeah,
it burns me so bad. I hate it so bad.
Yeah.
But hey, what can I do?
Yeah.
Move.
There was that conversation the other day on the show. I think they were talking about I'll go to California. I'm 38. I've spent my first 37 years in Southern California. I love it, but I escaped because I don't like too many people. I live in a very small desert community on the river in Arizona. But you were like, yeah, what am I going to do? Move to California because weed's legal? Like, I have a wife, I have a house.
Yeah, exactly. For real, I can't just move like that. But I did tell her our son is going to be graduating in 4 years, so we're going to have to think about it. They haven't legalized it here, and like I said, how long do we know before they legalize sports betting in every state? We don't even know how long that's going to be. So those two things right there are my main things I do. So if I got to make that move to Vegas, I may make that move to Vegas, man.
Yeah, I grew up where I could drive 4 hours there. By the way, if you take a plane from Southern California to Vegas with the wait time, it's about 3 to 4 hours anyways, even though it's an hour flight. If you drive there, it's 4 hours. I'm an hour and a half away. I drove there to Circa. I did an overnight. I can go to overnight to Vegas, but Vegas is the place to be for certain things. Sports betting and poker, not so much for blackjack, but let's talk. We were talking about this Rickett picks. Don't I think the Saints will crush? I'm either betting tomorrow. I'm deciding whether it's Saints or Houston. That's going to be my fifth Circa pick, and I don't know yet. I don't see how the Saints can't cover 5.5. But the trend with the Colts is so strong. They've only covered one time in 12 years. First game of the season.
I actually like both of them because the Saints have won 4 straight in Atlanta. In fact, they only lost since 2017, and the Falcons at home last season was 0-7 ATS.
How much? I never do this because I don't trust these numbers. But Tim or Nick, do you have how much? What's the ticket and the handle on that game? Where are the percentages? And by handle, that's the word. That's the word the books use for money. Is handle.
Yeah, let me let's see. The site that I look at saying 78% of the tickets, 86% of the catches on the Saints. Yeah. The lines moved from 3.5 to 5.5, though, so the lines made sense.
Yeah, no, the line does make sense. That's for sure.
JP Crawford home run 4-3 now in that Braves game.
All right,
need the Mariners. A for a bet, B so that the Mets aren't in. I don't have to hear about the Mets not being in first place.
Yeah, I didn't get a response after that last dip.
That's fine.
I don't know. Anyway, mine says 71. Yeah, this is Rick. This is my point with that stuff. All the sites are different. Everyone, VSIN, all the different sites, they're all different with what numbers they have.
Yeah,
but we normally get the general.
And then you
consensus.
also don't know what that's accounting for. You do and you don't. I've seen them way different before, bro. Like on the opposite side, and it's too big of a thing to totally encapsulate. That just if there was one place that was the gold standard for that number, I'd follow it. But they're all different. And,
I will say. One thing that I'll look at is when the Circa, because Circa will tell you where everybody's on, like for their contest.
But that's one book, though. That's the point.
Well, for the contest picks,
yeah. So
they will tell you where everybody's at.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I didn't really even. I wanted to ask, but I knew the money and the handle and the tickets were both on the Saints. But The Houston bet looks so juicy to me. I don't, and no offense, LJ, but they're not a good team.
Oh, I would agree with that. But even if you have sucking teams, you still can find a way to make money off.
That's how I make my money is on the bat. So another guy that comes in there, his name is Chris. His nickname is Hammer Poop. He says he takes all the poopy bets, all the shitty bets, and he makes money, betting the shitty teams. That's what he does.
Yeah, I can see. You just got to find out what they're good at.
Like football.
Yeah.
Now that's tough to do in a sport like baseball, and it's tough to do in a sport like hockey because they're money lines. But the books turn. But if you're looking at basketball, if you're looking at football, the books can turn a winner into a loser by moving the line.
Of course.
You can't make a winner or a loser off of a money line, though. You can't switch that. You can only make it more expensive to back a team. That's all you can do. So that's why it's easier to make money betting bad teams because you can get more points like that in sports like basketball and football, but in baseball and hockey, unless you're taking like 2.5 runs or 2.5 goals or whatever, like that's really not something you could attack too much.
What are y'all looking at for as Baker playing his old team? Carolina and Cleveland.
Browns. Bet one of the best bets of the day. Browns. Yep. Here's my thing, and they'll talk about it too. We've talked about this game at length before in the past couple. NFL shows are usually during the week, but that's what we're going to do. But we'll talk about it now. Let's talk about Baker. He's a short, big mouth, underachieving butthole, and he's Johnny Manziel, but a little bit better. He's not good.
Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. But if you look at the Browns are super talented. What they don't have is good ownership and a quarterback, and the quarterback's serviceable. But they've got one of the best O-lines. They've got the best running back tandem in the NFL. Their wide receivers are serviceable, and their front seven and their secondary are top 10. Carolina at any of those points are ranked 15th or worst. I don't know. The only narrative why they're even close is because it's Baker playing his own team. So I that's silly. And by the way, the lines move the right way. I got him at +2. Now it's at even money. Yeah.
Good
So I think the Browns smash them. I think Myles Garrett picks Baker's little baby boy body up and buries him in the ground 3 feet. That's what I think.
Oh, definitely. He's definitely going to get sacked.
Yeah.
Dodgers have the bases loaded with 1 out, but it looks like the rain's coming down pretty hard.
Grand slam. Let's go. It happened once tonight. It can happen again.
Let's hope. If the Dodgers can run away with this game, especially in the first 5 too, then I can have right now I'm 4-0 in baseball. And I have the Dodgers first 5 run line, full game run line, and team total over. So if all those can hit, that'll be a nice 7-0 day.
Yeah, big time.
Baseball.
But back to the Browns. I'll say that if the Browns had, there's a curse in the Browns, but if the Browns had Deshaun Watson, a quarterback, no matter what you think about him and all that stuff, which, maybe he's a weirdo, but guys are weirdos anyway. As long as it's not illegal. If you're doing something illegal, it's different. If they had a quarterback, they might be the most talented. They might be like almost the most talented team besides the Rams or the Bills. They've got talent everywhere. The problem is they're cursed. Their ownership sucks, and they can never get the right head coach. That's really.
You don't think Stefanski is the right guy?
Who's the right fucking guy? They've never had the right guy ever. No matter who you liked. You want to know why the ownership makes bad decisions? It's one of the worst run teams in major sport and the 4 big sports. The Browns. I think Browns is the answer, and I think you guys are Browns or pass, aren't you?
If Browns or pass, I'd have pick them. I may get to it with a small play.
At +2 or at the circa minus. Even +1.5. I have them to -2. I would take the Browns to -2.
For me, I think if I have to get to this game, I would bet an under, but it's really low at 42.
Yeah.
But I think this is a game where the Browns are going to pound the rock. Maybe look at the Panthers team total under. Maybe that's a decent look.
And not to mention the Panthers coach is no fucking gem. That guy.
Yeah.
Right.
3-2 now in the Dodger game.
Yeah, come on.
Zach Clyde for Freddie Freeman.
Let's get a freaking. Let's do this. So we got Marley's bets in here. Marley was in here. We got Big Boss's bets in here. Obviously, they were all college football because we know Big Boss is the college football maven.
He gave me an Air Force play tomorrow. He said take Air Force.
That's one of the plays he did. Air Force, and I'm going to bet that. I was already looking. I'm fading Colorado's offensive coordinator like the plague. Air Force. I mean, that's why I love this show just because so many different.
This show last week got me on an absolute no sweat winner with Nevada.
Speaking of Nevada, I was able to get
them. Who was on that play? Thank you. You're fucking
Speaking
welcome.
of Nevada, I was able to get him this week versus Incarnate Word at -2.5.
What's it at now?
It's like 5.5, 6.
Oh. Hold on.
It's -5.5 against Incarnate Word.
I think that was just a typo that you were able to put up on the site at that price.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a typo, but
it should be like -20. I mean, they should be
-6.5 on my book.
What? I didn't even cap that game. That might be the lock of the century. What? Incarnate Word?
Yeah. Well, no, we're not betting Incarnate Word, Nevada.
No, I know that, but there was.
I wasn't able to bet the 2.5 number. I'm not going to bet it at 6.5.
You know what they're
saying?
saying?
We were able to put it up on the site.
They're saying they're going to play down to their competition. That's what that's saying. They're Nevada is still Nevada. They still get. I mean, I couldn't believe the disrespect versus New Mexico State. Break. McCaffrey TD. Who knows? He could be out in the first half. He's a paper tiger.
For real, he can.
He might hurt his
glass cannon.
I don't know.
Like Baker had the new signing there that he probably wasn't going to be able to depend on him the whole season.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, DJ Moore I loved DJ Moore last year. He's a good fantasy guy. They're just not. They're mediocre. I mean, they're not horrible everywhere. They're the Carolina at every when you look at every quarterback, wide receivers, O-line, running back, front seven, secondary. That's what you look at. They're just all in the middle or worse. They're just not good. And the Browns
are very meh.
Yeah, and the Browns are great everywhere except for quarterback and wide receivers kind of meh. But they just pound the fucking ball and play defense. That's football 101.
Exactly. And you got to understand, when I look at a team, are you capable of winning your division? That's the first thing I look at.
Okay.
And if you're not even capable of winning your division, then why should I look at you? You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to be able to compete for it. Even if you if you get a good record with these other teams out of your conference and your division. Just perfect example, the Cardinals. Perfect example. They can win out of their division, but once they get to their division, that's where they struggle.
That's right.
So you got to overcome your division order. Like as soon as we got Deshaun Watson, we started winning our division because we got a franchise quarterback. But when we had Brock Osweiler and who else did we have? Case Keenum and Brian Hoyer. We had all these mediocre quarterbacks, and DeAndre Hopkins was still getting 1,000 yards receiving with these incompetent quarterbacks. So it just goes to show you, man, you gotta have that quarterback behind center, man. You got to.
I had Waddle last year on my team. I reached to get him. I knew Waddle would be better. It would be the better of the two Bama wide receivers, and he was.
Ruggs had some killer speed last year. So
Michael Harris.
Well, now he's not playing. So
yeah, he's running away in a snail right now.
They're tied in San Diego.
What's that?
They just tied it.
We're gonna.
What do you have on that game? Padres?
Run line.
Oh, okay.
Dodgers first 5 full game run line and the team total over.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't usually bet the Dodgers, but it's Padres.
I've woken up and faded the Padres for 2.5 weeks now straight. I think.
What about the Jaguars and Washington?
My other best bet.
That's the what you got the under.
I have Commanders.
You have the Commanders. Okay.
I'm going to be on the Commanders too. I lean over.
Here's why.
No.
If you look, and it's about measuring everything against everything else. There's three things in this game that people want. People are looking at Trevor Lawrence. They're looking at two things. They're looking at Urban Meyer leaving and Trevor Lawrence. But I'm going to talk about Trevor Lawrence for a second. He was a rookie. His QBR was the fourth. It was under 40. It was the fourth worst in the league, and he had more interceptions than touchdowns. Now, when you go to the Commanders, not a great team, but there's not one spot on their team, even their quarterback, and I'll get into that in a second. People hate Carson Wentz, but QB, running back, wide receiver, O-line, front seven, secondary. They're all better. Washington has a better one of those than Jacksonville does. All of them. And if you look at Carson Wentz, he is an explosion waiting to happen. He's a dumb play waiting to happen. That's why the dude has so many concussions, because the easiest thing to do in football is a QB sneak. He can't figure out where to put his fucking head, and it gets rocked and he gets a concussion. But
yes,
if I had to take Carson, if I had to win a game today, and you only gave me Trevor Lawrence and Carson Wentz, I'm choosing Carson Wentz 15 million times over. So in this game, if all they have to do is cover a field goal at home versus the Jaguars, who, by the way, won 4 games last year. Commanders are bad. They won 7 games. Jaguars won 4 games. And with the new coach, that's one of my best plays. That and the Browns are my 2 best NFL plays. And those are the shitty teams. That's where you make money.
Those are my lean. Those are like 2 games where I lean towards them.
Yep.
And I'm probably going to take the Commandos.
Yeah.
The commies.
Well, I definitely have the Texans plus 7.5 as one of my best bets.
Right.
I have Arizona plus 6 to cover on Kansas City.
Yep.
I have the 49ers minus 6.5 over the Bears.
I don't like that one.
And the last one I have is the Ravens minus 6.5 over the Jets.
Okay, choose. So we did the NFL show on Wednesday, and we have the Cardinals already up there as a bet. I have you down. Do you want that Mills play? Do you want that in your best bets or not? Do you want me to shake that off?
As my best prop bet or just bet period?
Well, this is going to be, you get 3 bets
Okay.
So 20.5 at minus 118. I have that. I have the Texans at plus 7. I have the Niners at, what was that?
You can take that one off. That's not going to be in there.
Okay.
I'd rather put Arizona plus 6 over Kansas City.
We already have that one in there though.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You have the Ravens, the Jets?
Nope.
Okay. I'd rather do that one.
Wait a minute. We also can't do conflicting bets. That's another thing. Did we have the?
Oh.
Did you put the Jets? I don't think we did the Jets. Actually.
No, I didn't.
We didn't. So
everybody wants to fade my Jets. I understand.
Hey, there are
but
bets
when the
that
Jets went outright. Vegas
all
is
right,
going to make
Ravens,
a lot of money.
what's it? Minus 6.
6.5.
All right.
I think the Jets team total under is the better play rather than laying a spread.
Maybe. So I have you down for Mills 20.5 minus 118. That's completions. Texans plus 7. Ravens minus 6.5. Sounds good. I still don't know. I want to take the Houston so bad. It's bugging me. Commanders, Packers, Saints, 49ers, Chargers, all ATS would be my 5. I
agree with 4 of those.
You did well the first 3.
I don't mind the Chargers.
I don't mind the Saints, the Commanders, and the Chargers. I'm a 49ers fan, and I know they don't cover spreads. They win games, they don't cover spreads.
I'm probably going to land on the Bears, to be completely honest, because I'm not laying points with Trey Lance on the road. That's not
the Bears happening. I'm saying out the Bears are the worst team in the NFL by far, the worst.
Yep, it's a poop play.
And I'm thinking the 49ers can get turnovers on the Bears.
And you know what's funny is the Bears plus the points is on is one of the nerds bets, and it was Hammer Poop who gave me that.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah. Hey, LJ, you know all the pick videos that people do? You want to see the best pick video? This guy comes on the show. This is the best pick video I've ever seen. And we do all this. We have all this production equipment and laptops. This guy, this is the dude right here.
1-2 Saturday, that's okay. We're 6-6. We say, fuck it. put this fucking apron back on, and we go back to work, and we take scum. Knicks plus 4.5 smells like shit against the Clippers. Pelicans plus 3.5 in Mile High. Why is it that line? We don't know, but we take it because it smells. Blackhawks plus 1.5. Hammer poop, folks. Let's go. Let's have a Sunday.
Tell me that isn't one of the best picks. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
For real.
And it's not like he didn't even try. He wasn't even trying to be funny. This is how this guy is. This guy is on our show. And by the way, he's part of Fade Sports. He's a really good capper. Kelly, we'll get to that.
Okay.
But he was on the show the other day, and he's in Southern California, and his place doesn't have central AC. Just one room has an AC unit. He was sweating his balls off. So he went in his car to do the show. He's in his parking spot. He buckles his seatbelt for safety, even though he's not going anywhere. He's on the show, but he's drinking a beer in his car. So it's like, this is that guy. He's fucking.
That's funny. That's real funny.
Do we have any totals tomorrow? I have some college football totals.
I'm going to be on some totals. Yeah,
I've got
a bunch of overs.
I've got some. Well, I don't know. Well, what do I have? I've seen fucking.
Well, I have under Ohio State, over North Carolina, over UTSA, over Vanderbilt. I'm going to be on over Wisconsin. I'm going to be on under Iowa. I'm looking at I bet under ECU. I'm going to be on under in Kentucky, over in Kent State, and then over in Oklahoma State as well. And then over Penn State and over Tennessee as well.
So you named two of mine. The two of my favorite plays tomorrow is a UTSA Army over. I got it at 54.5. It's a 56. I still would take it. And then Tennessee Pitt is over all day, no matter what it's at. I think I got it at 65, which is higher than it is. Maybe it's going down, but this game might get to over 80. It might be like the Purdue game, the bowl game that they played. It's going to be just firecrackers everywhere. LJ, do you bet college football?
I don't, man. I just follow the guys that I follow, like you and Cav, because it's too many teams, and I can't just zero in on a conference because I do professional. So it's just too much for me. So I'd rather just tell people that I trust.
Yeah,
pretty
college
much.
Football, college basketball. But I think there's more value. I mean, especially my bet, not my favorite sport to cap. My favorite sport to cap is NFL. But by far, it's my least profitable because the angles are so slim. My most profitable are college baseball, college basketball, and baseball, and they're my two least favorite to cap because college baseball and basketball are so much. I mean, MLB and college basketball are so much work, so many teams, so much shit going on.
Like a lot of factors factor into those, man. Especially baseball. This was my first year really capping, like fully capping baseball. I dabbled in it the last couple of years, but really get into the numbers, the trends, the pitchers, knowing the pitch count and the velocity, all the stuff that you and Moose Betts be talking about, like all that stuff, man. I was like, wow, man, this is too much analytics, man. So, but hey, I try to find something I can, like I said, I keyed in on the Astros, I keyed in on the Cardinals, I keyed in on the Rays, like who else? The Braves. It's 4 or 5 teams that I've actually keyed on to see what can I take, because if I'm all over the board, I'm gonna lose more than I win.
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, I can't help myself. I look in baseball, I look at every single game. When it comes to college basketball and football, there's so many teams. I'll look at teams, I'll just cross them off right away just because I don't want to touch them. Or I'll look at a spread. Usually the big spreads I don't touch too much. But because it's just how do you cap those?
It's all indexed for the bigger ones.
No, it is. You index them, but the problem is I agree with that. So I start with indexes, but I don't index MLB or
No. MLB is not. But when there's a lot of teams, the only way to do college basketball, college football, is
you have to start for that. So when I first started capping, this is another thing we give capping advice, and we'll go through the comments. We didn't get this one. North Carolina team total over. I don't know. Yeah, they like that one.
I like the over in general.
You have to have a place to start with capping in any sport, and it's different in all sports. But for NFL, college football, and college basketball, especially the college sports, because there's so many, you have to be able to weed things out. So I index them on power rankings. I do the math. It takes me on a Friday night. It takes me ever to. It takes me 8. I'll work 8 hours and I'll cap for 8 hours. But college basketball specifically, you can really find mistakes in the smaller games because they're like if it's Wisconsin versus Iowa or UCLA versus Duke, those aren't the games. It's South Dakota versus Oral Roberts, Coastal Carolina versus Lamar. The shout out to the Houston area there.
Yes.
Those are the bets. But we have someone waiting in the background. Someone I want to keep.
We have to bring him on.
Yeah. And LJ's gone, but that's okay. We're going to bring him on because I've been waiting all night to do this, so we're going to bring him on. Look at this guy. Hey, how deep are you in the old watering trough?
Deep in your mom.
That answers it. Well, because you were in the background. Yeah, whatever. Because you're here.
Those are some X-rated comments.
And you've wanted because you've wanted this for so long. We'll do this. We'll bring LJ back. Is Nick around or not? Because I want Nick to see this.
No, I think he left the house, but you can just play it again later.
All right, we're gonna do it again. I spent like an hour doing this. Not really.
What's up, LJ?
Minutes.
What's going on, Moose?
So Moose is here. That's the moose call. We got the
No, that's a fucking cow. That's a cow.
I Googled a YouTube moose. It's a moose. That's what mooses sound like.
No, that's a cow.
No, it's a moose.
I should know. I dated plenty of them.
How do you look at the picture I chose? Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look at this. You're in the zone there, dude. All right, no one appreciates my hard work. That's fine.
No, I don't. I don't appreciate your hard work. I mean, I'll give you a fucking F. Didn't we learn last time that I can just unmute this?
Yeah, but you ruined my jokes. You ruined my fucking jokes, dude. Hey, what game?
Welcome back, Moose. Welcome back.
Were you on?
What's going on, too? What's going on? I mean, I already said hi to LJ, but I think LJ needs like 3 or 4 like hellos because he's that fucking awesome.
Oh, I've been trying to get LJ on her for like 3 weeks.
Well, finally, you got to know the right people. You got to know the right people.
Well, Big Boss.
Are you the right person?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What Moose? What game were you on Pub? What game are you guys watching?
It was Louisville UCF. I took a live over early on in the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter, and then the defenses showed up. Yeah. I wanted to bet. We talked about this, Dave. I wanted to bet Louisville early on in the week, and I had multiple people tell me like you can get a better line pre-flop. It's going to go to UCF. It's at home. It's the bounce house. They lost last year because of some fluky pick six. And I heard all of that, and then I ended up trying to bet a total rather than the side, and I wanted Louisville from the outset. I wanted to bet Louisville.
That game, we've gone over that. The consensus with people that are betting that is the over.
Really? I say under.
Of course you do. Well, I like disagreeing with you in football because I'm usually right. So
barely. Fucking barely. All right.
The thing about we'll go over it one more time. The thing about it is UTSA can throw the ball, they can score, period. They don't play defense. Army, 2 things. It's hard to game plan for Army. And people also, when they see a military academy in a game, they think under because they're option teams. They play hurry up. And by the way, it's really, really hard to defensively scheme, especially for a bad defensive team to scheme for the triple option. They hung 28 points on Coastal Carolina. They didn't even really have a good game. And the total is what, 44 or 54? Yeah.
I'm not going to do this, but I think the right way to approach that game is a first half over and then a second half or a full game under. Because one of the things the Army likes to do is they do like to go fast paced, but they are also very cognizant of what the clock is doing and the situation of the game. if Army is close at all in this game and it gets to the second half, I think it's almost one of those situations. It would be an automatic under. I would love to live bet it, but I have a feeling I'm going to absolutely be asleep after the Alabama-Texas game because I'm not sure if you can tell by the slightly slurred speech right now. I'm doing my best to enunciate correctly without sounding like a fucking drunk alcoholic. But I do think it's a first half under, and then you can bet a live over because I'm sorry, I think I reversed that. It would be a first half over, full game under, because Army at some point will acknowledge, hey, we're in this game. We need to shorten it. We can convert first downs. Let's just make sure that UTSA doesn't get the ball as many times as they think they can.
Yeah, I think this can go so many different ways. I mean, UTSA could be blowing them out. It could be a close game. I just think if Army scored 28, I mean, all we need is 28-28. I mean, and I think UTSA is that way. But talking about beer drinking, how many beers did you have, Moose?
Billions and 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 billions.
Is that how many beers you had, Moose?
Accurate. You want me to count them? Because Dad forced fucking boots down my fucking throat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then a shot and a full vodka tonic. So
are you drinking brown water?
It was tequila, yeah. It was
LJ's not doing his OJ and vodka, right?
It was that California.
I have it right here.
Yeah.
It's a craft tequila from one of my former neighbors, and he gave me a bottle for free. He said that they sell retail like $85 a bottle, but he just gave it to me for like 20. Dude, it's fucking really good tequila. It's like that Añejo or whatever it is, whatever like certain people like Dirty Picks.
You're from San Diego. You better be able to pronounce Spanish right. But by the way, here's the deal. We have another guest, one of my favorite dudes, one of my first friends on Twitter a year ago. Rick, you're from Punt the QB. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? I barely snuck in here before you guys are ready to shut it down. How's it going?
No,
Surrey, Nevada. Nice.
We've been going way too long, but that's kind of the point. This show, too many shows are structured, and I want to have this be like, I don't know how many people like listen to Howard Stern. I have for my whole life, but I kind of want to be like a radio show in the background when we can jump in and see if they're looking to get the exact picks. They can go to my Twitter page, which will show all of our picks if that's what they want. But if they want just to come watch people cap, that's what this is about, is to watch people cap a game, because there aren't many shows. There are some. PSR does a bunch of them, or Pub Sports Radio, where they'll cap every single game. But there's no open forum where anyone can talk about anything. So you're welcome to come in. I know you've got. How's the COVID situation?
Yeah, my actually, it's a good thing we canceled or postponed. If I say cancel, my wife loses her mind. We were going to go to Vegas for this first week of football, but when I say canceled, my wife always kind of grits her teeth and is like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm like, no, postponed. We'll get there. Get there. She it knocked her pretty bad. She had it for a good week, and she was pretty messed up pretty badly. My daughter, she recovered pretty quickly. The kids were fine back to school this week and stuff, but I was on vacation anyway this week, so I just stayed home and did all the honeydew stuff.
Did you didn't get it though, right?
No. I had it back in January. And it was the mildest COVID probably ever.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. So I got the vaccinated and all that stuff. So my grandparents who went out of town, they've been out of town for a couple months. They got it on the way traveling, and it was really mild, and they're older, and they're in their early 80s. And then I got it 2.5 weeks later, not from them, just randomly. And then my family back in California, my mom and my nieces and nephews, who I see all the time, they all got it at the same time. So all of us, my whole entire family had COVID. And the funny thing, and the one of them, the 20-year-old niece, she didn't get it. And she was like you, she was in the cesspool. And the one that had it the worst, who was vaccinated, was one of the kids. Like my mom, who's 60, like no one got it really bad except for the kid, which is weird because they're supposed to bounce back. But thank God thank God for the vaccine. Thank God for good health, and everyone survived. But
yeah, we're, like I said, we're good. We're ready to go. We're ready to go back at it. Now I just got to plan. I think we're talking about late October, early November. We're gonna get out to Vegas, and I'll hit you up, Dave. You can run up and
I absolutely will. I absolutely will. If you're coming, I will come. I know. Dutch keeps telling me he wants to meet up. He lives there. Like and I think LJ, aren't you going in October? 1st of October.
Yeah, I'm going October 2nd for the Raiders Denver game.
Yeah.
Nice.
I live so close that I could just drive over there. That's the coolest thing about this community. Like, we can all go and hang out at a sports book or go to dinner. Vegas is such a fucking cool place. I love it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I've never been.
Really?
I've never been as an adult. I went when I was like a 10-year-old to Circus.
Yeah.
But, I have a feeling, a sneaky suspicion that's not the same as an
that
adult.
place is a shithole. That's a shithole.
Yeah, it was funny because when my parents went down to complain because I got sick the first night and I puked on the on the floor, all over the floor, and they went to the front desk and they're like, "Oh, we apologize. Our son, he got really sick and he threw up all over the floor." Immediate response: "Don't worry, that happens all the time."
That place is a dump. So let's get into we've kind of talked about everything. Let's talk about we'll start with Rick. Were you on any action today? What were you on?
Yeah, I was on I took Baltimore on the run line, which is kind of disappointing that they came back and won 3-2, but they couldn't get over that run line there. It was plus 165. I thought the odds were worth it when you're talking about that big of plus money. It just didn't work out, but you can't win them all. And then I also had the under in the Louisville game, the college football game, under 61, and that came in like bulls.
Easily.
Yeah. It was like running the Bulls over that under.
Yeah. I bet a live over in that game because the initial surge of offense was that's exactly what I thought I would see. I thought both defenses would eventually struggle to contain whatever it was the offense was trying to do. And shit, was I fucking wrong on that? My God. I mean, it wasn't a huge bet, but it was still like a standard total bet for me. And man, that backfired very quickly. But thankfully for me personally, I did cash that Giants-Cubs first 5 under, and I am on Dodgers first 5 and Dodgers -1 full game.
Nice. Yeah. It was pretty fortunate. I think I had that game probably sitting at about 58, 59. So when I saw it at 61.5, I was like, yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, I grabbed it at 58.5. I was as soon as it got under 60, I was like, I think both these teams get into the 30s.
Yeah, I don't think it was a terrible bet on the live bet to try to over it. If I was actually not spending time with the family and actually paying attention to that game a little bit more, I probably would have bet the over somewhere along the line, try to middle it.
Yeah.
Live update: Boise is up 24-7. Well, they started scoring, which is not good for my bet, but it's 12.5 left in the fourth, 24-7. Not good for anyone's bets. Boise isn't covering. Granted, they're in New Mexico's territory, but they scored 2 touchdowns. My under's fucked, but that doesn't matter. We hit, dude, that Diamondbacks. I had Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks first 5 money line, never in doubt.
Well, never in doubt, my ass. It was 8-1. It was 8-1 Rockies in the top of the 5th. The Diamondbacks scored 9 freaking runs to cover.
Who gave up those runs?
Gomber.
Can we mention something? I was 8-1. One of the Diamondbacks guys hits a home run, It was 8-2. I said, 8-2. Here comes the comeback.
And it did.
On stream. And Dave's like, fuck off.
I was like, what are you talking about? Because I had the bet, but you know what? I
joke around with that all the
as
time.
Moose knows very well, you can will yourself into manifesting wins. That's why he's betting against the Dodgers every game.
Yeah.
Right, Moose?
No, Marquez gave up those runs.
Oh, did he?
Marquez gave up 9 runs. 9 earned runs.
Yep.
Before he left.
Afterwards, I guess. I thought it was Gomber.
Yeah, Gomber came in and gave up 1. But yeah, Marquez, I usually take his over hits because that cash is pretty much, especially at home. He's the most hit pitcher at home.
Yeah.
So I usually take that on the side, just a little side bet.
Well, that's my whole thing. I mean, Davies versus Marquez with how Arizona's hitting right-handed pitching. And by the way, Colorado is the worst team against right-handed pitchers the past 2 weeks. I mean, they're just horrible.
Yeah.
I love how
that Royals bet was bad though. That was the only bad bet I made today with the Royals.
Tim, does she do her own picks?
Actually, no, she doesn't normally. But I'm doing something with her this year for NFL. I'm having her, when the circle lines come out, I'm going and I'm having her pick each game, and I want to see how she does. She knows 0 about football. Nothing. I just gave her the two names, and she picks one.
It's like the little kid where they put the 2 helmets out with a little kid.
Exactly. Yep. It's kind of like one of the seals when they the octopus when he predicted the World Cup or something and had to grab. That's kind of what I'm doing with CSN's my girlfriend. So that's how we're doing with that. And she took the Jets, Saints, Dolphins, Panthers, Steelers, Bears, Eagles, Colts, Commies, Cardinals, Chargers, Packers, Giants, Cowboys, Seahawks.
These are all money lines?
No.
Win?
There's 0.
That's picking.
There's 0 money on this.
Yeah.
I had her go and pick a spread for every single game.
Okay.
Just to see how she does. She knows 0 about football. Nothing.
So it's just a social experiment.
It's a social experiment. I wanted to see how well she did.
Well, I would go 3
She is on 4 out of the 5 of our circuit bets.
3-2. 3-2.
Watch, she has a winning record. Watch.
I wouldn't be surprised if we come out of here. She's got 14 games because I didn't do the Thursday night game. Watch her come out and go 10-4 the first week.
Well, I'll tell you,
I would not be surprised.
That's like fantasy league when the girl gets mad she's not part of it and you invite her to the league and then she wins the fucking thing. I've had that happen twice. And
I know that one too because we've had a family fantasy football league for about 12 years now, and the person who's won it the most amount of times is my grandmother.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
It is auto draft. It is auto draft, but she's won it the most amount of times.
Well, the person that won it one year was she auto drafted and didn't make a move the whole time, and I think she changed her lineup twice. She just lucked out that there wasn't bye weeks and stuff. It's just crazy. I think one bye week she had 3 people out and she still won.
I had about 30 years ago when we first started doing like confidence pools when I was like 14 years old. My buddy's younger sister wanted to get in, and all she did was, who would win in a fight, a Bengal or a Dolphin? Who would win? And she'd be like, well, I think the Dolphin would be cuter though. I'll pick the, and she won. She did it 3 times. She did 3 times sporadically throughout the season and won every single time.
Have you seen The Other Guys, the movie where Will Ferrell and Marky Mark argue about whether lions or dolphins will win? And he's like, dolphins will grow legs and come up, and we're communal.
What?
Like, watch the argument between. Type up Other Guys argument, and it's about dolphins versus lions and who would win in the fight.
We build breathing apparatuses with algae.
Yes, exactly.
We don't need much time, 5-10 minutes, but that's all we need.
Exactly. So oh man, good stuff. Well, let's get back to sports. I think Moose is about to pass out.
Moose, you all right? There you go.
If you guys check out the message I just sent in the
I'm
private
ignoring
chat.
your stupid private messages because you're just talking gibberish.
There may have been.
Right.
Yeah, all of us are.
Moose. Give me.
There may have been a brief minute or two where I forgot that the private chat wasn't the actual chat.
I believe you. Give us. Let's hear your bets for the 3 bets you want, or one to 3 bets. What are you looking at?
Fuck. I have to rely on my memory here. I am on Baylor tomorrow. But
Baylor's already
a
pick. Baylor's already a pick.
I got Baylor tomorrow. I am on Baylor, but I got that before the news about BYU. I got Wake Forest, but I got them at -7. I'm on Old Dominion, East Carolina under, but I got that at like 53.5. I'm on Houston, full game first half. I'm on Central Michigan tomorrow. I'm on
3 Moose.
Shut
the fuck up. I'm on
counting's hard for some people.
You guys just let me do my thing here. I'm on I think that's it.
So I have Wake -7, OD ECU under 53.5, which I think we all kind of agree on.
Yeah,
hey, hold on.
We're going to that game tomorrow, and I still think it's under.
Yeah.
Nice. Hold on, Dave. Hold on. I really want to hear what did you say there?
I don't
Nice. Nice. I think he was looking to see if somebody would respond just check out right as soon as somebody was going to say something.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, thanks, Moose, for showing up.
Yeah.
Watch us in the comments. I'm just doing Wake and OD. I'm just 2 bets for him. That's fine. I'm a peacock. I just want to fly.
He's seen the movie.
Yes, of course. Wake, ECU, Alabama.
I like ECU. I think ECU wins like 24-3 tomorrow.
Bama. I'm still on Texas. That's the unpopular bet. I'm sorry, but if you're Texas,
Give me Texas.
Yeah,
Texas.
Yeah, I'm not ever doing that fucking. You and Matthew McConaughey can go screw yourself. I'm not doing that Longhorns hook'em crap.
No, I don't like the Longhorns.
There's not one team in college football I dislike more than Texas. But in this game, if you are Texas, one of the premier schools in all of college football history, top 10 schools in college football history, if you have a team that's supposed to be on the uptick and you have, and starts kind of even already on the hot seat, you have all that oil money, you're sitting there, you have the 60-year-old dude, your 35-year-old girlfriends with bleach blonde hair, like all that shit. If you're not going to be able to, at home, keep it within 3 touchdowns, you deserve to fall off a cliff.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
I already said this. LJ, you already gave your bets. We're locked in. So we'll go to Rick. What do you on tomorrow? What do you on today? What did you bet today? Let's do that first.
Well, I already told you what I did today. I did
you did. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing this weekend?
This weekend, do you want 3 from Saturday and Sunday, or do you want just me to go with what I got tomorrow?
Whatever you want. You can say anything you want to say as far as what you're on and give us a little explanation, but eventually it's going to be 3 or less bets. So.
Oh, okay. Well, my big one tomorrow that I like Michigan State under 55. I think Michigan State, they do a pretty good job of keeping them under. They're run first.
I just locked in the Zips plus 34.5. So.
What's that?
I like that under. I don't mind that under. I just locked in the Zips plus 34.5.
Yeah, I just think this is going to be that. I don't think they're going to get over that. I think that Michigan State could put up a lot of points and hold the Zips down, but I don't think he gets over 55. And then I was on Baylor as well. And then App State, Texas A&M over 53.5. I think App State just finds ways to keep scoring points every single time you count them out. So those are my 3 for tomorrow.
You want to add one more because we have Baylor. The 2 rules, and we don't have many rules here. Obviously, I got demonetized, or I'm not demonetized, but copyrighted already.
You got copyrighted because you wanted people to cut their picks to 3?
No. Never mind. It was a stupid inside joke. So we have App State game over 53 and a half.
App State A&M over 53.5, but Michigan State under 55.
Okay. Do you want to add another? Do you want to add another pick?
Well, I was going to go to the NFL. If that's cool.
Of course.
As a matter of fact, we could figure out what 3 you want to do. I mean, I'm all for most of these. I think the Eagles Lions is over 48.5. I think that the Eagles are going to put up points pretty easily. I think they might jump out to a pretty good lead, and then you'll see Detroit do what they do in the fourth quarter most of the time. They start throwing those garbage time touchdowns and garbage time points, and it'll go over. It might take a little while. It might be a little bit of a sweat, but I think it's going to go over.
I like that. I like that a lot. And by the way, they have the weapons to do it. Even though I'm not a Goff fan, Swift is a boss, and Amon-Ra St. Brown's from the school, from USC. I knew that he's kind of undersized, but he's an athlete.
Yeah, well, even with they got DJ Chark now there, and they've got Hawkinson still there. I think they got weapons where they can put up points late in the game. Philly's defense has got the 3 new linebackers all starting. They've got Nakobe Dean at defense tackle. It might take a little while for these guys, all the starters, to kind of mesh together, considering it's such a newer group of guys that are all meshing together. So I think maybe they stay focused more towards the beginning of the game. But if it's at the end of the game and they got a 2-score lead, they might kind of sit back a little bit, get a little fat and sassy, and turn around and give up a couple points.
I like it.
What else do I got? I finally found Tim, I finally found somebody else that actually likes the Seahawks. So
yay!
Yeah, you're not on an island anymore. There's an island of 3 of you now.
It's our circuit play.
I'm on that game. I'm on that game.
One of our circus.
Are you on Seattle, Dave?
Yep.
See that I at least appreciate, because when I was talking to them, when I was talking to my buddy about it, he was like, 93% of the money is on Seattle. And I was like, well, you got to have some kind of explanation other than the fact the money's on it. At least you came up with the Pete Carroll can actually stop Russ, because, nobody knows Russ better than Pete Carroll probably, which I kind of agree with you on. And I do kind of look back at that Patriots-Bucks game last year where, the Patriots covered against the Bucks, and they almost had a chance to win that game,
exactly
towards the end. But once again, I think Denver's just by far a better team. When you're talking about, if you took these teams with Russell Wilson on Seattle last year, Denver and Seattle with Russell Wilson would have been a close game. And I think if you take the best player off of Seattle and put him on Denver, I think that's just I agree with the money, and public's got to be right. 45, 50% of the time.
Yeah. No, but that game, the Monday night games, that game with New England and Tampa Bay is a great comparison to this one here. Because one thing I remember with that game is, and this was pretty obvious, the books took New England. They took all the Tampa Bay money and didn't move the line a cent.
Well, it's because of what happened that one game with the wind, when everyone thought that game showed that Mac Jones, like Belichick, could manage a game in harsh conditions, which he can. But it is a perfect analogy.
Yeah, it was the wind and the rain and everything like that. But I still think Denver finds a way to win this game pretty handily. I'm just saying that I'm getting back on my soapbox on that one. I'm not going to count that, obviously, because I know you guys are so against it. And obviously this is a collective, so I'll probably just do it on my own.
That's fine. I'll tell you what, on the picks, the NFL picks, we had out of 16 games, we had 14 or 14 on the NFL show. We had 14 picks of the 16 games and that were sides. And 12 of them were dogs, and that just kind of shows you, it just shows you
the style of handicappers.
Exactly, and that's also a winning style, because if you're not betting dogs, just like in baseball, if you're not having a healthy amount of plus money bets, it's hard to win in baseball. And the same thing, if you're not betting in spread betting sports outside of baseball and hockey, in football and basketball. If you're not
taking
betting
points
plus
as well
money,
as
if you're
winning
not
points,
taking
you're
the
doing
points,
something wrong.
you're not a winner. You're not a winner. You can't be.
Yeah, like just tonight, like just in college football alone tonight, I took 6 points of Louisville, but then I laid 17 with Boise. You have to do both. You can't just be strictly, I'm going to only take points or only lay points.
That freaking game, they better not. I'm hoping that Boise State slows down because I knew New Mexico would be in. I didn't think Boise would score 31 points. I knew New Mexico would be in single digits. So if
absolutely. I think New Mexico team total under was the look for that game.
It might have been, but I wasn't high on Boise. The first half, how could you be? But they just woke up. There was also a blocked punt for a TD, which is one of those garbage. That's an under killer when you get some fucking weird TD like that. But anyway, I'll say this about Seattle though. We'll go back to that and Broncos. So 2 things. One is the Broncos got Russell Wilson. Great quarterback, Hall of Famer in my opinion, Super Bowl winner, and he was the only guy. He was the only guy on offense. I mean, Marshawn Lynch was there, but for so many years he was the only guy. The thing is, what he had behind him is always a top 5 to 8 defense that helped him out, and I don't think Denver's that at all. Denver only improved, in my opinion, significantly at QB. And even though people are down on Seattle, there's 2 things. One is they still have some weapons. I mean, Geno Smith is not great, but it only takes one, 40-yard completion ran for another 30 or 40 yards to DJ Metcalf or Tyler Lockett to open up the game. And also, lest we forget, Pete Carroll as a coach, super underrated. And I'm biased, but he's one of the only coaches that's won a college national championship and a Super Bowl, and he's a defensive team. And he's a guy that can do more with less on defense. He's a defensive, I wouldn't say genius, but a schematic guy. So if you're giving me almost a touchdown, I think that's too much to fade. So that's why I took the Seahawks. They're not a good team. The Broncos are probably a better team, but I'm not high on the Broncos. Everyone thinks the Broncos. I saw people putting the Broncos as the second best team in the AFC West, or some people saying they're going to win it. Are you crack? Like what? No, the Chargers are still there. Everyone hates the Chargers. And by the way,
I like the Chargers.
I don't.
Why not?
I love Justin Herbert.
I love him. I don't like bet. My 2 mantras: I don't bet against Belichick and Brady, and I don't bet on the Chargers. But I think I'm going to change that because the Chargers they're loaded as all get up. They
are. They just got to get out of their own way. That's basically what it is.
Exactly. From back in the day when LT was there, they just even back against my Niners, back when the Natron Means and all that, back when they played them in the Super Bowl, they need to get out of their own way. They're a team that just implodes. And here's the deal. I think if worse comes to worse, the Chargers are going to the playoffs. How could you not put them in the playoffs? I mean,
at least a wild card.
They found a way to screw it up last year.
Well, okay. Take the AFC. Who are the playoff teams in the AFC? I'll go first. You got the Bills, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Ravens. I think the Colts are going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the Chiefs. And then after those 4 teams, it's kind of wide open. And the Chargers have to be the 5th best team. I mean, they have to be. Who else?
Raiders.
The
Bengals.
The Bengals. Sorry, the Bengals. I left the Bengals out. So those are the top 5. So you have 2 other spots, right? How are the Chargers not one of the 2 other spots? Who's better than they are?
I still think the Raiders are better.
Get out of town.
No. I think the wild cards, I think you got the divisions right. Indy, Buffalo, let's just say Kansas City, and Baltimore.
Ravens.
Yeah. And then the 3 wild cards, I think, should be LA, the Chargers.
Bengals.
Maybe the Bengals. I think the Bengals take a step down a little bit this year.
And then the Chargers.
We already said the Chargers.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me to see Pittsburgh in there.
I would be surprised.
LJ, who do you have? If you had to pick your playoff teams for the AFC, who would they be?
I will go with Buffalo.
Okay.
Like y'all said, Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore. I would say the Chargers. I'm thinking. To be honest, bro, I think 3 teams could come out the AFC West, bro. I think 3 teams could come out of it. I think their records could be that good to where it's going to be one divisional in the Colts. Okay, the Colts are going to come out the NFC South out of my division. I think only one is going to come out the AFC North, either the Bengals or the Ravens. It's one or the other. That's just my opinion.
New Mexico 31-14.
Yep, my under just got fucked, but that's okay.
Did they just kick
And
return?
the other one is the Bills. So the Bills, the Colts, and either the Ravens or the Bengals come out of the North. So those are the 3 right there. And then I think the other 3 are coming from the AFC West. Chargers, Chiefs, and Raiders.
There's 7 teams now, isn't there?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's 7. Okay, so I'm missing one. Okay, another team could come out the AFC North then. So the Bengals or Baltimore.
Yeah.
Those would be the 2 out of there.
Rick, I know this is your type of deal because you're a futures guy. I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, I did do one probably in like July. I got like a $15 free bet for the Dinger Tuesday for FanDuel, and I put a 6-team all to win the division together, and it was Buffalo, Indianapolis, San Diego, Cincinnati.
LA now.
I don't know. You'll also hear me call Washington the football team. Yeah, and then I also took Tampa Bay and Minnesota, and I was like, and it was a $15 bet to win $1,900, and it was like a $15 free bet. Let's go ahead and run with it. Yeah, so I got some pretty good. I got to like plus 285 with Minnesota because it was super early, and I got like plus like almost 200 with San Diego. And back when I made that bet, Indianapolis was still plus money as well. So, but I think when you're going through the AFC, I'll say AFC. It's going to be Buffalo in the East. I think what you saw yesterday. That's like a no-brainer right now. Buffalo in the East. You got in the North. I'll say Cincinnati. And the South is Indianapolis. And then I think the Chargers are going to do it. I think the Chargers are going to unseat KC at the top of the West. And I think you're probably going to, in my opinion, I think it's going to be in this order. It's going to be Ravens, Raiders, Chiefs. I think the Chiefs barely make the playoffs.
The Chiefs have to make the playoffs.
They will. I just think they're just not. They're just going to be a little bit on the downturn compared to where they were at before. Now, saying that, they'll probably end up playing KC in round 1 and go on the road and beat them.
Here's my thing about KC, and this is this interesting conversation. They lost one dude, right? I mean, the main thing is they lost one, and everyone I've heard. I watch Wager Talk and all this crap on TV. The people cappers, they're content creators. They're not cappers. They're people that are whatever. I have an issue. My whole question to people is: are you a capper that's trying to create content? Or are you a content creator that's trying to pose as a capper? And there's so many of those. But they lost one guy. Have you seen Patrick Mahomes play? I mean, he's
all right.
I mean, have you ever seen the type that if you remember Brett Favre with his how creative he threw? I mean, this guy has the most athletic, creative passes you've ever seen, throwing off his front foot or throwing off his back foot, throwing behind his back, just all sorts of shit. Tyreek Hill is great, but there's a reason why the quarterback is the most important position and why you can't win a Super Bowl really unless you have a quarterback. How could the Chiefs take such a drop? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I think that a lot of that comes to the fact that I don't think they've really improved their defense. And on top of that, there have been plenty of times when you watch these games where you see the targets for Tyreek Hill and Kelsey are just kind of outrageous. When we're talking about the players that were on KC in the past, like when I'm from Chicago, so here's a big example is like when we got Byron Pringle and people were like, oh man, we're going to be solid. Byron Pringle is second. I was like, he had Patrick Mahomes throwing the ball to him. He never had more than 40 receptions in a season.
But that's okay.
So why would you think it's going to get better? Why would you think it's going to get better?
Okay, but here's the deal. So when you're a play caller in football, you're going to lean towards your bailiwick, which was Tyreek Hill and Kelsey, right? Well, Andy Reid is probably one of the best offensive minds in NFL history. And you don't think he's going to come up with this? You've seen the type of plays they have. I mean, they're just so creative. How is he not going to come up with something else that doesn't involve Tyreek Hill? I mean, they got the Clyde. How do you say his name? Clyde Elaire. Their running back. He's a good. I mean, he's coming off injury. They're going to put him in the game more. But here's the deal. I think if they had like Belichick on defense is Andy Reid on offense, he's going to figure out how to make do with less. I think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see a big drop off at all. And by the way, talking about defenses too, in the last 5 or 6 or 7 games of the season, the Kansas City averaged giving up points less than 10 points a game. I think it was like 8 points a game. Their defense came out of nowhere at the end of the season.
Yeah, but they also had their struggles at the beginning of the season. That defense.
Well, they did. They were everyone thought they were falling off. Oh, the world's falling. You know, the world's ending, but it didn't happen. I don't know. I think the AFC West is interesting. I just don't think they're going to fall off as much. And I think
really, we're talking about apples and apples because I still think they're going to make the playoffs. I mean, they're probably still going to win 9-10 games. They're going to make the playoffs, and they're still going to be a force to reckon with in the playoffs. I just don't feel like it's time for one of the other teams to step up and take over that division.
There's only one that can. So we're actually agreeing on what I said. It's the Chiefs and the Chargers and the other 2 Jamokes in that division.
No, the Raiders have a chance too.
I said the Raiders are going to be a playoff team.
How? They had one
guy.
They were
a playoff team last year. They were a playoff team last year.
They were a team
with
of
no
destiny.
head coach. They were a playoff team
no
last
head
year
coach,
with no
and they
head
had
coach.
their wide receiver go to jail. I'm sorry, if you can make the playoffs after all that shit, you're a good team.
Dude, kill the guy.
There are 10 better teams. Well, never 10. There are 7 or 8 better teams in the AFC than the Raiders.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, the Raiders are going to have to not give up 27 points a game. That's number one.
Their defense.
If they want to get into the playoffs, they're going to have to cut down that points allowed. But my question is this: are we going to do this every week, Friday? Do our picks like this?
You know what? Here's the deal. There are no rules. I'll just say yes. I don't know how the show is going to turn out, but yeah, that's
okay. Okay. I was just asking because I like this. You know, I'll definitely mark down my picks to get my best 5 every week for sure.
Yeah.
So
best 3, but the thing is
3. Okay.
This show is all the show, and we're all on them. All of us are on them. They're hey, LJ, you run the shows that I've been on, and I know both Earl Sports Bets does the same thing, and we're on podcast too. They're all very, hey, here's the docket. Here's the schedule. We're going to go down this.
Yeah.
This is where we're just coming together, and we're actually capping games. There isn't this kind of conversation anywhere. I'm a very small speck on the spectrum, but I want people to come in here and talk like this and have it's an open forum. There are no rules. I mean, except for playing the Ultimate Warriors. You guys want to get copyrighted? Let's get copyrighted.
No.
Let's do it. I don't know.
Let's not. We're on ESPN.
Why? Because I'm not monetized anyways.
We are.
It's
on ESPN.
Shit. I'm on their channel now. I played the Ultimate Warriors walk-in song or walk-in entrance song, and it went too long, and they copyrighted me.
Now that's a great question. I can do that. Who had the best entrance in the WWE? That's a great question.
I have to do it. Okay? I'm not going to do it now. I'm going to send you the video because I'm on. This was a blessing to be on ESPN tonight, but it's a curse because I can't play my freaking video right now that I want to play so bad. If I play for 10 seconds, is it going to do it?
It might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimate Warrior. That's it. Done.
Hands down.
Yep.
Why? Because he was running?
Yeah. It was like
well, it'd be over in 10 seconds.
They prance out and they go, ooh, look at me. This guy was like sprinting to the ring, and it was heavy metal music, and it was like, I'm going to fucking kill you. That's when wrestling was good.
Vince McMahon has to be up there, though, bro. Vince McMahon's interest has to be up there, bro.
I don't know his.
For real. You don't know Vince McMahon's interest?
I know he started wrestling. Oh, here's the thing. I stopped watching wrestling around like early 2000s. He only started really getting involved with that later in his career.
But he's not necessarily a wrestler. I'm just talking about interest music.
When he walked out like all prancing like this with his shoulder. Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I like in your face, I'm gonna kill you. And the guy was all roided up. I mean, I think he died of like a heart attack because of steroids.
They all died because of steroids. That's all they do.
But that one and Hulk Hogan, because I like Hulk Hogan. Those are my two favorites.
You like Hulk Hogan, huh? Did you like John Cena?
No, because he's new. I don't like any of the new guys. All the old guys. The other one was Stone Cold Steve Austin with the glass breaking.
He was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite wrestler is Triple H, though. That's my favorite wrestler.
New guy. Yeah, but I like Triple H too. All those Generation X guys suck it. I don't like it.
So was you an NWO guy? Was you NWO?
That was in WCW, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked it all. Sting. I liked it all.
Okay.
Razor Ramon, when Razor Picks comes in, I always call him Razor Ramon. I don't think he gets it, but
yeah, I was a big NWO guy. We used to have NWO parties when they come every Monday night.
Okay.
So I know
But I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. My wife is calling me. She wants me to come to bed with her, so I'm gonna have to get out of here. But like I said, I will be on here again for sure. I will set some side time.
Plug your channel. Plug everything.
At LJ from H-Town, at LJ Sports Media. That's where you can find me on Twitter. Raw Words Podcast on YouTube. We do shows every week. We're probably going to do a show tomorrow. I don't know, man. It's just the time frames. We got to line up and everything. But for sure, that's my channel on YouTube, Raw Words Podcast. And you can follow me on Twitter at LJ Sports Media.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Y'all have a good one.
Yep.
Take care.
I do want to mention something real quick. After being down 3-0, the Chicago White Sox have put up 5 runs in the top of the 9th to go up 5-3. Run line is alive. Let's go.
I lost my goddamn under on the Broncos and Lobos by a half by the hook.
Oh, that's rough.
What do you know? And that's probably going to make me a 2-2 day. If the Dodgers decide to wake up, I might have a 3-1 day.
Yeah, that Dodgers first 5 was my first loser of the day.
I have.
I pushed on the.
Oh, they tied the score. Yeah, I'm gonna go 2-2 today. What shit? I was looking like I was gonna go 4-0, but oh well.
It looked like I was on pace for potentially the Dodgers are going to determine because all my plays that are not named the Dodgers are 7-0-1 so far.
But San Diego's bullpen sucks, so we can get 2 runs out of this.
Yeah. I have the Dodgers team total over and the full game run line still going.
What's the over at 5 runs? Probably
4.5. Yeah, minus 120.
Anyway, what are you going to say, Rick? Go ahead.
So let me go back to football here for a second because there's a game that's really been polarizing for like about 2 months now, ever since with the Deshaun Watson things. Where is everybody at with the Browns and the Browns Panthers?
Ooh, my favorite. That's one of my favorite bets. Do you guys want to talk about it? Because I know you guys are kind of standoffish, actually. We've talked about this about 5 times.
Yeah, Browns are passed, under or passed, and I passed. Yeah, I passed.
Okay. I think the 2 favorite games of the day are I'm on the Commanders of all teams and the Browns. And the reason why is if you look at the Browns, horribly run team, don't like the coach. The quarterback actually is better than some starting quarterbacks. People say he sucks. It's better than Geno Smith. That's for sure. And all he has to do is be a game manager because they've got an elite offensive line, probably maybe the best offensive line in the NFL. They've got the best running back duo in the NFL. Their wide receivers are above average. Their front 7 and their secondary are both top 10. When you cap a game or how I cap a game in NFL, after looking at the index, I look at secondary, front 7, wide receivers, quarterback, running back, and how they line up. And I look at a couple different rankings. There's nothing. The Carolina is in the middle of the pack for everything. They're mediocre. They're not horrible, and they're not great. And Baker Mayfield, the narrative is, Baker Mayfield's gonna, get his old team. He's big mouth. He's underachieving. He's short, and I don't like him. He's Johnny Manziel. He's a little bit better a version of Johnny Manziel. He belongs in the CFL. I think the Browns. It's not going to be a high scoring game. I think the Browns just pound the shit out of him, and Baker doesn't have a good game. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So I'm on. I got him at +2 betting. In the circuit contest, I've got him at +1.5. Now it's a pick 'em. I take them all the way to -2.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I think it's Browns in the under. I think this game ends up being like 16-13 or something like that. And I think the Browns could just pummel them with the run.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much unanswerable. I think that when you're talking about Baker saying he's going to F them up and stuff like, and you got a Browns team that really isn't even responding to it, and even led by Jacoby Brissett to be like, I don't know what he's talking about. I wasn't even here last year. I think that you got a team that's basically just calm and collected and ready to put it all out in the field and just show them what they could do on the field there. And I think they have, without a doubt, the best running back in the league. If he gets through the tackles, if he gets through the offensive line untouched, nobody could run to the house like Nick Chubb can.
Him and Derek Kent of Bell. And this is the thing, they don't have a bell cow back because Kareem Hunt is the other like firecracker, like Darren Sproles, but that third down back type of guy. And he could be a bell cow back too. But when you look at the two best true running backs in the league, it's Chubb and Henry. Those are the two best, I think.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, because if you were to tell me in week 1 somebody ran an 80-yard touchdown pass like 2 minutes into the game, I'd be like, was it Nick Chubb?
Yeah, of course. And the other thing too is he can also pound it in the red zone. Like it's not easy. I mean, it's they're too talented. If they had a quarterback, if like Russell Wilson went to the Browns, they would automatically be a favorite to win the division, in my opinion. Even though their organization sucks, they're too talented. Everything but the quarterback position. I mean, they could get another wide receiver, but if you have all these pieces that are top, I mean, literally Browns best offensive line, top 3 offensive line, inarguable, maybe the best. Front 7 and secondary, top 10 for sure. Running back duo, the best duo, inarguably in football. When you have that many pieces, does it matter? I mean, you're not going to win a Super Bowl because you need a quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but how are they not a team that's better than the Panthers? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. The only teams you're going to have problems with are you playing against the high-powered offensive teams when you can't run the ball because you got a quarterback and a game manager in Jacoby Brissett that actually then has to become a gunslinger, which he's not. So, but if you just want somebody, if you want a defense that can stop people, it's the Cleveland Browns. If you want a running game that could pound everybody into submission, it's the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, they would. I mean, the only trouble team. I mean, they don't match up against the Bills or the Rams, but these are the team. That's the type of team. Like I'm a Niners fan, and I'm super high on the Niners. Even though Trey Lance is, I'd like Garoppolo back. To be honest with you,
Yes.
He had a top 5 or 6 QBR last year. Like he's at least second half of the season. He's people make fun of him, but he almost got to a Super Bowl. But anyway, I think
Garoppolo's won 2 Super Bowls.
Well, yeah, okay, he has 2 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah,
but teams that match up well against you usually are teams that do the same thing. That's where the Niners had problems with the Titans. But in this situation, I think the teams that match up bad for the Browns are the firepower teams, because if they get up by 10 points or more, there's no way the Browns can't come back. Like that's the problem. But do you think is Baker Mayfield that guy? Maybe Baker comes out and has one of his games. I have to eat crow. I would hate that because I want Myles Garrett to bury his ass in the turf. That's what I want. But this is one for capping a game. How could it be more perfect that everything for the other team versus the other team is so much better? That doesn't. I mean, that's slam dunk.
The line opened up at -4.
Yeah, well, and the lines moved so far the other way
because of Deshaun Watson.
Well, it reminds me of last year when the line got moved all over the place with Green Bay, New Orleans, when there was all that talk about Rodgers possibly retiring, and then he came back, and then the line swung back the other way, and then Green Bay got absolutely pummeled.
Yeah, I had New Orleans in that game. That was easy.
Yeah, I had New Orleans in that game too. So
that's why I don't watch I'm not big on line move. I mean, I'm big on live movement. I mean, I watch it, but I'm not big on it. Big Show's in the house, nerding out with us.
What up, nerd?
Carolina 17-16. Get out of here, Big Show. Big Show, by the way, if Pub Sports Radio, if you're a UFC guy, which I don't cap, I used to love UFC. I think it's kind of turned into what wrestling has turned into. They're all kind of the same fighters, and there's not a lot of personality, in my opinion. But if you want smoking hot UFC picks, I mean, winners, Big Show and PSR has a bunch of guys, but Big Show is one of them. Follow this dude. He puts you on, and it's a different kind of betting. It's really heavy juice stuff, but they do some parlays and things to make, even money bets. And Big Show's got the answers, that's for sure. I've tailed a couple of his bets, him and Nick and Brizzy and all those guys. But anyway, yeah, I'm on the Browns.
Yeah, there's only one more game that I actually have that. I mean, I know you got 3 already for me, but the one I do like also is I like New England Miami under 46.5. I think New England has been absolute trash. I think their offensive coaching scheme is abysmal. It's embarrassing. How can Mac Jones improve when you've got Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling plays? It seems like every other drive. I don't know what they were thinking there. And Miami is just a team that's kind of loaded up on talent. And New England has always been a team that could get the most out of their talents. With Belichick, he kind of always gets the most out of with the least amount of talent he could possibly put together. But I think this year is kind of one of those years where it kind of gets exposed that you can only do so much if your talent isn't talented enough.
So you're going to be, we are all on the Patriots plus the money. So that's kind of counterintuitive to what you're saying. I'm going to say this.
I think the Patriots defense can show up and help that under.
So here, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't mind the under. Oh, no, I mean, as far as your analysis of the Patriots, the under is fine. I can give a shit about the total. I want the Patriots in the points, but I think I 100% agree that Tyreek Hill and Waddle are dangerous. Problem is their quarterback. The quarterback is not good. He's been overrated. He should have never won the Heisman. He's a product of being an Alabama player. If you watched Google, and I was watching it on TV, but Google Tua target practice. He was doing this target practice. He couldn't hit a target. And if you're not a guy that can throw a long ball, which it looks like Tua isn't a guy that can throw the ball downfield, way downfield, then you have to be an accurate passer. I think he's in trouble. And something I'll never bet against is Belichick to scheme a defense, even if he doesn't have good players. The most well-coached defensive game I've ever watched was the Super Bowl versus the Rams. What he said was, hey, look, I know you, Jared Goff. I know you, McVay. You're going to call play action passes and RPOs. And I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to drop my nickel backs and my linebackers into the flats. So you can't do this little play action dump off 5 to 7 yards. I'm going to make your ass drop in the pocket and throw it down the field. Well, Goff, we all know he can't do that now. And they won that game. That's the second biggest Super Bowl bet I've ever placed was on the Patriots that game. But Belichick is able to scheme defensively. He's a genius on that. And I think with Miami being not as good as people are seeing, I'm on the Patriots, but the under, actually, I agree with the under too. I think it's under.
Yeah.
I think the Patriots win the game.
I think even if the Patriots win in my opinion, if the Patriots win the game, the game definitely goes under.
Yeah, of
because
course.
The Patriots are going to be putting up a big bunch of points and winning a game with a shootout against Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and some of that. If they're gonna win the game's definitely going under because they're going to actually come up with what you said. They're going to come up with a good scheme to stop Miami's offense.
Yeah.
But I just think I don't even have a stake. I don't even have a stake in Miami or New England in this one. I just think the game goes under. But I do think their offense, the New England's offense, from what you saw in the preseason, is pretty horrendous.
Yeah. Well, I don't ever
the preseason. I don't know how much they care about that.
Yeah, the Houston Texans did well in preseason.
Yeah, true. But I'm just saying, well, from what I saw with with offensive play calling. So that maybe they're hiding, everything under their sleeve. But
they for sure are. The Patriots are the most secretive team in the NFL. I mean, they're the ones that were the Spygate and all that shit. But here's the other thing too about the Patriots on offense. And granted they had Tom Brady, but what did they do? They had Randy Moss for 1 year or for a couple years, and that 1 year he came there, they broke the wide receiver touchdown record because Brady finally had his guy back in his heyday. But what is New England good at doing? They're good at having known. They've never. I think was it Corey Dillon? They haven't had a premier running back like ever, and they have no name running backs. By the way, Stevenson's a decent running back. I have him on my fantasy team. Definitely decent. No running backs. Just they run the ball. They have a decent offensive line. They have a quarterback that can dump it off to tight ends, and they might get a big play and shock you here and there. They really, the Patriots, even though they've had Tom Brady, have been a defensive team for the past 20 years because of the coach. So I think it has more to do with the coach, and I don't think Miami with Tua and also, by the way, there's disarray with the coaching situation and all that dark cloud that's hanging over their head from the scandal, I guess you could say. I think Miami's super overrated this year. It was incredibly.
I put Miami in the same boat as the Raiders. They're massively overrated, and all they did this offseason.
Which one of you likes the Raiders? It's Tim, obviously.
Huh?
Tim likes the Raiders.
I like the Raiders. I think the Raiders can make the playoffs again.
I think the Raiders
Miami ain't making the playoffs.
Miami's not making the playoffs. I don't believe so.
No.
I think, and this isn't a hot take or anything. Would it shock anyone? If the Patriots made the playoffs last 17?
No.
Yeah,
no.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
If they made,
they could win 9 games.
No, it wouldn't surprise me if
they can win 9 games this season.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we're saying, all right, the first round of the playoffs, we have the number 2 seed Indianapolis Colts. They're taking on the 7th seed Patriots. Like, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
But would it surprise anybody if the Patriots only win 7 games this year?
No, it wouldn't surprise me that either. I mean, that's kind of what it's
a wild card.
I guess this game isn't any sort of preface to how they're going to do overall. I just think Miami. I mean, it's Miami. Miami's kind of like that team. They're not quite like the Cowboys, but it's a team. People kind of hope for them to suddenly be better, and it's happened for like 30 years. Oh, Miami might contend, against the Patriots. They might do this, but they've never done it. I mean, when Miami hasn't been relevant since Dan Marino. I mean, it really.
Yeah.
Dan Marino was a quarterback when I was born. So I mean, Rick was a little kid. So I mean,
that wasn't a thought.
You weren't even
a thought.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm getting fucking. You weren't even a zygote in your dad's body when Dan Marino was. See, I did that. I write real scientific.
With all the moves that Miami made, it really makes me a little. What's that?
I think even though Tyreek Hill, all the stuff they did, it didn't. They need the quarterback is the problem.
Yeah, no, I think the one thing that I was going to say is that back when Philadelphia had Chip Kelly and they started throwing all that money into all these different players and free agency and stuff like that, and they had one of the worst years possible because they just could not play together as a team.
Yep.
And I think you might see a similar situation with that where Miami's just got all this talent, but they just cannot put it together.
He's going to be pissed by week 3 because he keeps running out routes and
he can't throw the ball downfield to him.
Yeah,
he's going to be open downfield, and the ball only goes 30 yards. I mean, God bless.
He goes from one of the strongest arms in football, the noodle arm.
Yeah, it's
a glorified wide receiver.
Bring back Fitzpatrick. Bring back Ryan Fitzpatrick.
So Dave, can you share with me, because I wasn't here for the first 3 hours. What exactly is the Capper Collective picks look like here?
All right, so we got.
I haven't put mine in yet.
We'll do it at the end. Marley from Brothers and Bets, if you remember him, Dreads, all that.
Yeah.
He has one bet that I love, Tennessee Pitt over.
I bet that.
Ravens -6 and Baylor money line, which I love too. I have Baylor in the points, but Baylor money. Big Boss from Who Bangin' Sports has Marshall plus 20.5 against his own team. He's a diehard Notre Dame Irish fan, but he doesn't think that they can. I don't hate that bet. I'm not betting it, but I don't hate it. A bet that I'm thinking about taking. He also has Air Force -17.5 against Colorado. Colorado's offensive coordinator is a big fat fucking fade for me. And Air Force, these military schools get so much disrespect for not being able to score points. They'll score 40 points running the ball. They're quick and they're fast and they play fast and they play a style. The triple option back in the day was a thing that was kind of archaic, but it's hard to game plan for now. Even though they're recruiting people that they're not getting big. When you're in the military, you have to be under certain weight and height standards and all that. So they're not, the big corn-fed guys that a lot of these schools get. So that's what he got. LJ has Davis Mills plus 20.5, over 20.5 completions for -118. I don't hate that because 12 of them are going to go to one guy. Texans +7 against who are they playing again?
Colts.
The Colts.
Colts.
Yeah.
Colts win, Texans cover.
Yeah. I think that might be my circa bet. I'm still determining. He also likes Ravens too, which I guess we can't have two bets, so that marks it off for LJ. What other bet was LJ on that he said? You guys remember?
I have no clue.
Okay, he has two bets. You can't have two of the same. Moose, with his quick departure, had Wake Forest -7 and Old Dominion ECU 53.5 under.
Okay, you can't use Wake Forest -7 because they're sitting at 13-point favorites. He got him super early before the quarterback was announced back.
All right, so he has one bet. That's fine.
And ECU's down to a 50.5, so that moved 3 points. So you can put him down for 50.5.
That's what I'm going to do. Yeah,
because if that didn't count, I would have given that one.
Of course. That we're doing that. That's why the two rules are: if there's conflicting bets, they're canceled. And what was the other rule? I think that's the main rule.
He threw a couple of them out there. He said Houston, Central Michigan.
Yeah, but he left like an idiot. So what are we going to do?
He's drunk.
You have App State. Can't even read.
App State A&M over 53.5.
Yep. And Michigan State, Kent State under 55.
Yep.
Eagles, Detroit Lions over 43.5.
48.5.
Well, I guess I can't rebound right.
If you want to give me 43.5, I'll take it. That'd be good.
So we haven't given ours out. I guess it's about time to do that. We're probably getting out at the end, but I think I will keep talking about whatever for however long. It doesn't matter. If you guys want to give out, if Tim and Nick, you want to give out 3, you can go for it.
Yeah, let me just figure out mine.
Because we haven't capped baseball. I'm not sure we're going to on this show.
I'm going to bet the Dodger run line tomorrow, and that's probably it for baseball.
Okay.
I already tell you, I'll be on Seattle, Baltimore, and Tampa Bay. And that's just me blindly betting Baltimore, Tampa Bay, and Seattle.
That's not good.
That's not going to be my picks, though.
Can't believe I freaking lost that under by half a point. That's bothering me. We need the Dodgers.
That's all we do lately is lose by the hook.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll go through. I'll say mine while they're waiting. Let me just look at some things real quick.
Sure.
I'm gonna pick 2 NFL, 1 NCAA, or 2 NCAA, 1 NFL.
I'm just gonna give 3 NCAA because I already gave you my NFL last show.
Yeah, did I get? Oh, I did give. I have to give NCAA because I gave NFL last time, so that's good. Good point.
Yeah, Wednesdays I'm not available. That sucks.
Yeah, it would have been Tuesdays, but what happened is it conflicts with other shows that people can't come on, and that's just the name of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally get it.
Yeah. So I'll say right now, no one has Bama. I'm gonna go with Texas.
Yep, I was gonna give that one out too.
You can give it out. I'm not gonna.
No, you're good. You're good. I have a shit ton of plays. So
you do actually. You're way more than I do. I have Texas at 20. Is it 20 or 20? Can you get 20.5 now?
I got 20. I just took 20.
Can you take 20.5 now or not? Because
Probably on some other book. I don't know.
Well, we'll look it up. We are not.
Let's see if I can find you I'll find you the best odds. Alabama. All right.
We can get 20.5. I can get 21 at WinBet. So, and by the way, I took 21 on an offshore earlier. So it's 21 Texas. That's my first one. Baylor's already been taken, so I'm going to go UTSA Army over at 4.5, and I'm going to go. Did someone say 10? They did. They said Tennessee. They did Pitt. So maybe I'll do another NFL one. You know what? Should I lock it in, dude? Should I do it? He already did.
You're talking about plus points. One I like Arizona +6 against KC at home.
Yep. I hate Arizona, but that's one of the bets that was on the NFL show. They were.
Okay.
I like that.
I'm on all the NFL bets you guys are on, so I'm gonna just stick with 2 for right now because Baylor's already been chosen, Tennessee Pitt's already been chosen the over. So all I've got is Texas getting points and UTSA Army over. You guys can go ahead.
All right. We'll go the over 64.5 in UNC and Georgia State. We'll go Nevada -4 against Incarnate Word.
I like that.
And because I give them out each week, I'm going to give out the gross play of the week, and that will be Charleston Southern. I got 44.5 against NC State.
Charleston Southern +4.5?
44.5.
+44.5.
Yes.
Well, you guys have hit those ridiculous plus money.
I've given out a gross play of the week for every single week so far. Week 0 was Duquesne +44, cashed it. Week 1 was North Dakota versus Nebraska.
Did cash
that one.
Yep.
Charleston Southern against. NC
I got my third bet
NC
already.
State came off of that ECU game.
You just reminded me of my third bet. I'm taking Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I was totally gonna bring that up. I was totally gonna be like, well, what about Hawaii plus 51.5?
I have an index at like 39 points. That's silly.
I'd rather go under in that game.
I'm taking Hawaii.
I feel like the under, 67.5? I feel like that's a lot.
Hawaii cannot score a point and cover that.
Exactly. That's the point. Is Hawaii cannot score a point. That's why I would like the under.
All right, my third play is Hawaii plus, what is it? 52.
52. But Dave, can we be on? Why wouldn't you just grab the under 67.5? Essentially, you're grabbing a 67-point spread then instead of 52, considering that Hawaii might not score.
What if Hawaii scores 2 touchdowns and a field goal? I mean,
do you really think Hawaii scoring 2 touchdowns and a field goal off of Michigan? Do you actually think that?
Garbage time.
I think they're the same bet. I mean, regardless if Hawaii doesn't score a point and Michigan scores, how many touchdowns? 9 touchdowns or 8 touchdowns?
Exactly. You would have to have a lot. I don't know about you.
I would
agree with
52.
I love it. I love looking at a 50-point spread going, what is going on here?
Yeah,
I think I saw it, and it was, 50.5, and then it kept going. It's all the way up to 52. It's like, who's betting this?
Yeah.
I remember I laid 51.5 points last year with Alabama against New Mexico State, and they won 59-6.
But no, there was one person in the chat earlier. Nathan said Michigan -50.
No.
So he legit said Michigan -50 in the chat.
You probably saw his time actually being on here. It was probably on for he was on for 10 seconds, and he was like, I'm going to do it. He's like talking to his buddies. I'm going to do it, guys. I'm going to put it out there.
No, because I know Nathan was on for a lot longer because he was here pretty much.
He's on our shows a lot.
He's on our shows a
Oh,
bunch.
okay.
But he was here. I saw him around 10 o'clock, and then he was still here at like 12:30. 12:29 was his last chat, so he was still here. He's in the Earl's. He's in our chat every single morning, 10 a.m.
Oh, okay.
So we see him a lot.
All right, the bros, Tyreek Wilson. That's got to be an ESB guy.
Yes, Tyreek Wilson's ESB.
And Keith Wicks. He's also a Terry guy too.
Yes, Terry, and I believe Keith's in the picture.
Put your bets in the chat if you won. What a good night! It was looking like a good night for me. I'm probably gonna go 2-2.
Hey, all I can say is Chicago White Sox run line, never in doubt. I had an Arizona first five like you did.
So in doubt yet never in doubt.
Nick, what are your bets?
That's the joke, is that it was so far gone that I marked it a loser. Me and Higgs, somebody I work with, that's the whole joke is never in doubt.
Yeah.
Let's do this. I'm gonna get Nick's bets, and then we're gonna really quickly blaze through MLB tomorrow, just because we have to give it attention. And
do we have to?
Of course. Why miss out on winning money? I mean,
I'm betting my three teams: Baltimore, Seattle, and Tampa.
I would like your brother's picks first.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, eventually I'll give them out. That's fine. All right.
What is going on?
Let's go with. Let me see what the best.
All right, let's go.
All righty. We're going to rock with, I'm going to go under 68.5 or Ohio State and Arkansas State.
Hold on. Ark State? Yeah, that's a good bet, actually.
Because this game can finish 55-3, and I'll still hit that.
58.5, you said?
Yeah, 68.5.
Okay. Over.
Yeah. Under.
Under. Okay. All right.
We're going to go with, let's see what the best available line for this one is. I want to see if I can get a 41 with this. 40. Blah. No.
I really want to get copyrighted. In fact, I'm gonna after this is over, I'm gonna listen to the Ultimate Warriors entrance song on repeat for 2 hours.
That's fair. You do that. I'll go two ugly ones here. That's what I'll do. New Mexico State plus 17.5 against UTEP.
I don't like that one, but that's okay.
And I'll go bold for the last one here. This is your slaughter game. Ready? Arizona Wildcats money line against Mississippi State.
What's the money line?
Plus 305.
I wish you would do that. That's okay. I'm going to do it. I'm going to have rules against ridiculous bets.
Or you can take plus 11 if you want to. That works too.
Can we do that one instead, please?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. For the integrity of the show.
Wait, we were supposed to bring integrity to this show?
Yeah. I mean, okay. We hit
just joking around.
We hit the Nats plus 220, but this isn't. I mean, we do want to have some good advertisement for this. So, granted, it's only if it's a 3. You know what? Fuck it. You choose. Would you want to go big or you want to just take the spread?
I'll take the 11 points. That's fine.
All right.
I think they win straight up. That's the slaughter game at the end of the night where everybody's relying on Arizona money line to close out their parlays.
11.5 or 11? What is it?
Let me see what the best line I can get for that game is.
Don't complain if they win and you didn't win 2 units. I'm giving you a chance. No.
Well, it's 12 on Circa. Give me plus 12.
That's that sounds like a fair compromise. We got them. What do we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Because we have more people on today. 20 bets. Let's do it. We're already. Well, I posted. Okay, so I posted the Nationals full game money line, but we only hit. Or your bet was first 5.
Yeah, my bet was first 5,
which was disappointing because we would have been up quite a bit, but we're still up a unit. Rick, let's talk about some props. I know they're all in your videos, but
you know what? I don't really have a whole lot of week 1 props. Most of the props I was looking at were season longs. If you wanted me, I can give you a couple of them that I put in at the end there.
Put them in. I mean, go everyone that's watching this, all 3 of you, go to Rick's. I mean, Rick, it's crazy how great they are and how small we are with the knowledge that we have. But go to Rick's. I'm gonna have you plug your YouTube, but go to Rick's YouTube and watch all of his season-long props because every single one. I'm not a season-long anything better because I don't like tying up my money, but all of them seem fire. They all seem really good. But go ahead.
The only one right now that I go, oh well, that sucks was the beginning that first game there with Allen Robinson on the Rams. That was brutal. With the fact that Stafford was literally looking for a Cooper Kupp and that was it.
I kind of expected that, but that's just me. I mean, they have a good relationship, them two.
Yeah. Obviously they do. I mean,
and they go to breakfast every morning at like 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. or something.
Oh yeah. Well, I also told everybody, I'm like, you can't fault him. Anybody that was in my in my group of friends there, I was like, you can't fault him. Every single time Cooper Kupp caught the ball, he had nobody within like 2 yards of him. He was wide open every single time.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know how he's so. This is the thing. Like, we've seen Wes Welker. We've seen Terry Edelman. We know Darren Sproles in a different position, but I don't understand how he's so elusive because he's not faster than the fastest cornerbacks are way faster than him. He must run routes so unpredictably or something because he seems like he's so open, but he's not. And he's an athlete, but you can't tell me that these fat. I mean, what's his 40 time? I mean, it can't be faster than, maybe in the 4.4s, but their guys are on 4.2s.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe he's just the best route runner because you don't really ever get a chance to see him run the route because they always show the
wide receiver of all time was not the fastest guy. The best route runner of all time was Jerry Rice. I mean, by far. And what's funny is when you played Madden back in the day, Jerry Rice was always ranked the fastest like guy but he was never the fastest. He was slow for a receiver. He
wasn't fast. He was kind of average for speed, but the way he ran those slants and he caught it, he was gone.
Yeah. It was like if you're talking about like a not a standard deviation, but if you had to be within like 6 inches to make a move on someone, he was within that 6 inches. He was perfection.
6 inches, that's a lot.
Well, maybe that's what she said.
You know, I do have some that I lean here for this week 1. I know that we brought it up on our podcast earlier today, is the fact that Najee Harris and Joe Mixon are playing in the same exact game, and both of them were over-unders for rushing yards. It's only like 65. And that just to me doesn't make any sense. I understand that the defenses are pretty good, but these are two, really good running backs, and two of the when you're talking about in top 5 or 6 running backs in the league, they're both in there. Yeah. And I just don't. And with Cincinnati's line being better than what it was last year, I just don't see how they're not, a 50-50 split on passing and running. And I think they're going to be able to get that.
Cincinnati's a question mark for me. I mean, I know they went to the Super Bowl. It just seems to me there's 2 things with them. One is they definitely – I think the Rams and the Bengals were 2 teams that hit lightning in a bottle. Everything happened the right way for them.
Yeah.
But –
you kind of have to in order to make the Super Bowl.
How did – I mean,
this is a quick shout-out. Toughness to Lex in the chat.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, he's we need to pay attention to that. But I'll say that when you have a guy like Burrow, who is definitely, I mean, I was super high on him in college. I loved him in college. I loved
Well, he had one of the best offensive years in college ever.
Yeah. Crazy. And from the beginning of the season, I was saying that I love the guy. The thing is that when you have such a bad offensive line and you have that good of a performance and you don't, I mean, he got sacked, but when it doesn't affect you that much, there has to be some sort of like God sent protection, because how in the world did he not get clobbered with that offensive line? I mean, it can't keep going that way, and they didn't make super big improvements to be able to fix that. So logic would tell you that he's going to get hurried a lot, maybe not sacked, but he's going to have a lot of pressure on him. And
especially
Joe Burrow's
Pittsburgh defense.
And he's not a Lamar Jackson, but he might be a Ben Roethlisberger, a big dude that doesn't run but can just shake guys off and stay in the pocket with guys 6 inches from his face. Maybe he's that guy. I'm not sold on it. I'm not. The Bengals are still, even though they went to the Super Bowl, they're still a question mark for me.
Yeah, I think it was a very fluky run for them last year.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both of you guys, but I still think that this team, their offensive line is built more to run, and I think that when you talk about the single prop for 65 rushing yards for Joe Mixon, I think they should be able to do that.
Oh yeah, I mean Mixon's. I agree with that. I'd say that they're definitely better with not run protection, but against the run versus pass protection. I'd say that.
Well, yeah, and especially when you're talking about this game. I mean, Mitch Trubisky isn't going to be running Cincinnati, isn't going to be playing Cincinnati out of the house. So they're going to be, they're both going to be in the game. It's not going to be, well, somebody's down, so they have to default back to the pass. Pittsburgh's defense is too good to fall that far behind in Cincinnati, and Mitch isn't that good to get them two scores ahead. So I feel like it's going to be a running. If they're going to be, both teams are going to be honest to the run.
Yeah.
See, why am I Earl Sport? See, this is the thing. Now that I'm in, that Tim set me up under you guys. Now all of my chats are Earl Sports Bets, but I guess actually it's both of us. Look at that. See the comments?
Yeah.
Whatever. Backstage stuff. We're still learning this shit. I mean, Rick, you started. Did you start your Twitter page because of the deal that we did?
Yeah, I started it because of some silly contest that didn't think I ever had any chance of winning anyway. But I wanted to just try. I just wanted to throw some stuff out there and found a good community of people that were just out there doing the same thing. You were in there and I was in there, and there's a big group of us that are on here. KLV is usually on the chat here.
She was in the Kelly was in the chat.
Yeah. I saw her earlier. Hello, by the way, and everybody. Most of the time when I'm talking, I just kind of go on my rants. But thanks for listening. Thanks for all the good comments and the chats and stuff.
Who came in the chat earlier too? Pedro.
Oh, was he?
Yes.
I haven't seen. I get messages from Pedro all the time. Just talking about sports and stuff. But actually, I haven't seen him in the chats yet.
He's waiting for. No, he was in the chat. He's waiting. Because it was like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. when he came in. But he's waiting for. He's an NBA guy. I mean, when you're like, even you see the guys in Canada, they don't do college football, and even their NFL is a little bit weaker. But he's an NBA guy, and I super respect his NBA game. He really dives in. Yeah.
Oh yeah, when he dives in, he'll give you like it's like an essay in high school. He's giving you like a 400-word essay on why he thinks that, and it's great. It's great. And much respect and much love for Pedro. But like I said, that's the only reason why I even started with the Twitter. And then we've had a nice little community here. Joe Madden's great. Just a lot of the people that you make relationships from, just encouraging each other and just showing some respect to everybody else's plays, because that's really what we're all here for, is to listen to each other's plays, and if we don't agree, we kind of agree to disagree, and we move on and we're doing other things. Nobody's getting hurt about if I'm wrong and Tim's right on the Broncos Seahawks. I mean, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, and I'll respect the fact that he obviously picked that game better than me that game.
Yeah. And that's the whole point of this. And I don't know, you guys, we're running on 4.5 hours, which usually is about our cutoff time. I know you guys are on the East Coast.
You got one thing you got to keep in mind with us. It's past 1 a.m.
No. I figured it. I'm just going to say this, and we can finish up. The whole point of this is to be communal, because even from the place that we came, me and you, Rick, you can tell how competitive that organization is, and it's just silly to be that way because we're not competing against each other. The pie is so big for all of us, but that's not even the real deal. The real deal is we're not playing poker. We're not against you. We're not in a football game playing each other. We're all trying. The opponent is the books and the casinos, and we talk all the time behind the scenes. And so I wanted to put that out in front of everyone to say, hey, let's bring people from all compete. Who banging's competing with PSRs, competing with picks and parlays, competing with ESB, competing with me, which I'm a nothing burger. But they're all coming here and they're talking, and we all are getting information that we wouldn't see potentially. So that's the whole deal about the Capper Collective. But we'll tune this out. We'll go with Rick and shut this down. Plug whatever you want, Rick.
Okay, cool, great, thanks. So I'm on anywhere where you podcasts are at Punt the QB. Me and my buddy Tim, we're putting out some great stuff here. We're really excited about football season. Also, I got a YouTube channel, Punt the QB, where we put out 15 props for the NFL season to start the season off. And I'm looking to put up about 2 to 3 games in NFL, maybe a game of college a week and stuff, and just putting out great stuff out there. So give us a like, give us a subscribe, listen, just come on here and watch us do what we do here, man. We appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone that just tunes in to whenever they can.
You guys go for it. Whatever you want to plug it.
Oh yeah, you can find me at Picks from Dave. I have all the great content on the YouTube platform. Constantly giving out winners. Don't follow those ESB guys. They're complete idiots. No. Earl Sports Bets everywhere that you could find us. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Discord, Facebook, YouTube, Picks and Parlays site, all that good stuff. We're all over the place. OnlyFans is coming up soon, and we knew
that was coming.
Yeah, I know. But TikTok, I put out a video each day for that, for free picks and stuff. We've actually grown a little bit on that one. We passed 500 followers on there, so guys are nice. That well.
You can find me over on Twitter at Rick Punt the QB.
All right, we're gonna end the show.
Well, normally Moose is here, and I get out Moose shit. But
I can't believe him and the other dude. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that, but either way, guys.
Shout out to Lex. I forgot to mention that because I was in the bathroom when he was here. Shout out to Lex. Suppness.
Yep. Thanks everyone for coming by. Lex is here. He came by a little later. Appreciate all the support. This is the Capper Collective. We're here to win money, not to compete against each other. Come back next week. We're doing Wednesdays and Fridays. And until then, good luck at the window, guys.